Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook DF. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 1549. Listen to a word of advice from your brother Wang. 1. Valmont's cloak was ripped, revealing his true appearance to the crowd's horror. His cheeks were covered with scales, just like a regular member of the scale lizard race. However, his face was covered in twisted black marks. Those who looked at them could feel their scalps tingle and hearts race. The crowd was in an uproar. Even if they only saw it through their screens, they could feel their spirits being corrupted and hear strange whispers in their ears. In the military's battle fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the others frowned with grave expressions. "They look like devil patterns," General Fu Xinglan said. "But Valmont is a warrior from the scale lizard race. There was nothing unusual about him during the screenings. Was he enchanted by dark apparitions during the competition?" General Habakkuk pondered. "Tenacious freaks," General Fu Xinglan snorted coldly. "The dark apparitions are getting bolder. They even dare to cause trouble in the League of Talents. No matter what, we should figure out how to deal with this Valmont now." General Habakkuk proposed. General Fu Xinglan said after some thought, "Leave it to Wang Teng. There cannot be any slip-ups in this competition. Solving this without introducing external forces is the best. But what if the apparitions are plotting something?" Habakkuk hesitated. "Get our men ready. The two of us will scout the surroundings just in case," General Fu Xinglan said. "That's the only way," the former nodded. Fu Xinglan glanced at Tang Wuwei, who had stayed silent throughout the exchange. "Old Tang, stay here." A hint of seriousness finally appeared on the latter's face as he nodded. "Leave it to me. Don't worry." The three eternal stage warriors sprang into action. Generals Fu Xinglan and Habakkuk disappeared from the battle fortress. No one knew where they went. On the Imperial family's spacecraft, the middle-aged man received the news. However, he didn't take any action. Only his gaze flickered while he looked at the situation on the screen. His sole idea was to continue watching the competition. The Universe Stage Elder criticized, "What has the military been doing to actually let someone touched by dark apparitions infiltrate the League of Talents? He even made it to the top 36. The middle-aged man countered with a question. "This Valmont competed in so many rounds right under our eyes. Did you notice anything amiss? What matters the most right now is to solve the problem, not to point fingers," the middle-aged man added. "I'll order the military to kill this Valmont," said the attending elder. "No." The former shook his head and his eyes lit up a little. "Let Wang Teng continue, you mean?" The Universe Stage Elder had a thought. "There will be no impact if the military takes action. Only by having the participants defeat him can we uplift the people's spirits and remove the fear in their hearts," the middle-aged man said. "But this fiend managed to enter the League of Talents. He must have been endowed with some kind of ability by the dark apparitions." "I'm afraid," the elder lamented. "You underestimate Wang Teng," the middle-aged man smiled. "Do you think the military was exaggerating when they spoke of his exploits back on Defense Planet?" "No, 29. He's just a celestial warrior." "I don't really believe in him," said the Universe Stage Warrior. "Then keep on watching." The middle-aged man smiled. A bewitched warrior had made an appearance in the League of Talents. Many among the ordinary practitioners were panicking, as if the sky were collapsing. The ordinary warriors considered the apparitions as horror itself. They panicked, feared, and even dreaded their existence. The live chat platform was instantly flooded with comments. The second, Prince Timothy Strachey, and the others were already up on their feet. They were at the edge of the stone platform looking at Valmont. Even the Crown Prince stood up and frowned up in the sky. Wang Teng looked at Valmont with surprise. Those are devil patterns. He was more than acquainted with dark apparitions. He immediately made the association when he saw the black patterns. Ha 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 ha. A strange and piercing laughter could be heard. Wang Teng frowned. Valmont lowered his head, shrugging a bit due to laughter. "Hey, what's so funny? Share it with the rest of us," Wang Teng shouted. The strange laughter stopped, followed by an eerie silence. Even the live chat platform went quiet for a moment. Then, piff, I didn't want to laugh, but I couldn't hold it in. Valmont is being played. I suddenly get the feeling that dark apparitions aren't that scary. Is Wang Teng not afraid of him at all? Why would he be afraid? Have you forgotten where he came from? He's from the military. He probably saw more dark apparitions than the amount of rice you've eaten your whole life. To hell with you. The military doesn't seem to be making any moves to interfere. Are they letting the fight continue? Looks like they are letting Wang Teng take care of him. The crowd's fear diminished, all thanks to Wang Teng's actions. They didn't seem to be as frightened as before. The second prince and the others were caught between laughter and tears. They then exchanged glances and got back to their seats. Chapter 1550. Listen to a word of advice from your brother Wang. 2. Up in the sky. Valmont gradually raised his head after a moment of silence. His eyes were now pitch black as he glared at Wang Teng. I was planning to wait and kill all the talents in the next round, but you messed up my plan. Oh well. You're also a powerful genius. My mission will also count as a success if I kill you. So, have you thought about how you want to die? Boom! Right after his statement, a dense, dark force erupted, sweeping across the sky and turning into a gigantic black mist sphere and swirled around him. There were black patterns covering his entire face at the moment, shimmering and squirming as if they were alive. It was a creepy sight. But Wang Teng sized up the fiendish motifs with interest, realizing he was unable to detect anything strange with Valmont thanks to them. The etchings sealed the dark force inside his body. The black cape was also able to block all forms of inspection enchantment. The word appeared in the young hero's mind. He asked, "Were you bewitched by a dark apparition? Why did you become a slave of theirs? Isn't it better to be a human bewitched slave?" "Ha, ha, ha, ha." The other laughed as reacting to a joke. He scoffed and replied, "This is funny. Do you think I need bewitching? You know nothing." Wang Teng frowned, feeling that something was hidden behind Valmont's words. Furthermore, the fellow seemed to have an antisocial personality disorder, exhibiting aggressive and violent behavior as well. "The human race has abandoned us. You've lived under the sun while we have to suffer eternal damnation." The dark opponent's voice turned bitter and sorrowful, like an evil spirit. Wang Teng was mind-blown. An idea flashed into his mind, and he blurted it out. "You're a mixed blood." Valmont was stunned, not expecting the latter to guess his identity. "How do you know?" He was bewildered. The young hero stayed silent. His sudden exclamation had placed him in a disadvantageous position. He only knew about mixed bloods because of the forced exile to the Darkland he experienced in the past. That wasn't something he could mention in the open. Mixed blood? What mixed blood? Wang Teng seems to know something. Fuck, why did you leave us hanging? A mixed blood. The middle-aged man from the imperial family frowned while muttering to himself. Why does he know? I don't care how you know about mixed bloods, you must die today. Black mist churned around Valmont, gradually spreading to the entire sky. It covered the sun and blinded everyone's vision. Wang Teng and Valmont's figures disappeared into the black mist. Everyone was appalled. They stared at the black mist with concern. Boom! Explosions resounded, covered by the mist, which tossed and turned violently. The battle taking place within was decidedly intense. I can't see anything. The second prince frowned, clenching his fists tightly. This black mist has domain power, Timothy said in a low voice after some analysis. That is the enemy's domain, said a calm voice. It was the crown prince. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Even the lofty noble had chimed in. Dark domains are troublesome, Ji Haochen turned grim. He continued anxiously. Shall we step in? Neither the military nor the academies have made a move. We shouldn't act recklessly. The second prince shook his head. He has the power to destroy this domain, said the serene crown prince. The other candidates stared at the latter, feeling shocked once again. No one expected him to have such a high opinion of the Earthling, feeling that his rival could destroy the dark domain. Mind you, all of them were talents of renowned families. They had already fought against dark apparitions before, hence they knew how hard dark apparitions were to deal with. This was especially the case with apparitions able to use domains, since their effects were mysterious and unpredictable. No one knew what was inside, and the consequences of simply barging in were unthinkable. However, since the Crown Prince had spoken, they decided to keep quiet and wait. Above all, the League of Talents was in progress. The 7 stellar academies had allowed the match to continue, so they could only wait and see inside the black mist. Valmont's voice seemed to originate from all corners. Wang Teng, you will never be able to escape from my black mist domain. The mist swirled and condensed to manifest a black python, which shot towards his opponent. Wang Teng was giving the creature a weird look. He had once met a high-tier Devil Emperor on Defense Planet, No. 29. The fellow provided him with ample guidance. This made him extremely knowledgeable when it came to dark domains. So he waved a hand and an invisible force erupted. The giant python blasted to pieces, turning into mist again. There was a moment of silence. Your domain is a little weak, Wang Teng said indifferently, with hands behind his back. Valmont's voice was heard only after some time passed. What did you do? He could not believe it. Nothing, didn't you see? I just waved a hand and your attack disappeared, the hero replied nonchalantly. Chapter 1551. Listen to a word of advice from your brother Wang 3. Valmont. What do you mean by waving your hand? Do you think you're dancing? Wave it to the right, wave it to the left, dancing in the air. Valmont felt exasperated. It was like punched a ball of cotton. Wang Teng said, My dear Valmont, listen to my advice. A domain is a profound skill. Don't use it if you haven't grasped it completely. You'll only embarrass yourself otherwise. Just keep it to yourself. Bullshit. The scaled warrior was furious. He had worked extremely hard to grasp his domain and was considered as a great talent even among pure bloods. And yet the Earthling was nitpicking, saying it was worthless. How could he bear it? He immediately roared in anger. Since you're looking down on my domain, I'll show you its true power. Boom. The endless black mist started spinning and gathered to form a menacing and gigantic black head. It resembled that of a devil lizard, but it had numerous lumps. A pair of crimson eyeballs lit up within the massive eye sockets, glaring at the young hero. What's that? Wang Teng frowned. Roar. The roar was uttered by the giant manifestation, echoing inside the black mist's area and even going through it. The audience was able to hear it. What's going on? The second prince and the others were anxious. That was a powerful spiritual attack. I feel a little dizzy after hearing it, even when we are outside. My mind is in a bit of a mess. I think the effect is worse inside the domain. Timothy was aghast. I wonder how Wang Teng is doing. Everyone felt more concerned within the black mist. Wang Teng looked up at the giant lizard's head and welcomed the powerful spiritual attack. The 9 treasures pagoda residing inside his mind shone brightly and dispelled the move. You're immune to spiritual attacks, Valmont exclaimed. He didn't know what to say anymore. The opponent was completely out of his control. How noisy! Wang Teng dug his ears and appeared irritated. Since you're so eager to die, I'll give you a hand. The scaled fighter appeared above the giant head. He looked down on his adversary and decided to act first. He scoffed and said, Die, roar. The giant manifestation howled and charged at the young hero. Wang Teng didn't move, allowing the monstrous head to swallow him. Valmont smirked. How dare he look down on my domain? He's seeking death. Suddenly, his smirk froze, his eyes widened in terror. What's that? Rays of glaring white light shot out from the giant lizard's head. The dark manifestation started hissing and corroding furiously as if having met its nemesis. Valmont was appalled, unable to believe what was happening. Just then, a ray of light pierced through from below. Damn it! The latter's heart pounded furiously. He dodged in a hurry and re-entered the black mist in an attempt to hide his traces. Thinking of running away, said the young hero. The beams of light pushed away the black mist, forcing the dark fiend to move out. Wang Teng used the light bolt skill, moving as fast as the speed of light. Light element. Valmont was dismayed. Wang Teng released his fist of light. The luminescent force was gathered, and he hurled his fists toward the enemy. Valmont was furious and flabbergasted. He continued to evade, but the earthling was too fast. He couldn't escape, and the light-based attacks were landing on him continuously. Boom, 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 explosions ensued. The black mist was dispelled the instant it came into contact with the light force inside the fists. The dark warrior tried to resist but failed. He was hit like a sandbag. Wang Teng, he screamed in agony. Let me send you back to your darkness, Wang Teng said. The virtual fists smashed into him, pushing back his opponent. Boom. In the end, the black mist domain was destroyed. Spheres of white light emerged from within, lighting up the ground below. They looked like small suns. The black mist dispersed, and Wang Teng appeared before the crowd again. He seemed to be holding a dead body. It was Valmont. Silence. Chapter 1552. The world isn't just black or white. Wang Teng won? The people in the audience had eyes the size of saucers as they stared at the figure floating above the arena. They were left in awe. Then their gazes shifted from Wang Teng's face to the thing he was holding. A startled exclamation rang out. It's Valmont. The fellow was drenched in blood. The scales on his skin had cracked and he looked miserable. It was evident that he had been pummeled to death. The thick primordial formed arm was dangling weakly, like a limb without any bones. As for Wang Teng, he remained calm and composed as if having just gone out for a stroll, not a battle. Everyone was finally able to confirm that the young hero had defeated the dark apparition. It wasn't an illusion. It was true. The haughty and unbridled apparition was being carried by Wang Teng like a dead dog. No words could describe how everyone was feeling. The normal warriors finally relaxed. The fear and panic in their hearts disappeared without a trace. They even cheered joyfully. Wang Teng! Wang Teng! The martial warriors from the great Qian Empire and all the spectators outside the battle planet shouted the hero's name to vent their suppressed emotions. Before that fight, everyone supported him because of his ability and potential. Now, they also felt respect and admiration. Everyone feared dark apparitions, but Wang Teng slayed them like dogs. That was a stark contrast. No wonder everyone was awestruck. Fu Xinglan and the other generals returned to the military's battle fortress. They didn't discover any other traces of dark apparitions, which was a relief. They smiled when they got to see the image on screen. This young man is indeed powerful. General Habakkuk laughed. He defeated a bewitched warrior fair and square during the competition. This is enough to boost the morale of our people. Looks like he understood our intentions. Not bad. General Fu Xinglan nodded in satisfaction. That's good. General Tang Wuwei nodded. General Fu Xinglan said after some thought, Ask someone to fetch Valmont for questioning? Just in case we missed something. Definitely. General Habakkuk agreed. Oh, right, that attack just now used light force, right? Yes, light force, and he developed it to a powerful stage too. This youth is a monster. General Fu Xinglan sighed. General Habakkuk dropped the smile and said with a stern voice, My confidence in him keeps on growing. He might be able to reach that stage. Fu Xinglan and Tang Wuwei blinked and nodded on the Imperial family spacecraft. The middle-aged man laughed and said, Indeed, he didn't disappoint me. I didn't expect him to actually defeat a tainted warrior, and that quickly. The elder from the imperial family had a troubled expression. "Let me visit the fellows from the military," said the leader and disappeared. Mixed blood? The universe stage elder blinked, staring in deep thought at the spot where his superior was standing a moment before. On the Parker's family's spacecraft, the furious flaming universe lord and the others were staring at the youth on screen, his expressions blank. How great would it be if he wasn't our enemy? The absurd thought appeared in the leader's mind. Valtero and Sinclaman didn't speak, but their flickering gazes betrayed their wavering emotions. On planet Yuming, Wu Xingyun, Old Han, and the others finally felt at ease. They broke out in cold sweat when they saw the bewitched warrior in the competition. What kind of luck is this? A warrior contaminated with dark force appeared in the League of Talents, and Wang Teng was paired with him. Fortunately, the young hero dealt with the menace successfully. Once their nervousness faded, they were overcome with astonishment. There were dark apparitions throughout the universe, much stronger than the ones they found on Earth. If the more powerful apparitions visited them, the planet would have been long gone. They wouldn't even have a chance to rise. The rest of the universe is filled with all kinds of challenges and dangers. The threat of the dark apparitions affects them too, Wu Xingyun said grimly. I heard that Wang Teng visited a defense planet and resisted the waves of dark apparitions, Old Han lamented. One planet devoted to resisting dark apparitions. How tragic must the situation be? You're right. Commander Hong felt the same way, he added in a serious tone. The situation in the rest of the universe is more complex than we thought. We need to become stronger quickly. I wonder what Wang Teng had to go through to actually grow to this stage within such a short time. Han Zu and the others felt emotional. On the Battle Hearth mercenary team spacecraft, Lin Chuhan heaved a soft sigh of relief. Her nervous expression relaxed a little. Chapter 155. 3. The world isn't just black or white. 2. Lin Chuhan started complaining about a certain someone. Why is he making me worry whenever he's competing? Wang Teng held on to Valmont and landed in the arena. A team of military warriors immediately made an appearance and took Valmont away. The latter seemed to be a goner, but he was merely wounded. He was still alive. Wang Teng left him with a little breath left. The young hero knew that the matter would not end there, but the competition had to continue. He couldn't be concerned about it for the time being. He returned to the zone platform and sat down. Then he stretched his back and attracted the troubled gazes of the second prince and the rest. Ji Hao Chen sized Wang Teng up. Noticing that the latter had no injuries, he said, "You are a maniac." Strachey and Lambden looked at their nemesis with conflicted expressions. They had to admit that the fellow was more capable than them in some aspects. They couldn't have done the same if they experienced the same situation. How is it that I'm a maniac? Wang Teng felt at a loss. That was someone reinforced with the power of darkness, and still you dealt with him so easily. Isn't that maniacal enough? Ji Haochen said. Wang Teng replied, It's not that exaggerated. Valmont isn't as powerful as you think. You could have dealt with him just as easily. Timothy interjected, Do you think we're blind? We could tell how powerful he was. Wang Teng saw he had been mercilessly exposed, so he cleared his throat and said, Cough. I'm just trying to comfort you guys. We can only thank you for that. Ji Haochen didn't know what else to say. This is how people are comforted? He's just being fake. Valmont isn't powerful? That's just a roundabout way to brag about his own strength. Pretentious. Wang Teng, are you sure he's a mixed blood? The second prince asked with a gruff voice. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to answer. He countered with another question. Your Highness knows about their existence. People like us have more or less heard about it, Ji Haochen offered. Wang Teng nodded and pondered. Looks like the people from the upper-class families know more than I thought about these subjects. Wang Teng nodded and conceded. Valmont is indeed a mixed blood. Mixed bloods only have half of the Darklands bloodline. The other half is still of the light factions aren't the two factions' enemies. Wang Teng thought about little Ziye and the others he had met before. The second prince glanced at the young hero. It's not that simple. The earthling's gaze flickered. Based on the prince's words, he could tell how the light faction's upper echelons thought about mixed bloods. After all, half their blood comes from the dark apparitions. Some have leaned towards the light faction, wishing to return, but there are still some that serve the dark, relayed the second prince via voice transmission. So, if there's an opening, it would present an opportunity the apparitions could make use of, Wang Teng responded, an easier opportunity to enter our world. That's right. Looks like you have the general idea, the amiable prince nodded. We once speculated the mixed population is large. If all of them returned, our world would be riddled with holes. There would no longer be any obstacles for the dark apparitions to attack. Wang Teng sighed. He understood this. He just pitied those people. Were they really condemned to live in darkness forever, never seeing the light again? The second prince said, mixed bloods appear boldly in the League of Talents. This is a blatant provocation to both the great Qian Empire and the 7 stellar academies. I'm afraid it'll cause a great disturbance, Wang Teng added a short yet meaningful phrase. The world isn't just black or white. The former glanced at the hero with surprise, not expecting such a statement. However, he could only swallow the words he planned to respond when he saw that the earthling had closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to continue speaking. Still, the words lingered in his heart for a long time, unable to guess the true meaning behind them. The hero used the opportunity to immediately focus on his attributes board. He had collected a lot of dark attribute bubbles in the previous battle. However, most of them were of Constellation Dark Force and the Dark Ultima, which weren't that useful for him. The former was already at the perfected 9th level, while his Dark Ultima was at the limit attainable. Only the Black Mist domain was interesting. However, he wasn't planning on using it separately. He would integrate it with his Dark Domain. The new domain possessed strong illusory and concealing qualities. It was considered a great ability. Integrating the two domains would provide an additional means of attack, making his dark domain even more powerful. After some thought, he went ahead and merged the two domains, taking advantage that the bubbles had yet to disappear. The enlightenment obtained from the attribute bubbles was the deepest and most profound anyone could ever have. Chapter 1554. The world isn't just black or white. 3. Wang Teng had a sudden inspiration. All he needed to do was to follow this train of thought. No one would mind hitching a ride. His fight against Valmont was already over, but everyone was still engaged in heated discussions about it. No one paid attention to the following matches for this reason. Fortunately, the appearance of the Crown Prince pulled everyone's attention back to the arena. The Crown Prince versus Lu Tai. The latter had entered the top 5 in Zone 3. He was strong, too, but his face turned green when he saw that his opponent would be the overall favorite. Alas, he finally reached the top 36, but he ended up meeting the Crown Prince. This seemed like the end of the road for him. Even so, he stepped forth, ready to do his best. Both parties appeared in the sky above the arena. The match began. Neither of them spoke, instantly coming to blows. In truth, Lu Tai was decent. He was a wood element warrior that used a sword as a weapon. The green sword glows he released were filled with vitality. They were shot non-stop. That sword skill was powerful. Many were surprised by it. The fellow relied on that sword skill and his perfected 10th level wood ultima to reach that far. Unfortunately, he met with the heir apparent and was defeated in the end. The latter's sword skill was domineering, cutting through the opposing sword glows to then forcefully slam into Lu Tai's chest. The latter was heavily injured, vomiting blood after the impact. The match ended. The crowd was amazed by the prince's sword skill. They estimated that he could go head-to-head with Su Jianchen. It was astonishing. Mind you, the prince had other skills aside from the powerful sword skill, while the other was only an expert in sword skills. His sword had allowed him to advance thus far. However, many people felt that the favored prince's sword skills were comparable to Su Jianchen's. They might even be stronger. Their estimates about the Crown Prince's abilities continued to rise. The favorite swordsman wasn't afraid by the comparison. Instead, the competitiveness in his eyes grew stronger. He yearned for a match with the prince. Back in the Tianluo Empire, the emperor frowned while he stared at the live feed on screen. It's hard to tell, the emperor shook his head. The Crown Prince has only executed a single sword move thus far. However, I can tell that his skill consists of more than one move. More than one move, the people below gasped. That would be troublesome. They started to worry for their boy. The emperor continued, There's no need to worry. Jianchen has entered the top 18, only one step away from the top 10. I believe he'll be able to do it. Wang Teng was quick to pick up the attribute bubbles left by the Crown Prince and Lu Tai. The 12 Tyrant Swords, First Sword 3000, Tyrant's Finger, 1600, Constellation Force Metal, 82000, Constellation Force Wood, 7800, Wood, Ultima, 3500, Divine Level Wood Talent, 2600, Green Essence Sword Skill, 4000. Enlightenment was solidified in the hero's mind as the bubbles were assimilated. The 12 Tyrant Swords rose a little, however, it was still at the foundation stage. The 12 Tyrant Swords, First Sword, 7500, 10,000, Foundation. The Tyrant's Finger was also increased, rising from Foundation to the well-versed stage. The young hero wondered if the Crown Prince would be surprised if he used the Tyrant's Finger in their upcoming encounter. However, he decided against it after some consideration. The noble had probably reached a high stage of proficiency, while he himself had barely reached the well-versed level. Wang Teng understood his shortcomings. He wouldn't make use of a weakness to fight his opponent's strong suit. Tyrant's Finger, 100 of 5,000, well-versed. He looked at his stats with satisfaction. It wasn't possible at the moment, but he could eventually surpass the prince one day. The next attribute surprised him. It was a divine-level wood talent. Lu Tai dropped this attribute. Coincidentally, it was a divine-level talent our hero didn't have. Divine-level wood talent, 2600, 50,000. That was a sudden surprise. He felt that some thanks to the owner were in order. Safe travels. Lu Tai also dropped another attribute, the Green Essence Sword Skill. That was the universe stage skill the fellow used as his main attack. It was indeed powerful. The young hero gladly accepted the gift. Green Essence Sword Skill, the 1000, 4000, well-versed, 4000 points had already pushed the stat all the way to the well-versed stage, saving him lots of time. Once the Crown Prince's match was over, another fight followed and the top 18 were chosen. The young hero glanced at the candidates. All the faces were familiar. The Crown Prince, the second Prince Strachey, Landon, Ji Haochen, Timothy, Sawyer, Xiaho, Zunling Yangshu Berkshire, Leng Qianshui, Jiang Weisheng, Gaunt, Su Jianchen Tu Xiaoba, Yue Qiuqiao, Situ Warner. Wang Teng was the last person. They were the top 18 candidates. All the hopefuls were sizing up one another. They would soon be fighting for the top 10 positions. That would be an extremely important milestone. Only the first 10 would have the chance to select their desired campus among the 7 stellar academies. The rest could only wait to be chosen, and neither would they have special privileges. Wang Teng was surprised to see Situ Warner among the finalists. The lady didn't seem to be that strong, but she managed to reach that stage, surpassing countless others. There was also Jiang Weisheng, a talent from the Jiang family. His sister was eliminated, but he managed to persevere. Furthermore, 2 members of the Parkers family still managed to make it to the top 18. Wang Teng found this to be a pity, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't get to meet them before that part of the competition. He couldn't choose his opponents. All of them had been chosen at random. Still, it didn't matter. He would have to fight everyone in the next round. He would definitely meet them later. Congratulations for entering the top 18. Your abilities have gained everyone's recognition, said the voice coming from the light sphere all of a sudden. You will have 10 days to rest, and then we will proceed with the top 10 elimination round. Chapter 1555, The 7 Stellar Academies Invigilators, 1. There was a 10-day break after the top 18 were decided. Wang Teng thought he could spend some time tallying his spoils, never expecting that someone would find him so soon. Colonel Wang Teng, the generals are looking for you. It was Major Maxwell, the one who greeted him in the beginning. He saluted the hero with respect. The generals are looking for me? Wang Teng frowned and said in a puzzled tone, the competition is still in progress. I don't think it's proper for me to just leave like this, right? Don't worry. The generals have already gotten permission from the 7 Stellar Academies Invigilators. Furthermore, they're here as well. The official smiled. The 7 Stellar Academies Invigilators are here, exclaimed the second prince and the others, before the young hero could reply. The latter was a little surprised as well. None of the Invigilators had made an appearance thus far. Only one of their voices was heard when the great lightning monster showed up. The young hero never thought they would meet in the flesh. However, he quickly guessed it was about the mixed blood fellow situation. Looks like the 7 Stellar Academies are also concerned about this matter. What? Ji Haochen couldn't help but say, "Can we go this?" Maxwell was a bit flustered. He said with some hesitation, "The generals only requested Colonel Wang Teng's presence, so—" Ji Haochen dropped his head and stared at the earthling with jealousy. "Why doesn't anything good ever happen to me?" "That's right. Nothing this good has ever happened to us," Timothy said enviously. "I don't think so. This isn't anything good." Wang Teng was at a loss. Ji Haochen exclaimed, "Not a good thing? They are the Invigilators from the 7 Stellar Academies. To actually be able to meet them before the competition ends. This means that you've already drawn their attention. You can even get up close and personal with them and leave a good impression. When the time comes, you'll be able to go to whichever academy you wish." "Don't say that." Wang Teng patted the latter's shoulder. "Even if I don't meet them, I can still choose any academy. Some people aren't the same." Ji Haochen clutched his chest and took a step back. "Get lost." "Ha ha ha!" Wang Teng burst out laughing when he saw his reaction. All right. Go quickly. Don't let the Invigilators wait for too long," said the second prince, waving a hand with a disgusted look. Let's go," Wang Teng called for Major Maxwell, and they left together. Once the top 18 were decided, Leng Qianshui, Gaunt, and the others were already with all the finalists, so they heard the exchange. A strange glow appeared in Leng Qianshui's eyes as she looked at the young heroes retreating back. She felt that he was awfully peculiar. A trace of jealousy appeared in Gaunt, Jiang Weisheng, and Strachey's eyes. They wanted to take his place. Alas, they couldn't. Wang Teng followed Maxwell and entered the military spacecraft. He then met with the 3 Eternal Stage generals and a few powerful figures next to them. Their eyes had been on him ever since he entered. The scrutiny caused the young hero's heart to skip a beat. Those strangers were very likely the Invigilators from the 7 Stellar Academies. From appearance alone, they seemed to be extremely powerful. Even Wang Teng's real eye was unable to ascertain their cultivation. Some sort of hazy fog was enveloping their bodies. As far as he knew, they were probably eternal stage warriors. Huh? 7 was the number of the powerhouses representing the academies. Wang Teng couldn't help but gasp softly upon noticing that there was an 8th expert, Grand Duke Chongshan. It was a middle-aged man with thick black hair and a magnificent figure. His body radiated a noble aura, however. There was no condescension coming from him. Even so, his sole presence would compel people to lower their heads and avoid making eye contact with him. If our hero didn't have a strong will, he probably would have prostrated himself on the ground as a display of submission. The man was none other than Grand Duke Chongshan, the one he met previously. General Fu Xinglan said, "Wang Teng, come over and meet Grand Duke Chongshan and the Invigilators from the 7 Stellar Academies." Wang Teng nodded and greeted them with a formal salute. "Greetings, Grand Duke and honored Invigilators. Wang Teng, you've done well in this competition." The Grand Duke smiled. You flatter me, the young one said modestly. Your performance has indeed been stunning. I've served as an invigilator for several League of Talents editions, but this is the first time I have seen an outstanding performance such as yours. A white-haired, middle-aged man smiled warmly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sikong the Second Invigilator from the 7th Stellar Academies. Sikong the Second? Wang Teng was confused. What kind of name is this? The expert seemed to know what the youth was thinking and smiled. My name is a bit special. You can just call me Instructor Sikong in the future, if fate allows it. The young hero rushed to comply. Instructor Sikong, whether or not they would meet in the future, there was no loss in greeting him like that first. Ha ha ha. The elder was taken aback by the response and laughed. You're an interesting fellow. Chapter 1556. The 7 Stellar Academies Invigilators. 2. Sikong the Second. You're trying to get ahead of the game while we're still watching from the side, said another elder. Then he addressed Wang Teng. Young man, remember me. I'm the Invigilator from the 5th Stellar Academy. You can call me Old Wang. Old Wang. Wang Teng was quick to greet the senior. He didn't care which academy he would go to. The first thing to do was create relationships with their representatives first. I'm the Invigilator from the 2nd Stellar Academy, Nancy. The third person who spoke was a beautiful lady, around 30 years of age. She had golden hair and her figure was voluptuous. She didn't look like an Invigilator. Invigilator Nancy, nice to meet you. Wang Teng sized her up in secret. Oh my gosh, her body is amazing. Wang Teng, there are many beauties in our 2nd Stellar Academy. You can choose to enter our academy if you enter the top 10, said the alluring representative with a smile. Cough, Nancy. This isn't right. The academies are centers for learning and cultivation. Just entering to find beauties is not the way to go, said another middle-aged man. I'm the Invigilator for the 3rd Stellar Academy, Trollop.
All right, we also have many outstanding beauties in our academy, definitely ranking among the top in the universe.
They are actually listed on the Universe Goddess rank thanks to their admirers. You can come for some cultural exchange. Wang Teng, Nancy, General Fu Xinglan and the others, Grand Duke Chongshan, the other Invigilators. Trollop, where's your face? Old Wang said angrily. Being a fellow Invigilator, I look down on you for using beauties to tempt students to enter. Sikong the Second glanced at Trollop in disdain. Then he continued, the 7th Stellar Academy has students on the Goddess rank too. Don't worry, I'm not saying this to lure you. I'm just stating a fact. The 7th Stellar Academy never loses. Of course, whether you join us is completely up to you. Righteous tone. Shameless. Old Wang, Nancy, and the other Invigilators were caught between laughter and tears. This fellow is downright shameless. How could he say all that in such a righteous tone? Wang Teng. Are the Invigilators misunderstanding something? The young hero was honestly stunned by Sikong the Second's shamelessness. Imagine how impressive he had to be to actually shock our hero. He was a little tempted, General. Fu Xinglan coughed awkwardly and stopped the argument. Cough. Let's talk about the real business. Oh, right. Let's get back to business. Sikong the Second nodded and said to Wang Teng, I'll tell you more about the Universe Goddess rank later in private. Wang Teng, can we stop talking about the Universe Goddess rank? The rest of the representatives introduced themselves and their academies. It looked like they held the young earthling in high regard. If not, they wouldn't have stooped down to directly introduce themselves and treat him as politely. Of course, there was a possibility that they were always this amiable. The young hero was pleasantly surprised by the treatment, having always thought that the Invigilators were cool and stern. That image was completely destroyed. General Fu Xinglan exchanged glances with the other generals and smiled. This decision is secured. After everyone's self-introductions, they finally moved on to the real topic. General Fu Xinglan kept a stern face as he broached the subject. After some inspection, we confirmed that Valmont is indeed a mixed blood. Based on what he said during the competition, He came under orders from the dark apparitions to kill our talented warriors. He glanced at Wang Teng in the end. That's what he said. The latter nodded. However, I'm not sure if he had other motives, aiming to kill our talented warriors. Old Wang snorted. The dark apparitions are bold. They're getting more and more out of control, Sikong II said grimly. I wonder if there are still other mixed bloods competing in the League of Talents, said Wang Teng as the thought suddenly came to mind. The invigilator of the First Stellar Academy was a serious-looking fellow called Gong Han. He gave the young hero a look of approval after posing the question. We have already informed the other regions. We will soon get a reply. Wang Teng realized he was a little late. The invigilators had already thought about the possibility and took appropriate measures. General Fu Xinglan suddenly asked, We came to find you because we want to know how you found out he was a mixed blood. This isn't a secret. I fell into a low-tier Darkland and met many mixed bloods there. That's why I'm familiar with them, said the young hero directly. A low-tier Darkland? Everyone was stunned. They stared at Wang Teng in surprise. You've been to a low-tier Darkland? Yes, the youth added when he noticed their disbelief. I had yet to reach the planetary stage at the time and was pulled into the low-tier Darkland by a devil lord. Chapter 1557, The Seven Stellar Academies, Invigilators. 3 old Wang sized Wang Teng up and commended, Tisk tisk, this is unimaginable. You were pulled into a low-tier Darkland before you reached the planetary stage, and still you managed to survive. I was lucky. Wang Teng shook his head. This isn't about luck, Nancy added with a smile. She looked at the youngster in a different light. The latter gave her a humble smile. Do invigilators love to praise people? If they do, please praise me more. I love praises. We're a great match. Wang Teng's birth planet was invaded by dark apparitions. General Fu Xinglan commented. I see. Gong Han nodded in deep thought. After some pondering, he asked Wang Teng, What do you think about mixed bloods? The young hero was surprised. He wasn't expecting that question. He had once spoken about the topic with the second prince some time before. The 3 generals and Grand Duke Chongshan raised their eyebrows and looked at Wang Teng. There was an ambiguous glimmer in their eyes. Wang Teng remembered what he had told the second prince back then. He repeated it without hesitation. The world isn't just black or white. He gave them a small smile. The invigilators blinked in surprise. They glanced at one another silently. Interesting. Gong Han smiled. The generals glanced at the young one in surprise, not expecting his answer. Most people considered dark apparitions as minions of darkness, inspiring fear. Even mixed bloods would receive the same treatment. However, Wang Teng had offered them a different response. I heard that you're good at dealing with dark apparitions. Can you interrogate Valmont? We want to get some answers from him, said Gong Han, choosing to change the topic. The young hero stared at the latter in surprise. Then he nodded. I can try, but I can't promise results. The young official was then taken to the place where Valmont was being kept. The invigilators stared at his back as he left. After some time, Gong Han said, What do y'all guys think? Nancy replied, He has a strong will and his own ideas. He's also extremely talented and powerful, someone who has accumulated many experiences, unlike the descendants of elite families who are groomed and taken care of from a young age. I haven't seen such a talented youth in a long time. She seemed to be interested in the young talent. He's an interesting little fellow. The 7th Stellar Academy is suitable for him, Sikong II replied. Bullshit. The 5th Stellar Academy is more suitable. He'd be wasting his talent if he goes to your academy, Old Wang rebuked. He belongs with my 1st Stellar Academy, Gong Han said. Sikong II blinked and said, Who knows? We don't know what he'll choose. That's right. The other invigilators agreed. They didn't care if their conversation was heard, so they spoke openly, right in front of the generals. The generals were elated by what they heard. Good Lord, the competition hasn't ended, but all 7 academies are already fighting over Wang Teng. This must be a first. Chapter 1558. They're quite amiable. Valmont was locked in a room that resembled a laboratory. His limbs were bound by rune-covered chains, while tubes were all around his body. It seemed that he had been examined for some time. All that was left was to cut him up. Valmont was awake, lying there hopelessly, staring at the ceiling as if there was nothing worth living for. He had experienced the scary side of the human race. Wang Teng walked in. The others remained outside. It was just him and Valmont in the room looking at each other for a while. "Hello," Wang Teng waved and broke the silence. Valmont didn't want to cooperate, staying silent. The young hero could only continue. "Hey, brother. If there's something on your mind, anything you're not satisfied with, you can tell me." "Valmont, this isn't good. I'll be in a pinch if you don't cooperate," said the former in a sly tone. The captive had a bad feeling when he heard that undertone. Those able to move according to the circumstances were the ones that prevailed, so he said with a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" "That's more like it." Wang Teng nodded and smiled when he saw the others speak up. "We can always talk things through. Don't act like we have a blood feud, Valmont." He was tempted to say that they did have one enough to go after each other's throats. How is this bastard's brain wired? Does he really think I won't bear a grudge after being beaten up by him? "All right, I'll stop with the nonsense," Wang Teng said. "There's leniency to those who confess and severe punishment when there's resistance, so come clean. What's your objective for sneaking in the League of Talents?" "I told you before, I came here to kill talents from the human race." A cold smile appeared on Valmont's face. "You want to kill us with that strength of yours? Who gave you the confidence?" The righteous hero said calmly. Valmont's face turned dark. He wasn't weak. Wang Teng was just a monster. The fellow even possessed light force, which directly countered his dark force. The scaled man could feel his scalp tingle when he thought about the light element techniques the hero had used in battle. "You're not the only mixed blood participating in the League of Talents, right?" Wang Teng rubbed his chin. "I don't understand what you're saying." Although it didn't show, there was a trace of panic in Valmont's eyes. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I have a way to make you speak," the hero said. "What are you trying to do?" The captive's heart skipped a beat as he glared at his questioner. "Don't be nervous. It'll be over soon. It won't hurt." A strange red light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, piercing straight into the scaled fighters. "You." Valmont only had a chance to utter that one word. He then felt a powerful spirit enter his mind as he lost consciousness. His eyes looked glazed, bewitched. Wang Teng used his charming skill after scanning the room for any surveillance techniques. Everyone had secrets, and outsiders would generally not pry into his. That was especially so for his military backers, since they wouldn't do such things. Even so, Wang Teng couldn't guarantee that the invigilators present wouldn't act. He scanned the room just as a precaution. Bewitch was a spirit technique able to control others. It was best not to expose it since it could draw unnecessary attention. After the skill took effect, the scaled warrior naturally answered all his questions, quickly spilling all the information. However, Valmont wasn't aware if there were any other mixed bloods like himself in the competition. None of them had any direct contact. Furthermore, that was just his own guess. The dark apparitions are very cautious, Wang Teng thought. Aside from that, he obtained a shocking piece of information. A fair amount of mixed bloods had already entered their world in silence. Many of them retained the traits of the original race, only having half of the dark bloodline. It was hard to tell by appearance alone. They would look like regular beings from the light faction if they used special means to conceal their bloodlines and the dark force in their bodies. This made detection extremely hard. It was a difficult problem. Wang Teng didn't expect to obtain such information from his casual questioning. Relaying his findings to General Fu Xinglan and the others was an urgent matter. He shook his head and left the room in a hurry. Major Maxwell saw him exit the room and immediately asked in a soft voice, "Colonel Wang Teng, are you done with your interrogation?" "I'm done. Let's go back," the young official replied. Maxwell nodded, not probing further. The matter about mixed bloods was classified. he didn't have clearance for such information. The pair returned to the main control room. Wang Teng immediately informed the 7 Stellar Academy's invigilators and the generals about what he had learned, leaving nothing unsaid. The listeners' expressions turned grave. "How sure are you about his confession?" 100%. The young one responded calmly. Everyone glanced at him in deep thought. If he's this confident, he must have used a special method. Coupled with the young hero's previous performances, General Fu Xinglan and the others didn't have any doubts about him. Back on Defense Planet number 29, he had been the one who discovered the Dark Apparition's objectives, which led to a virtually impossible victory. Many people didn't believe him at the time. General Cameron had to fight for his sake, with the other officials choosing to stand by him. Once the battle was over, the general reported everything to the higher-ups, which was why General Fu Xinglan and the others were well informed about it. "Did you ask about where they were?" General Fu Xinglan asked Wang. Teng nodded and gave them the location. "It's there." The experts were shocked, their expressions then revealing cold smiles. The great hermit lives in the city, but the League of Talents is being broadcast live in the entire universe. They probably saw Valmont be captured and moved as a precaution, Wang Teng said. "You're right." General Fu Xinglan nodded. "But we should still send people to check and see if we can find any traces." Wang Teng made no comment. "Just now? You said that you're suspecting that other mixed bloods are in the competition?" said the invigilator from the 1st Stellar Academy. "It's just a guess." The former shook his head. Based on Valmont's confession, none of the mixed bloods had any direct contact, so they don't know of each other's existence. That was only a guess he made. However, it aligns to what I'm thinking. Old Wang stroked his white beard and said, "The martial artists who entered the top 18 are mainly the talents from the big families. The backgrounds of people like Yue Chao and Su Jianshan can also be checked. It shouldn't be them. If there are any infiltrators, they must be hiding amongst the top 1,000. Let's check again. The 7 Stellar Academies would be a laughingstock if mixed bloods were to be enrolled," Trollope said. "There's no harm in checking the top 18 again. We can't rule out the possibility of someone being supplanted," said Wang Teng after hesitating for a moment. Gong Han glanced at Wang Teng with approval and nodded. "You've thought it through. Let's do it as you suggest, little Wang. Since you've proposed it, we should also check you." Sikong II smiled. "Little Wang?" Wang Teng was speechless. "What was that?" "I don't mind. You can check me if you want." At the same time, Wang Teng shouted in his mind, "System, protect me." Sikong II didn't mean what he said. None of them thought that the boy was related to the dark apparitions. The light force he displayed when he was battling the scaled warrior was enough for them to rule out any suspicions. How could someone have both light and dark forces in his body at the same time? It was tantamount to having a death wish. General Fu Xinglan and the others were fast. They immediately gave the order to check each participant. Wang Teng also returned to the battle planet to rejoin the second prince and the others. They had just gone through the military screening and knew that something was going on. They immediately gathered around the young hero to ask about this upon his return. "Wang Teng, what's going on?" Ji Haochen asked softly. "Nothing. They're just checking to discard some possibilities." Wang Teng smiled. "No way. The higher-ups have suspicions of us?" Timothy groaned. "Just in case something's wrong." The young earthling naturally kept the fact he proposed the idea a secret. Otherwise, there was a risk of him being ostracized. The Crown Prince glanced at Wang Teng. His senses were sharp, somehow sensing that the guy was feeling guilty. "Having said that, it feels unpleasant to be suspected," Ji Haochen said. "Well, no one has a problem with this. We should be happy." Wang Teng laughed it off. Everyone knew it, so they dropped the subject. "Right, did you really meet the invigilators from the 7 Stellar Academies?" Ji Haochen asked. "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. "How was it?" "What are they like?" the former asked in a hurry. The second prince and the others looked over, obviously curious. Even the Crown Prince glanced at his rival. Wang Teng recalled and responded, "They're all right. Nice to talk to." Everyone looked unconvinced. Are you sure? Ji Haochen had his doubts. Yes. Do I really have to lie about this? Said the hero, nodding fervently. Then did they say anything to you? The second prince asked doubtfully. Oh, yes. They said their academies have many beauties and asked me to socialize with them when I enter, said the hero. He only remembered that part from his conversations with the representatives. The second prince and the others were dumbfounded. There are many beauties in the academies? Socialize with them? What's all this? They couldn't help but wonder if the invigilators that Wang Teng met were imposters. They must be fake. All that can't be real. The crown prince glanced at Wang Teng with an odd expression, thinking that the latter was just fooling around. Wang Teng saw their suspicious look, so he defended himself. You might not believe me now. You'll know I'm telling the truth when you meet them. The second prince waved a hand tiredly. Forget it. I'm not asking anymore. We won't get any answers from you. Ji Haochen rolled his eyes. We'll have a chance to meet the invigilators, as long as we get in the top 10. Let's see if what you said is true, then. The others nodded, their fighting spirit flashing in their eyes. They were definitely going to fight for the top 10. No one could stand in their way. But then again, were you recruited in advance? The second prince asked. It didn't count as scouting. In the end, it still depends on the ranking. Wang Teng replied. It's nothing if I don't get first place. He glanced at the crown prince after mentioning the last part. Their eyes met, their competitive edge at an all-time high. Chapter 1559. I want to fight 17 at once. 10 days passed, in the blink of an eye. The top 10 battle in the League of Talents had finally begun. The audience swarmed into the virtual universe. It was a true sight to behold. The atmosphere reached peak excitement. Even those who weren't attending were in a frenzy. They logged into the virtual universe to watch the last battles. The top 10 matches are starting. Sit tight. It's finally starting. I've waited 10 days for this. Just the anticipation made me lose my appetite. I've lost so much weight. My mom asked me why I didn't want to go home. I told her I was waiting for the League of Talents to continue. Move. No one can stop me from watching the finals. Everyone was thrilled. The 10-day wait had heightened everyone's expectations. They wished the fights could start right away. Just then, various figures soared into the sky. There were 18 figures in total. The candidates appeared and hovered in the sky right above the arena. Each warrior carried a unique and powerful aura. They were ramrod straight amid the raging wind and sand. They were in the global spotlight. They're here. The greatest talents are here. Ah, Goddess Leng, my Goddess Leng Qianshui. Crown Prince, long live the Crown Prince. I want to see what the Crown Prince looks like. Ling Yang Shu, he's so handsome. Second Prince, I love you. The audience recognized the candidates. Everyone had their own supporters. The chat platform was filled with people rooting for them. The hopeful fighters couldn't hear them, but that didn't douse their enthusiasm. The League of Talents was indeed a huge event. Both young and old fighters were watching, longing to be part of it. Normal warriors didn't have the chance to participate, but that was precisely the reason for their yearning. The geniuses attracted everyone's attention. Facing all the candidates, a young man with black hair stood with hands behind his back. His face was perfect, as if carved by God. There was a faint layer of light making his skin glow. He looked like a rare piece of jade. His hair was pitch black and smooth. His exceptional aura made him stand out among the other candidates. He was the center of attention whenever he showed up. Look, that's Wang Teng. He's right in front, as expected of the most outstanding talent in the League of Talents. Ah, Wang Teng! Wang Teng! Why love you? Wang Teng is invincible. Wang Teng is invincible. Everyone was attracted by the hero's appearance. Their cheers became even more enthusiastic. There were too many people supporting him. It was obvious that a mixed blood making an appearance didn't affect the overall progress of the competition. This was all because Wang Teng had managed to defeat the fiend, putting everything back on track. things didn't get out of control. Had he not solved the matter, the audience's mood would have been affected. They wouldn't be as enthusiastic as they were at the moment. Wang Teng's popularity rose for this very reason. Many people were looking forward to see him. It was worth mentioning that his popularity surpassed that of the Crown Prince after defeating Valmont, remaining in the No. 1 position since then. It was a small gain, of course. Wang Teng didn't care about this. Popularity wouldn't give him any tangible benefits. Such fame was hollow. Sure enough, if the Virtual Universe Corporation gave him money, he didn't mind being in first place. On planet Yuming, Wu Xingyun, Old Han, and the rest shifted their gazes to focus on Wang Teng when he came up on screen. Wang Teng is up. They couldn't help but feel excited, even at their age. It'll be great if he can claim first place. Our planet can share some of his glory, Commander Hong said. You're right. The first place in the League of Talents isn't an ordinary title. He can definitely leave his mark in history, Old Han agreed. Han Zhu Ji Siaming and the other youths stared at the screen with excitement, envy, and yearning. On the Battle Hearth mercenary team's spacecraft, Lin Shuhan's eyes were shimmering. She stared intently at the figure on the screen. Wang Teng scanned the other candidates in secret. He was thinking about something else. General Fu Xinglan had just informed him that they didn't find any other mixed bloods among the candidates. The young hero was concerned. He had a feeling that there had to be other dark experts infiltrated among the talented martial warriors. However, they escaped all inspections using some obscure method. Am I thinking too much? Wang Teng used his real eye to scan the 18 candidates, but he didn't see anything. His heart wavered. Aside from the Crown Prince, he could see through all the other candidates with his real eye. Chapter 1560. I want to fight 17 at once. 2. However, Wang Teng's inspection showed that there was nothing wrong with any participant. The only person he couldn't see through was the Crown Prince. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering him up, just like the one used by the invigilators from the 7 stellar academies. Could the Crown Prince be of mixed blood? He shook his head and smiled. The thought was a little absurd. Just then a voice resounded coming from the light sphere above the arena. The young hero had already become familiar with the invigilators, so he realized that the sphere's voice didn't belong to any of them. For the top 10 battles, each candidate will have to fight with the other 17 candidates. You'll be ranked based on the number of your victories. Please choose your order of appearance now. Everyone was stunned. The final round seemed a little random. There was nothing wrong with using the number of wins as a parameter. After all, the ranking of every person was closely related to his or her opponent in this advanced part of the competition. It wouldn't be fair if they didn't use this method to battle it out. However, what did the voice mean by choose your order of appearance? Why does it sound like a casual gang fight? The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the others were stunned. They exchanged confused glances. The top 10 battles are like this. Why are there no arrangements? This feels like child's play. The rules are a little strange. Every warrior has to fight with the other 17 candidates. This round seems difficult. It's easy to tell who is stronger when the battle gets tougher. The final winner must be a scary fighter. I wonder how many matches one has to win to become number 1. Let's do it, everyone. Place your bets. I bet on Wang Teng with 16 matches. I bet on Wang Teng too, but I think 13 matches are enough. After all, this is a round-robin match. The candidates will tire out as the matches progress. Makes sense. I'm voting for the Crown Prince. I feel that he hasn't released all his strength, so he might get first place in the end. I bet he'll do it in 15 matches. Many discussions appeared on the live chat platform. The crowd chatted happily, discussing who would be the victor as well as the number of matches needed to achieve it. It had to be noted, everyone had high expectations for the first place holder. As for the ones who claimed second place and third, there wasn't much discussion about them. Even so, the fight for first place was mostly between Wang Teng and the Crown Prince. More and more people supported the young earthling now, but there was still a portion who staunchly believed that the lofty noble still had a shot at it. There was a belief that the latter had yet to unleash his full strength. Such uncertainty made the match more entertaining. None of the candidates stepped forth, so Wang Teng chose to speak up. "Who wants to be first?" There was no reply. None of them wanted to be the first to go. Based on the rules set, the first one would be at a disadvantage. "Since no one wants to be first, I'll be the one," the young hero said calmly, ending with a smile. Everyone was surprised, not expecting him to step up and decide to be the first. Is he really that confident? The calmer and more confident he looked, the others became more serious. Not even the Crown Prince wanted to be first. This went to show he wasn't confident of winning with such a mechanism. However, Wang Teng did it without any hesitation. However, the latter had spoken, so they readily acquiesced. The rest of the candidates retreated, Strachey, Gaunt, and the others sneered, feeling that their nemesis was overestimating himself, probably digging an early grave. Such a development made them happy. They would laugh in their dreams if Wang Teng ended up with a bad ranking. The young hero didn't know, nor did he care what they were thinking. He turned to the light sphere and posed. "Can I ask a question?" Everyone was stunned, wondering what his plans were to require making a question. "Ask," replied the anonymous voice in the light sphere. Wang Teng felt a little embarrassed. He glanced around before continuing. "Can I fight with 17 people at once?" The light sphere, the candidates. There was silence for a moment. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, wondering if they had misheard. Gasp. The silence was then followed by an uproar. What did Wang Teng just say? He wants to fight 17 people at once. Did I hear it right? Someone slapped me. I think there's something wrong with my ears. You're right, he did say that. Oh my God, is Wang Teng crazy? All the warriors who made it this far are powerful and talented. Isn't he a little overconfident? That's unimaginable, 17 candidates at once. How is he supposed to fight? No, you're digging your own grave. There's a high chance you'll win it all. Don't crush it on your own. Chapter 1561. I want to fight 17 at once. 3. That's right. Let's do it one by one, slow and steady. Wang Teng, don't be afraid. Let's have a gang fight. Ha ha, you're quite the cheeky one. Aren't you afraid that Wang Teng will come after you? I didn't say anything. None of you heard it. The audience was dumbstruck after Wang Teng requested to fight 17 candidates at once. The virtual universe was filled with noise and discussions. The hero's words were like a bomb, detonating and causing waves of astonishment in everyone's hearts. Many of his supporters wanted him to play it safe, to not tempt fate. Their concern was apparent. Unfortunately, their favorite warrior couldn't hear them. Even if he did, it wouldn't change his decision. The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the others finally regained their senses. The idea made them feel humiliated. Everyone stared at the earthling with conflicting emotions. This fellow is not treating us as equals. Strachey, Gaunt, and the others were burning with rage, wishing they could beat the guy, since he dared to look down on them. They wanted to let him know how strong they really were. Lang Chansui looked at him while her emotions were in knots. However, there was a hint of competitiveness in her eyes. Su Jianchen clutched his sword tightly. His gaze became sharp, as it was aimed at the young hero like virtual swords. Too many gazes landed on Wang Teng, so he couldn't be bothered to check who it was. The carrot-like weapon appeared in Tu Yubaba's hand again. She gritted her teeth angrily, as if ready to use it and knock the latter's head. How dare he look down on me? This is infuriating. A strange glimmer flashed past Yue Chikiao's eyes. She sized up the bold contender. She was familiar with him, since he was the most outstanding talent in the present League of Talents. He had been in the spotlight since the elimination round, so she kept tabs on all his matches. She respected the young hero greatly. However, all said respect was lost. She felt that Wang Teng was a little irritating. The Crown Prince looked at his main rival with an ambiguous gaze. On the planet Yuming, Wu Xingyun and Old Han exchanged weird looks. He's fooling around. Commander Hong couldn't help but say, unpredictable as usual. Wu Xingyun felt his head hurting. Anything can come out of his mouth. Old Han asked, "Is he that confident?" "Who knows?" The commander shook his head with concern. That wasn't a joke. Fighting all those candidates at once was a little reckless. This fellow, Lin Chuhan, shook her head and complained a little. She glared at the young hero through the screen. Her shy appearance stunned Isa, who was right beside her. Unfortunately, he only dared to keep quiet and gulp saliva, as he had been scolded by her a few times. He was filled with bitterness and frustration on the military battle fortress. General Fu Xinglan frowned, sensing that the youngster was being reckless. Fight 17 opponents at once? Is this something a human can do? What possessed him to think about this? General Habakkuk burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. This young man is like me in my younger days. You?" Fu Xinglan glanced at him and rolled his eyes. "You can only fight 3. Habakkuk fumed. "Don't look down on me. I can fight against 4. The former was also angry. "I'm not going to argue with you. We should worry about him first. He was finally noticed by the invigilators. It would be a waste if their impression of him is lost because of this matter. What can we do?" "He already said it. There's no way he can take his words back." General Habakkuk wasn't worried. "I feel he might surprise us all by beating the 17 warriors. Even if he can only beat 7 or 8, it would still count as a great success. The 7 stellar academies will see his strength." Fu Xinglan stared at the latter in surprise and nodded. "You're right, I was too agitated." "You're just too concerned for him," said the other with a smile. On the imperial family's spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan was also surprised by the young official's question. He laughed. This fellow is quite bold. The universe stage elder next to him snorted and said, "He's overestimating himself." The man couldn't stand the boy's actions. Not even the Crown Prince would dare to do this. Isn't he afraid of making a fool of himself? At least, he dared to propose the idea. The Grand Duke smiled. He admired the young hero. "Aren't you a little biased towards him?" said the elder. The noble was stunned by the question. Then he smiled and shook his head in silence. On the Parkers family's spacecraft, the furious, flaming universe, Lord burst out laughing. "This fellow is seeking death. How dare he raise such a request? If this happens, Strachey and Landon will have a higher chance of getting rid of him," Val Theroux said excitedly. The latter no longer believed that Strachey and Landon were enough to kill him, based on the previous performances. Who would have thought? Wang Teng just set a trap for himself. Even heaven is helping us. In the sky above the arena, the young earthling hovered calmly in the sky amid everyone's gazes, completely unfazed. "Why do you want it like this?" said the light sphere's voice after some time. "It saves time," Wang Teng replied without thinking. "Everyone, what the hell? You want to fight 17 martial warriors in one go to save time? What on earth are you thinking?" Chapter 1562. I've never lost in terms of aura. Everyone was dumbfounded by Wang Teng's words. He wanted to fight all 17 fighters at once just to save time. This wasn't offensive in and of itself, but it was extremely insulting. All the candidates felt offended, even the Crown Prince. If you want to save time, find other ways to do it. Why are you humiliating others? It only took an instant. Wang Teng became public enemy number 1. Even the second prince, Ji Haochen and Timothy, who had good relationships with him, wanted to beat him up. The audience was speechless, not expecting that the earthling would choose to fight all the candidates at once due to a peculiar reason. Any other excuse would have been more reasonable. Saving time was outrageous. The voice within the light sphere hesitated for a moment. "Are you sure?" "Sure," Wang Teng replied. The voice merely stated the words, "It's settled." It was then followed by silence, as if tired of talking to the candidate. Nice. There was a smile on the young hero's face, showing relief after fearing his proposal would be rejected. The competition didn't have strict rules, and there was nothing that mentioned he couldn't take on all fighters at once. He just had to fight them. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. Wang Teng looked at the second prince and the others. "Hey, go ahead and attack together, everyone, infuriating." This bastard is asking for death. The usually gentle second prince was now gritting his teeth in anger. Wang Teng? You're too annoying. Don't be like this, second prince. We will still be good friends after the match, said the young hero. Wang Teng, we're not friends anymore. Ji Haochen's face turned dark. That's right. Everyone has turned their backs on you, Timothy said. What do you think? The second prince was livid, 1 against 17. You think you can do it? Still, all right, I never meant that I was looking down on all of you. I just want to save some time. I hope everyone understands, the former said with embarrassment. Bullshit. Ji Haochen cursed outright. He would have already flipped out if it weren't for the fact they were friends. The audience found the scene funny for some reason. This is too funny. They're going to beat Wang Teng to a pulp. He's sparking a public outcry. Ha ha ha, it's too funny. He's now afraid too late for that. Ji Haochen and the rest are all furious. Beat him up. I'm supporting the second prince and the others, not because I want to see Wang Teng fail. I just want to see him get beat up. I also want to see him suffer. Beat him up. Beat him up. There was a glint in Strachey's eyes as he fanned the flames by the side. Why are you guys still talking nonsense with him? He wants to fight, so we'll fight him. Or else people will think we're afraid of him. There's too many people watching this. Timothy glared at the latter and said coldly, Strachey, stop whining over there. We will make our own choices. It is none of your business, whatever. I'm not the one who will be embarrassed anyway, Strachey scoffed. Wang Teng glanced at his enemy, deciding that he would take good care of him later. He had just forgotten that he had no intention of letting Strachey go. The result would be the same, even if the fellow had stayed quiet. The second prince took a deep breath to calm down. Wang Teng, are you sure you want to fight all 17 of us in one go? Things have already come to this point. Is there a way out of this? The young hero smiled. All right, we'll be at ease since you chose this, but since we are fighting, we won't hold back, said the usually calm prince. Do your best if you're my friend, Wang Teng said solemnly. The second prince, why is it so infuriating to hear this bastard talk right now? The prince addressed the others. What do the rest of you think? Since he wants to fight, I'll fight him, Ji Haochen replied. I have no objections, Timothy responded. Lang Qianshui, Su Jianchen, and the others agreed as well. All of them decided to teach the cheeky fellow a lesson. This bastard is too much. Now that things had developed in such a way, they couldn't refuse even if they wanted to. Otherwise, they would truly be laughed at, just like Strachey mentioned. I'll be the last one, the crown prince said calmly. The others glanced at the latter. Their silence implied consent. Many people had foreseen this. There was no way the lofty prince would fight alongside the rest based on his pride. They didn't ask for much. The noble was on a completely different level from the rest. He had the capital to choose to fight one-on-one against Wang Teng. This was especially the case since the other fighters were much weaker compared to him. They would be criticized if they insisted on also having one-on-one combats and lost. There was no turning back, so nobody hesitated. Wang Teng glanced at the heir apparent in silence. He would deal with the other 16 first and leave the crown prince for last. After all, the latter's strength was the only one he couldn't quite pinpoint. The young hero was unafraid, but he couldn't force the prince to step up along with the others. It would truly seem like he was looking down on the noble. The second prince and the others were initially planning to return to their seats and watch the fight. However, they had to stay and participate. Many figures shot up into the air and faced the young hero. They were 16 martial warriors with bursting auras. Each of them was powerful, which was even more terrifying when working together. The auras filled the skies. It was enough to overwhelm any celestial warrior. The audience could also feel the intense atmosphere. Everyone gradually became silent as they stared at the live broadcast on their screens. Wang Teng was calm as he hovered in front of the participants. He was completely unaffected by the horrifying energies. Boom. The second prince and the others exchanged glances and their auras burst out. All 16 of them merged into a single cluster of power that crashed down towards the earthling. They didn't believe it. How could the 16 of them not restrain one? Wang Teng, what a strong aura. They're competing with their auras. Look, the grains of sand floating in the sky are suspended somehow. They're being suppressed by the auras, forming a vacuum. Can Wang Teng withstand their auras at the same time? Things look bad. No matter how strong he is, Wang Teng's aura can't possibly be stronger than all of them combined. Although the audience couldn't feel the amassing energies, they could still see something through their screens and started to worry for the young hero. Wang Teng smiled lightly, knowing what they were thinking. They want to overwhelm me with their auras. If he lost with this, he would naturally lose his confidence. Losing before the fight even started was a big no-no. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Wang Teng had never lost in terms of aura. Boom. A majestic power emerged from his body. Since they were going to compete, he was going to do so in an overwhelming manner. They would have no chance to resist. Boom. The two aura waves clashed, stirring up wind and the clouds. The air currents swirled in the sky. The formerly stagnant grains of sand rushed higher like a yellow tornado, circling up between Wang Teng and the 16 martial warriors. Oh my God, the audience was in an uproar. They initially thought that the young official would be incapable of withstanding their auras. Who would have thought that his momentum was as strong as all of them working together? It was unbelievable. How could a person's aura be that strong? I wonder which side's aura is stronger. All eyes were glued to their screens. The audience was anxious, clenching their fists. Palms were warm and sweaty. Boom! The auras kept on colliding. Loud explosions resounded in the air. A pitch-black and profound glow flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. An immense reinforcing aura erupted from his body. Again? The expressions shown by the second prince and the others changed somewhat. What a strong killing intent. Their sole opponent was radiating a strong killing desire, surging towards them like a mountain of corpses and blood. Cries of agony echoed next to their ears. It was terrifying. The killing intent was overwhelming. Wang Teng, how many people have you killed? The question popped up in everyone's minds. They couldn't help but think about his background. The young man had slaughtered his way through the defense planet No. 29. Ordinary warriors couldn't compare to him. The situation took a drastic turn. The fighter's collective aura was suppressing the young hero moments before, but now the latter's momentum was pressing them down. The second prince and the others furiously released their auras, but they couldn't resist Wang Teng's bloodlust. Boom! Another explosion was heard. The Earthling's aura was filled with killing intent, slamming down on the candidates like an invincible sharp blade. All 16 contenders retreated one after another. None of them looked good. There was a lingering fear in their eyes. Everyone felt bewildered, bitter, and conflicted. In terms of aura, they had lost. They lost? The auras of 16 warriors lost to Wang Teng's aura? It's unbelievable. Wang Teng is amazing. 1 versus 16. I kind of believe he can do it now. All the best to Wang Teng. Let's try not to get beaten up by the gang. The people in the audience were shaken, since it wasn't the outcome they had imagined. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Among all 16 warriors, Gaunt, the poison element warrior, had the ugliest expression. Their combined auras lost the fight, which was embarrassing. He snorted and released all his forces as he dashed towards Wang Teng. The battle started right away, shedding all nonsense. Boom, a strange sickle-shaped weapon appeared in his hand. Poison force covered the blade, which released a darkish green glow as it moved to slash the young hero. The others rushed forward when they saw the latter attacking. They released their powerful moves and directed them towards Wang Teng. The battle had begun, chapter 1563, The Crushing Defeat of the Four Goddesses 1. It was a heated battle. 16 warriors charged at Wang Teng from all corners, attacking him with their powerful skills. The young hero was submerged by the dazzling force radiance. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated in the air, akin to a symphony of destruction. It was terrifying. The audience finally understood how scary the joint moves of 16 fighters were. And yet Wang Teng had to face them all alone. Amid all the frightening bursts of energy, a figure dashed out, blinding power blossoming around him. Virtual fists lit up the sky and destroyed all his opponent's attacks. The air currents blew against his thick black hair, making him look exceptionally handsome and extraordinary. Wang Teng, you're too arrogant. Let me show you how powerful the Parkers really are. Strachey was engulfed in green flames. They quickly retracted and clung onto his skin, turning into occult patterns. A scorching heat surged along with the eruption of a powerful aura. Fire force covered his fists as he released his punches. Green fist projections rushed towards the Earthling. Ha ha ha! The young hero laughed, his gaze filled with contempt. This time he didn't hide any of his power. He executed his 5-element fist to its full potential. The resulting fist projection was like a tremendous mountain. A 5-element mountain. 5 different forces lit up the sky as the terrifying attack plummeted down. What? Strachey was appalled. His pupils shrank violently. He sensed the danger behind the incoming attack and tried his best to resist. Flames swarmed outward. Boom! The two parties collided and Strachey vomited a mouth of blood. Even though he was manifesting his dragon blood battle physique, cracks still appeared on his body. It was on the verge of collapsing. The man shook and was thrown back a few kilometers. Blood dripped down the corners of his lips. 5 different elements, the second prince and the others exclaimed. Wang Teng didn't just have 6 forces, he had 7 of them. Aside from the 2 mutated wind and lightning forces, he also had the 5 basic elements. Most importantly, they were all powerful. That fist had dealt considerable damage to Strachey. The strength was scary. It was a clear indicator that all 5 elements were at a high stage. Not one of them was at an incipient stage. Such a powerful first attack wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Bastard. Ji Haochen cursed. His gaze flickered. He was unable to calm down. On the live chat platform, the audience were also astounded when they saw the young hero's 5 forces. Oh my God, 5 forces. I thought he only had 6 forces, but he has all 5 elements too. Plus the wind and lightning, that's 7 forces. Damn it. Is he human? Wang Teng's talent is brutal. How can one person have that many forces, and all of them are so powerful? I think he's not a human. I agree. I agree. Wang Teng didn't know that the audience were doubting his humanity. He overlooked the second prince and the other warriors since Strachey was injured. He needed to take advantage of this. A figure shot out from the side. It was Landon, who was also using his dragon blood battle physique. The flame patterns on his body were gray-white. There was also a strange force hidden within. He was holding a long spear that produced countless gray-white projections. He threw them all at Wang Teng. They fell like raindrops. Another figure appeared behind Wang Teng. It was Gaunt. He wielded his sickle-shaped weapon and slashed at their sole opponent, drawing a green arc in the air. The move gave off a pungent smell. If a normal fighter were to smell it, the stench would invade his body with poison. The other warriors kept a safe distance because of this. No one dared to go near to avoid being affected. Alas, Gaunt didn't know that Wang Teng was immune to poison. He deftly twirled and spun in the air, barely evading Landon and Gaunt's attacks. However, a few of the others moved just then. Tu Shaoba silently appeared behind the Earthling and smacked his head with her carrot-like weapon. Ji Haochen and Timothy attacked him from 2 sides. Neither of them showed mercy as they executed their techniques. "Fuck, you're ruthless," Wang Teng shouted. A sword appeared in his hand. He made a sweeping motion with it to block their attacks. Weren't you confident? Ji Haochen and Timothy laughed as they dealt with the countermove. Boom. Boom. Eruptions occurred and their smiles disappeared. The young hero's sword blast was so powerful their palms hurt. They were thrown backwards. Fuck. Bastard, they cursed, flabbergasted by the move. Wang Teng ignored them from then on. He disappeared right after he countered, and Tu Shaoba lost her target. Hey, where is he? The rabbit girl was stunned, her eyes wide as her head spun frantically. "Little rabbit, how dare you bang my head?" Wang Teng appeared behind her, grabbing her long rabbit ears. "Huh?" However, he gasped, realizing that something was the moment he tried to touch them. He caught nothing. All that was left was a lingering shadow. The little rabbit was as fast as him. Chapter 1564, The Crushing Defeat of the Four Goddesses. 2. Haha, you can't hit me. Tu Xiaoba appeared some distance away and stuck out her tongue. She even made a funny face. Wang Teng was speechless. He didn't think that someone would tease him one day. This little rabbit is quite bold. A dangerous glow appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. The girl felt wary, so she was quick to shout, "Don't come after me, get the others." "No, I will get you." Wang Teng smirked. Doppelgangers appeared behind him, and a few others jumped out from his body. Clones. Wang Teng formed 6 clones. There were 7 Wang Tengs in the sky now. They instantly dashed towards the other talents. Tu Xiaoba was astounded. The rest of the fighters were also shocked. They knew he had a cloning skill, but the impact of seeing it in real life was still great. This is cheating. Timothy shouted and retreated. He was targeted by a clone, so he had to give up chasing after the hero's true form. The other geniuses were also held back by the clones. Heated battles took place in the sky. Wang Teng was a monster. Even his clones were able to tackle up to 3 warriors. The pressure on the hero was greatly reduced. His main form went after Tu Xiaoba. He wanted to teach her a lesson. "Hey, don't come any closer." Tu Xiaoba hopped around in the air. Her body disappeared each time she moved, only leaving after images. Her speed was impressive. "Don't run. Let me hit you once." The Earthling took out his lightning slap and shouted, "Once is enough. Trust me, it won't hurt." "I don't believe you, you big bad wolf." The rabbit girl ran and screamed. She increased her speed, wary of the purple brick. "Why would I lie to you? It'll just be one time, one hit, and you won't feel any pain after that," he said. "You want to bash me with that brick? Don't think I'm naive. I saw how you hit others before." The rabbit girl didn't believe him at all. She added in an angry voice, "I'm from the rabbit race. I don't want to have a pig's head." "No, I don't like pig heads," Wang Teng said. "Rabbits are cute. I'd like to eat a braised rabbit head, though." "Oh my God, you'd eat a rabbit's head." Tu Xiaoba turned pale with fright. He instantly became a devil in her eyes. It was ghastly. The others were rendered speechless by the scene. They gave Wang Teng weird looks. This fellow is evil. How can he scare a young girl like this? 2333. This is so funny. Wang Teng has his eyes on a little rabbit. Rabbits are cute. I like to eat braised rabbit head. Wang Teng is the most evil person I've ever seen. Rabbits are cute. Spicy rabbit heads are the best. Come on. What about our spicy hot rabbit head? Spicy braised rabbit head is what I love best. Enough. Rabbits are cute. Don't scare the rabbit. Tu Xiaoba might end up traumatized. She may not dare show her rabbit ears in the future. Just hiding her rabbit ears isn't enough. She needs to grind her 2 rabbit teeth. I feel bad for Tu Xiaoba. Wang Teng is a devil. How can he bully a young lady? It looks fun. I want to do it too. That's right. Why not bring us along? You shouldn't enjoy it alone. The audience in the chat platform burst out laughing when they saw how the Earthling was chasing the rabbit girl around the arena. She was pale-faced because of the eerie words said by her pursuer. Tu Xiaoba had caused much suffering to other participants during the competition. Many had bumps on their heads because of her carrot-like weapon. However, her tactics no longer worked when she faced Wang Teng. Instead, she was being chased around and could only scream. Actually, the two were quite similar. They liked hitting people's heads, and their weapons were just as peculiar. One was a carrot. The other was a brick. Well, just based on weaponry, these 2 fighters were quite compatible. They could come up with a carrot-brick combo to deploy sneak attacks. This was quite exhilarating. Wang Teng and Tu Xiaoba's episode was in progress, but the overall battle remained intense. "Why are you bullying a lady? Yue Chikiao shouted and rushed over from the side. The blade in her hand produced water force waves aimed towards the young hero. The ordinary-looking sword glow was filled with hidden dangers. Wang Teng didn't forget she was a divine spirit master. No one knew the methods of a divine spirit master better than him. He blinked and countered with a sword slash. Their attacks collided. He noticed that most of the sword projections were blocked, but a small portion of them deviated from the original path and shot towards him. Yu Chikiao's sword glows knew how to change directions. Wang Teng smiled and released a punch to shatter the remaining projections. Then he stepped forth and charged at Yu Chikiao. The fellow was the closest to him. Boom! A chill surged towards the young hero from some distance away. Leng Qiao Xue stretched out a hand. Cold erupted from her body, turning into a powerful attack. No one dared to underestimate her. Wang Teng was forced to stop. Flames were condensed around his fists. One punch scattered the chill. Leng Qianxue's attack was blocked. Chapter 1565, The Crushing Defeat of the Four Goddesses. 3. Situ Wanner wielded her sword and released Constellation Wood Force, creating sword glows that rushed straight towards Wang Teng. "Come on," the latter said. "I can't stand seeing you bully a little girl like that." Situ Wanner smiled. "Besides, you were the one who chose to fight all 17 of us at once." "Looks like I've become a public enemy." The young hero laughed. His sword was burning up. Fire force was condensed, making a large sword projection which collided with the former sword. Constellation Fire Force has a natural advantage over Constellation Wood Force. Furthermore, there were special flames integrated in the Earthling's attacks. Ordinary Wood Force was unable to withstand them. The noble girl felt it was tricky to counter, so she immediately dodged. "Sisters, let me help you." Tu Shaoba suddenly returned and joined the group after seeing them helping her. "How timely. Come on in." Wang Teng's eyes flashed. His body produced a peculiar wave, instantly becoming a red domain that spanned for several kilometers. There was a subtle change of expressions in the faces of the four ladies. They were pulled into his domain before they could even react. The second prince and the others were caught up with the hero's clones. They grew anxious when they saw this. Timothy said with a gloomy face, "Not good. They're being pulled into Wang Teng's domain. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get away. There's 4 of them. Wang Teng can't defeat them in a short time." "Let's deal with these clones first," the second prince said. "Okay," Ji Hochen and the others replied. On the live chat platform, everyone felt amused when they saw Wang Teng being surrounded by 4 ladies. They were delighted. "Ha ha ha ha! Wang Teng surrounded by 4 female warriors. Looks like an unexpected romance is afoot. Who knows if a romance will sprout or not? I'm afraid he won't be able to take it. There's 4 of them. The 4 goddesses were pulled into the domain. They wouldn't be he, right? Fuck, don't you dare desecrate my 4 goddesses. Crap, I'm feeling a bit excited. There's something wrong with me. It's not your problem. I'm getting excited as well. The story between Wang Teng and the 4 beauties has yet to be told. You're bound to be excited." Countless rocks were suspended inside the domain. Wang Teng stood on one of the largest. He looked at the 4 ladies below. "Welcome to my domain." A 3rd-rank domain. Yue Chikao's eyes flashed as she looked at their opponent. It might not be. Situ Wanner was looking at the Earthling with a conflicted look in her eyes. Her slender white neck was exposed. He has already progressed to such a stage. He wasn't as powerful when she met him, back at the banquet in his honor. But now he was already standing above everyone. She had to look up to him. Situ Wanner was someone who understood him well. She knew that the hero's domain was definitely powerful. Yue Chao glanced at the latter, pondering what she said. "Sisters, why don't we all use our domains?" Tu Shaoba snorted. "I don't believe our joint effort cant domains wouldn't destroy this Devil King's trap." Devil King, Yue Chixiao and Situ Wanner looked at her strangely. The nickname was strangely apt. "Hey, Bunny, I'll give you some special care if you give me another nickname," Wang Teng said. I have 4 sisters with me. I'm not afraid of you." Tu Xiaoba pointed her carrot weapon at him, as if trying to prove she wasn't scared. Your four sisters may not be able to protect you, he smiled. I hope you have this much confidence later. Yue Qichao scoffed, then glanced at Leng Qianshui and the others. Everyone, let's join forces then. I don't mind. Situ Warner smiled. Okay. Leng Qianshui nodded. Even someone as cold as her was unable to stomach the Earthling's contempt. Let us begin, Yue Qichao said. Fluctuations were released from their bodies at the same time, all of them having different colors and traits. They quickly expanded, manifesting 4 different domains. Yu Yiqiao's domain was ocean blue, like a body of water. Leng Changshui's domain was snow white, akin to a snowy landscape. Snowflakes fell down in the frosty region. Sichuaner had also grasped a domain of her own. She wouldn't have been able to reach that point. Her domain was green and full of vitality. It was rife with various trees and vines, just like a small forest. Tuaba's domain was a little weird. It was filled with all kinds of carrots, the entire domain bursting with them. Those not in the know would see it as someone's vegetable garden. Wang Teng had an odd expression when he saw the rabbit girl's domain. Does she love carrots that much? Chapter 1566, The Crushing Defeat of the Four Goddesses. 4 Leng Qianshui, Yue Qichao, and Situ Waners sized up Tu Xiaoba's domain. Their expressions somewhat odd. No one knew what they were thinking. Ha, my rabbit domain is very powerful. The rabbit girl chuckled. Yue Qichao and Situ Waner couldn't control their laughter. As for the aloof Leng Qianshui, the corners of her lips were trembling. She too wanted to laugh, but managed to control herself. The rabbit girl looked at Wang Teng and pointed her carrot at him. Devil King, let's battle it out. With your carrots? The latter smiled. Yes, with my beloved carrots, she replied confidently. All right, come on. Let's see how powerful your carrots are, the young hero concluded. Tu Xiaoba snorted. Watch carefully. The 4 ladies exchanged glances before taking action. Boom, 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 boom. The next instant, they released the effects of their domains to bash the red enclosure of their common enemy. A round moon rose up in Yue Qiao's domain. The water around the moon turned into a dreamy-looking mist. Mirror flower water moon. That was her water lunar domain. Once executed, it would create illusions and influence the minds of her opponents. Normal warriors had no way to resist. Jin Tianquang was an example. He, a powerful talent from the Jin family, was defeated by the same domain. However, Wang Teng was different. His spirit was strong, and he already knew the domain's underlying secret. It wouldn't pose a threat in such conditions. As for Situ Waner's domain, it had manifested countless vines which spiraled out like green giant pythons that lashed at their opponent's area of influence. Carrots rose up from the ground in Tu Xiaoba's domain, which headed straight for the enemy's domain. 4 domains, each with 4 different attacking methods. Wang Teng squinted and waved a hand. The giant rocks in his domain suddenly started to become scorching hot. They flew across the sky like massive fireballs and plummeted down. The giant rocks left a trail of flames like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions echoed. The giant rocks collided with the 4 ladies' domains. The round moon in Yue Qiao's domain shook, and the illusion collapsed. Leng Qianshui pushed her ice dragons forward and slammed into the giant rocks. However, she couldn't resist the frightening impact, as well as the blistering heat radiated by the rocks. Her ice dragons shattered into countless ice crystals. Situ Waner's vines crashed onto the giant rocks like long, green-colored spears, aimed to pierce through them. Myriads of branchings entangled the rocks, trying to hold them back. Unfortunately, their effort only allowed them to stab a third of their way in before they were burned into ashes by the astonishing heat. The vines entrapping the rocks were also incapable of withstanding the heat and crumbled. The carrots from Tu Xiaoba's domain exploded violently when colliding with the giant rocks. The latter were detained for a moment. But that was it. Their falling trajectory continued. The expressions on the beauties changed, now showing bewilderment and fear. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion as the domains of the four ladies exploded, creating a powerful force aftershock. Four figures were thrown backwards. The audience realized who they were and stared, wide-eyed. It was unbelievable. The four goddesses had lost, even after combining their powers. Furthermore, defeat was swift in arriving. Swoosh! Just then, a figure dashed out and appeared behind the four ladies. Purple lightning flashed in his hand. "No!" A shrill cry came out of Yue Chichao's mouth. Chapter 1567, Semi-Dragon State, Stepped to Death. 1. No! The shrill cry echoed in the sky, stunning everyone. It was unbelievable to see Yue Chikiao scream like that. She was a goddess in many people's eyes, but still she did something that could ruin her image. However, that also proved how uneasy and frightened she was. She would have never reacted in such a way if given the choice. Farther away, the second prince and the others were equally astounded. They no longer cared about the clones as they stared at the four ladies in bewilderment. What happened? Why did she scream so miserably? What did Wang Teng do? How did he bully her to make her scream like that? Very soon they noticed how their fight against their common opponent had fared. The cheeky hero appeared behind the four ladies with that source of all evil, the brick he was holding. He bashed the backs of their heads. Bang! Yue Chikiao was the first to be hit. A huge bump appeared on her head. She rolled her eyes and fainted beautifully. The other three ladies turned pale, including Leng Qianshui. She was so scared she couldn't maintain her poker face. "Devil King, don't hit me. I don't want to have a pig head." Tu Xiaoba shouted with a pitiful expression. "Wang Teng, let's talk properly. You don't have to do this." Situ Wanner tried her best to make herself sound gentle, all to avoid provoking the guy standing behind them. However, her trembling voice belied her anxiety. "Wang Teng, there are no grudges between us. This is just a misunderstanding." Leng Chanshui's voice remained cold and distant, but her speed increased. There was a slight tremor in her voice, which made it extremely pleasant to the ear. Many men loved that kind of voice. They knew that admitting defeat was useless at the moment. The fellow didn't want to kill them. He just wanted to get a bit of revenge. The 7 stellar academies wouldn't care about this. "Don't worry, it won't hurt. I know my limits. Besides, I'll be really gentle." "After all, you're everyone's goddesses," Wang Teng promised. The three ladies still wanted to say something, but he didn't give them the chance. The exchange seemed long, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. The three had yet to recover, so they couldn't block the attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The young hero acted quickly before they could react. He struck thrice, one for each beauty. The 4 women rated by the audience as goddesses were knocked unconscious by Wang Teng. However, he kept his word this time and was gentler. He only knocked them once. Besides the large bump on the back of their heads, no other part of their beautiful selves was injured. They remained perfect. They were all frowning a bit, looking extremely pitiful. It made people want to protect them. The crowd erupted. They started condemning the hero. "Oh my God, how can he hit them? I sympathize with the 4 goddesses. This is inhumane treatment. Is Wang Teng insensitive? How can he hit the goddesses? Isn't he afraid of being single for life?" "I respect you, Wang Teng. You're the only person I respect. Impressive, old Wang. You crush beautiful flowers without batting an eyelid. Wang Teng, please call me Wang. Beauty Destroyer Teng. Scary. Wang Teng is vicious. I will name him the most powerful enemy of all goddesses. Disgusting. Leave those ladies alone. Let me protect them. Go away. You'll faint with just one bang of the brick. Poor thing. There are bumps on their heads. Will it affect the intelligence of their future children?" Pfft, what are you saying? What does this have to do with their children? I'm just a caring citizen of the universe. I'm concerned about the goddess's future. 6666666. The people in the audience were burning with anger. If it wasn't a competition, they would have rushed in to protect the 4 damsels. Those were their revered deities. Wang Teng is not a human. On the Battle Hearth mercenary team's spacecraft, Lin Chuhan was making a weird face, too. The corners of her lips twitched slightly, feeling that leaving Wang Teng in the outside world was quite safe. It was impossible for him to attract ladies with such methods. She didn't have to control him too much. Yes, she meant it. She didn't believe anyone else would fall in love with that straightforward and senseless man. In the sky above the arena, the second prince and the others regained their composure and stared at their sole opponent with admiring eyes. They wanted to raise thumbs of approval. This guy is brutal. Wang Teng used his wind force to create a gentle gust of wind, blowing the four ladies out of the battlefield with tenderness and care. It was so different from all his acts of cruelty from moments before. The four ladies left the match. Wang Teng turned to assess the remaining candidates, fixing on Strachey. The latter's body was injured, but he didn't admit defeat. He was fighting one of the clones with Landon. The young hero smirked and instantly charged forth. Boom! The five-element fist erupted, flashing towards his two enemies from behind. Strachey's face looked ugly, his gaze flickering violently. Wang Teng's power had exceeded his expectations. He was beaten mercilessly during their previous exchange, and that had been a great humiliation. Chapter 1568, Semi-Dragon State. Step to Death. 2. The worst for Strachey's face was that he shouted his claims with such confidence, only to end up defeated. It was embarrassing. Probably all the audience was laughing at him. This is all because of Wang Teng. Neither Strachey nor Landon dared to face his five-element fist head-on. They retreated, but a clone impeded their escape and were forced to receive the attack. Boom! The impact slammed onto them and they were thrown backwards. Their weapons rang with the clash, almost falling out of their hands. Both of the Parker's candidates were using their dragon blood battle physiques, and still they were thrown back. They were appalled. Damn it, why is his body so strong? Strachey said, his brow deeply furrowed. How strong was his physique? The dragon blood battle physique wasn't even a match. The collision between the hero and the Parkers drew lots of attention. Everyone was surprised by the former's toughness. Wang Teng is too powerful. His aura overpowered all the other martial warriors, and his body overpowered the Parkers family's dragon blood battle physique too. He has no weaknesses. His physique is tough, like a tyrannosaurus. Strachey and Landon are starting to doubt themselves. Scary. Scary. Landon blinked and shouted, his body is really strong. We can't use a direct approach. Let's use our domains then. A powerful fluctuation immediately surged out of his body, filling up his surroundings. Strachey stopped, hesitating. His body released an expanding fluctuation. Boom. Two domains appeared in the sky, both of the fire element. One was filled with green flames. The others were of a gray-white color. All the Parkers had similar domains, fire-based with an amazing attacking power. The giant tree swayed against the flames. Leaves fell and also turned into tongues of fire in Landon's domain. The gray-white flames gathered to form a giant fireball. It floated in the air, giving off a scary wavelength. Both the domains exuded an unbearable heat, distorting the air around them. They can't win using their physique, so they're using their domains. Their domains look strong indeed. 2 fire domains? They resemble their special flames. I'm sure they're stronger than normal fire domains. Is Wang Teng capable of blocking them? I think so. He defeated the 4 goddesses. This proved that his domain is powerful. Everyone was surprised to see the candidates from the Parkers deploying their domains. Many discussions ensued. High in the sky, Wang Teng stared at the 2 domains with a shimmering gaze. There was no other reaction. Strachey sneered. Wang Teng, no matter how powerful your domain is, you won't be able to resist ours. Blame your arrogance. This is the consequence of your actions. It's too early for you to laugh. Wang Teng smirked. Let's see how long you can act tough. Strachey scoffed and looked at Landon. Now, their domains brightened at the same time, but the attacks weren't aimed at the enemy. Both domains crashed into each other. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. Wang Teng was shocked. He looked intently at the point of collision and frowned a bit. The two domains were showing signs of merging. The green flames and gray-white flames were intertwining like two branches. The unique-looking tree turned from green to a combination of both colors. The heat reached a higher temperature. The two domains merged. Everyone was flabbergasted. Domains could merge, however. It was extremely difficult. It was complicated enough for a single person to fuse two of his domains. An ordinary person would find it impossible. This would be even more difficult when two people were involved. The difficulty would increase tenfold. Both parties would require to have a high mastery of their own domains and a long time to adapt to each other. It couldn't be achieved in a single step. Hence, it was astonishing that Strachey and Landon managed to do so. Wang Teng die, Strachey bellowed in rage. Before his voice faded, the giant tree within his domain charged out straight for their nemesis, leaving a trail of blazing flames. The young hero squinted, although calm as he watched the flames sweeping towards him. He didn't do anything. Boom. The next instant, the green and gray-white flames submerged him into a sea of fire. The audience widened their eyes in shock. They were extremely nervous. The merger of two domains wasn't just a simple 1 + 1 = 2. The fused domain was more than twice as powerful compared to the separate domains prior to fusing. The second prince and the others saw this, and their expressions changed, never expecting the Parkers to have such a skill. Strachey and Landon stood in the distance and saw Wang Teng being swallowed by the flames. The latter felt relieved. The enemy was too powerful, so he wasn't confident of defeating him. However, it looked like he wasn't invincible. Chapter 1569, Semi-Dragon State. Step to Death. 3. The situation was understable. Wang Teng had exhausted much of his strength during his fight with the four ladies, so he couldn't resist that powerful attack. Ha! 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 Strachey burst out laughing. His laughter reverberated in the sky. Nothing felt better than seeing your greatest enemy be defeated. However, just then, the roaring flames suddenly started to churn, as if a rampant force were running berserk within. Boom! The next instant, the entire sea of flames erupted and swept outward. Strachey widened his eyes in astonishment. The smile on his face froze. Landon's expression remained calm, but his pupils shrank violently. He could not believe what he was seeing. A figure gradually emerged from the flames. A strange green-colored flame slowly emerged. It spun around Wang Teng, guarding and protecting him like a dragon. There were tiny green flames pasted on his skin, too. He seemed capable of controlling them. The green and gray-white flames, creating the sea of fire, retreated fervently, as if having encountered something scary. The flames acted like commoners in front of their king. They could only kneel and submit. The person surrounded by the ominous green flame was the guy who had supposedly been devoured by the fire sea, Wang Teng. The scene startled everyone. What is this? What is that green flame? Why do the other flames act as if they saw their natural enemy? Questions popped up in everyone's minds. Divine flame. Strachey stared at the green flame intently. There was fear, envy, jealousy, and greed jumbled up in his gaze. It was a true conflict. His statement ignited a round of discussions on the live chat platform. Divine flame. Fuck. A divine flame? That green flame is of divine rank? It should be. Strachey is from the Parkers family. He's knowledgeable about these things. Wang Teng has a divine flame. How many trump cards does he have? I'm going to kneel and watch the rest of the match. Don't try to make me stand. The second prince and the others gave the young hero grim looks. He's finally using his divine flame. Many of them knew of its existence. Seeing him use it gave them some relief. They were worried that he was planning another frightening attack since he had yet to reveal it. As for Gaunt, Berkshire, and Su Jianchen, they weren't in the know, so they became exceptionally serious when they saw the green flame. A divine flame. That was the most powerful type of fire in the universe. Coming into contact with it could lead to disastrous consequences. Even so, Wang Teng had managed to tame it. It was unbelievable. The young hero didn't care what others were thinking. His gaze landed on Strachey and Landon as he stepped forward. Wherever he passed, the enemy fires retreated, not daring to get close to him. Strachey's expression turned ugly. Landon started frowning too. "What other skills do you have?" said the hero calmly. The oppression of his momentum was apparent, suppressing his two enemies. There seemed to be a huge stone weighing down their hearts as they looked at the young fellow stepping through the flames and heading towards them. They couldn't breathe properly. Damn it. Strachey was fuming. He was scared by Wang Teng. It was unbearable. An eerie smile crept up Wang Teng's lips. His tone remained indifferent. "If you don't have any, you can die now." "Die? Who do you think you are to kill me?" Strachey shouted in anger. "I'll give you a chance. I'll spare your life if you can escape from my grasp," Wang Teng said. "Good, good," Strachey snorted in anger. He replied coldly, "This is the first time I see someone acting so impudently before the Parkers family. You're amazing. I don't want to use this move. But since you're so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. You forced my hand." Strachey took a deep breath. Landon's gaze changed, seemingly aware of what the latter was about to do. Suddenly, the green flames around him were recalled, merging into Strachey's body. His head turned red, and veins popped out of his forehead. Boom. Instantly, an intense fluctuation erupted from the latter. Concurrently, strange changes started to happen to his body. The upper half started to expand. The muscles bulged out of his clothes, and flame-like scales grew on his skin. His hands turned into beast claws like those of a dragon. 2 horns even emerged on his forehead within a short time. Strachey turned into a half-human, half-dragon monster. Gasp. Many people were dumbfounded. "What's that? A half-dragon? I've never heard of warriors from the Parkers family who could turn into half-dragons." Everyone looked bewildered, jaws dropping when they saw the transformation. Comments flooded the live chat platform. Chapter 1570, Semi-Dragon State, Stomped to Death, 4, on the Parkers family spacecraft. The furious, flaming universe lord and the others turned serious. Strachey still used the dragon blood in the end. "Wang Teng made us waste a drop of dragon blood. He must pay the price," Valtero said coldly. "Strachey has entered the semi-dragon state. He will be able to kill him," Sinclaimon chimed in. His eyes turned red with killing intent on the Cavendish family spacecraft. Borla and Dubois were shocked when they saw Strachey's change. "The Parkers instilled a drop of dragon blood in Strachey's body," Borla commented. Dubois exclaimed in disbelief, "Dragon blood is precious. They need to extract it from star beasts with ancient dragon bloodlines. The Parkers don't have much of it, but they still passed it to one of their young ones. They might be doing this to deal with Wang Teng," Borla guessed. "They really hate him to the core." The former shook his head. "However, there are pros and cons when adopting the semi-dragon state. You can be several times stronger than usual, but you'll also be influenced by the dragon blood. Your consciousness will be invaded by beastly instincts. There's a risk of not returning to normal if you keep that state for too long." "They're crazy." Borla's voice turned cold. "Father, how strong has Strachey become with this change?" Dichi asked worriedly. "At least 3 times. If Strachey absorbs the blood completely, it could be 4 or even 5 times," Borla replied in a serious tone. "Does this mean Brother Wang Teng is in danger?" Olivia gasped. "Let's wait and see. Wang Teng is very powerful. We don't even know where his limits are, so he might be able to handle it," Borla said. Everyone stayed silent while intently watching the screen. On the military's battle fortress, the generals were frowning somewhat due to the current situation. They were familiar with the Parkers' skills. The semi-dragon state had been recorded in their databases. All the higher authorities knew about it. Thus, they understood the situation the moment they saw Strachey transform. The Parkers used their dragon blood. How is that any different from using external help? General Habakkuk snorted. He didn't like such methods. A semi-dragon state? I think that's just an unorthodox method. General Habakkuk scoffed. General Fu Xinglan shook his head in silence in the sky above the arena. Once Strachey's transformation was complete, heat began to surge out of his body, even steam was floating out. He gradually raised his head and stared at Wang Teng with madness in his eyes. The latter sized up the fellow with a strange look and asked, "Little dragon, is that you?" Strachey was stunned by the hero's words, said before he could vent his anger. The second prince and the others were speechless. How can he still joke around at this time? But your green scales are really ugly. Why are they green? Look, even your head has scales. People say you need a little green on your head to make life worthwhile. You believe that too? Wang Teng asked. In Chinese, when we say a little green on one's head, we mean that the fellow has been two-timed. Everyone. What a sharp tongue. All his opponent has is green scales. Why come up with something like that? Wang Teng. Strachey's voice turned low like the bellowing of a wild beast. His voice was squeezed out of his throat with an immense anger buried within. What? Wang Teng replied. Die, Strachey roared. He disappeared from the spot he was as he dashed towards his enemy. The air became distorted wherever he went. A terrifying heat exploded out of his body like magma inside a volcano. No, the heat was scarier than lava. A green ray of light flashed across the sky, instantly reaching the young hero. Strachey reappeared. He was half a body taller than Wang Teng and projected a shadow on the latter. He stretched a dragon claw out, aimed to grab the hero's neck. "Do you think this is about who can scream louder?" Wang Teng threw a punch. His fist projection collided with Strachey's dragon claw. Boom! A loud explosion resulted from the clash. Both parties flew backwards for a few kilometers before they managed to stabilize themselves. Tough. Wang Teng stared at Strachey in surprise. His hand felt numb. The semi-draconic state had made the other extremely powerful. Roar! Strachey screamed and dashed over again, furiously swinging his dragon claws at the hero. Wang Teng executed his five-element fist with the power of 5 different ultimas instilled in it, all to release the skill's full potential. Boom, 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 terrifying explosions reverberated in the sky. Both parties attacked using their physiques. It was simple and brutal. People felt excited watching them fight. Landon moved as well. He darted forth with his long sphere, trying to restrain the young hero with his numerous gray-white spear glows. Berkshire had also broken free from the hero's clone and attacked the main body from the side. The competitiveness in his eyes was apparent. Chapter 1571, Half-Dragon State, Stomped to Death. 5. Wang Teng. I lost to you last time, grabbing my legs and flinging me around. I must beat you up today, Berkshire shouted, and executed his giant rock body. Then he ran over. All right, since you want to play, I'll play with you. A dangerous glow appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He was smirking in his heart. Ancient god's body. The young hero activated this indomitable physique. Lub-dub, lub-dub, lub-dub. His heart started pounding, deep and firmly. The blood turned as thick as mercury, flowing through his limbs like massive currents. Waves crashing could almost be heard. A strange energy entered his bones, skin, marrow, and tendons. They became extremely powerful. An occult golden pattern appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. Boom! In the next instant, a formidable aura surged out of his body. It was terrifying. Strachey stopped involuntarily. He stared at his enemy with confusion and astonishment. His semi-dragon state had almost made him lose his mind, but heightened his sensitivity. Thus, he became alert when he detected a presence more powerful than him. Wang Teng's current state gave him a threatening sense of danger. Boom! The young hero took a step forward and created a loud explosion akin to a deafening roar of thunder. His body disappeared from his current spot. No one could find him. Strachey was appalled. An overwhelming force slammed onto his body before he could react. He curled up from the impact and was thrown backwards. Wang Teng reappeared where the latter was standing a moment before then. He vanished once more. Boom, Strachey was hit again. While still in midair, the green scales on his body cracked and blood oozed out. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng didn't show any mercy. He released his punches, one after another, punching the latter's body non-stop. Roar, crack. A clear and crisp sound was made by his arm. Ah, he screamed in pain. His arm was broken from the impact. How strong was Wang Teng's punch? A tinge of fear appeared in the draconized fellow's heart. His gaze started to become skittish. "Come on, why are you backing out?" shouted the hero as he kept punching. Strachey was drenched in blood and looked miserable. "Go away," Strachey howled in anger. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't break free from the onslaught. His injuries got worse. Blood was splattered like a fountain and green scales flew everywhere. Both his dragon claws were broken and he lost all power to resist. "Roar," the fellow screamed in agony. His voice sounded tragic. "Time to end it," Wang Teng shouted. He kicked Strachey to the ground. The latter was unable to control his body, crashing violently. Boom. Wang Teng shot down and stepped on him. His leg was on the latter's face. Silence. Dead silence. What happened just now? Wang Teng's outburst of strength was too swift, so much so that no one reacted. Everyone was clueless about the situation. All they saw was the Earthling chasing after Strachey from the Parkers and attacking him like a madman while the other was unable to resist. Everything felt like a dream. It was horrifying. Strachey was in semi-dragon state, but the young hero had still managed to step on him. Mind you, the champion from the Parkers had a tough body. "I told you I would step on your face," Wang Teng said. He exerted force on his leg and pushed Strachey into the ground. "Let me go." The latter was covered in blood, but he kept on struggling as he didn't want to lose like that. A pair of bloodshot eyes glared at Wang Teng from below. The hatred in them was apparent. Still unwilling. The young hero raised his feet and stepped on the guy's face again. Boom. Strachey's body was still above ground, but his head had already sunk in. A furious and bitter scream resounded. Wang Teng. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He stomped on his opponent's head again and again. The audience felt the muscles on their faces twitch violently, feeling intimidated by the Earthling's ruthlessness. Landon and Berkshire's expressions froze, not daring to move closer. The current Wang Teng was too scary. After some time, Strachey stopped making sounds. His enemy also stopped. The second prince and the others sensed that the fellow had lost all vitality. Strachey was dead. They felt conflicted. Wang Teng managed to kill Strachey while in the semi-dragon state. It was unimaginable. Gasp. The audience were taken aback. They stared at the youth displayed on screen with mixed emotions. Wang Teng stomped a martial warrior from the Parkers family to death. This is crazy. Chapter 1572. Can someone help me? Wang Teng and Strachey's battle ended in an absurd way. It ended up with Strachey dying, miserably. Everyone sighed as a show of sympathy. Yet another member of the Parkers family had died. The League of Talents became a nightmare for that dukedom. The furious flaming universe lord's face was contorted with rage, the anger in his heart reaching a tipping point. However, he didn't scream or shout this time. He seemed to know it was useless and would only make him a joke to others. He glared silently at the young hero as if he wanted to chomp him to pieces. Valtero and Sinclamen didn't say a peep for fear of igniting their leader's pent-up anger. They, too, were seething with indignation. The animosity towards their young enemy kept rising on the live chat platform. Everyone was discussing the battle technique Wang Teng had used. What skill could be this powerful? Just his physique alone was enough to overpower Strachey in his semi-dragon state. The hero's physique had definitely reached a ridiculous state. Within the military's battle fortress, the three generals saw the occult symbol on Wang Teng's forehead and gasped. "Is that the Paleo clan language?" General Habakkuk asked with uncertainty. General Fu Xinglan contemplated for some time before giving his reply. "It looks similar. It might be a form of ancient language. It seems to me that Wang Teng gained the physical battle technique of an ancient tribe," Habakkuk offered. General Fu Xinglan shook his head as he lamented. He's really lucky to actually gain such a legacy. They knew better than anyone how rare such ancient legacies were. Furthermore, all of them were formidable. A symbol that resembled the Paleo clan language appeared on his forehead when he executed the physical battle technique just then, which attested to its ancient origins. It was evident to see its superiority over any other skills. Even eternal stage warriors like them felt envious. On the Imperial family spacecraft, a sharp glint flashed past Grand Duke Chongshan's eyes. He muttered to himself, "The Paleo clan language? Are you saying that the signet is a letter from an ancient tribe's language?" the elder asked after some hesitation. "I thought I was seeing things." "That's right." The great noble assented. In that case, Wang Teng used a battle technique from an ancient tribe? The former was astounded. The boy came from a backwards planet. How could he possess a technique from the Paleo clan? The elder exclaimed. "He may have found the legacy when he was roaming the universe," said the other. His composure recovered. "Wang Teng is really lucky." The elder sighed. He couldn't help but feel somewhat envious. In the sky above the arena, Landon and Berkshire were intimidated by the sight of the young hero stomping Strachey to death. Neither dared to get too close. Wang Teng raised his head and fixed his gaze on them. "It's your turn," he said. Boom! He used the ground to propel himself and shot towards the two fighters like a ray of light. "I admit defeat." Much to everyone's surprise, Landon chose to beat a hasty retreat, instantly leaving the battlefield. Everyone was flabbergasted. Landon actually admitted defeat. Was he spooked by Wang Teng's brutality? The young hero stopped and looked at the retreating expert, his gaze turning ambiguous. He knew that the latter had developed his dragon blood battle physique to the 4th rank. However, he had yet to use it in battle, having only released the same power output as Strachey did. The guy didn't hurry to save his fellow clansman as he was being stomped to death either. Instead, he looked terrified by it. Now he even admitted defeat. Wang Teng had originally believed that the guy was still hiding something up his sleeve. But since the other party admitted defeat, our hero was robbed of his opportunity to chase after him. Leaving Landon alive had its benefits, though. The latter heaved a sigh of relief when he saw he wasn't pursued, and decidedly left the arena. The audience weren't surprised by Landon's departure. Some were stunned when they saw him admit defeat, but they could understand why after seeing Strachey's tragic ending. Wang Teng always aimed to kill all the people from the Parker's family. What else could Landon do? Follow Strachey's path? No one was that stupid. It was just a competition. There was no need to risk his life. Admitting defeat was a smart choice. Wang Teng turned to Berkshire and smiled. "Didn't you say you wanted to beat me up? Come, let's fight one-on-one." "Berkshire, can I take back what I said?" Berkshire was filled with regret. However, there was no point of regretting in life. Boom! Wang Teng charged over instantly. The rocky fellow shouted and activated his giant rock talent. The expert's body expanded before he also dashed to meet the other. "All right, let's do it. I will at most be lifted up by my legs and be swung around again." Boom. The battle was intense. The young hero didn't turn into a giant this time around. His ancient god's body was still in use, so he kept his most powerful physique to fight. One big and one small figure collided in the air. Berkshire was massive, but remained agile. However, the young hero was much faster. He kept flashing around the rocky expert, punching his body. Dull thuds were heard non-stop. The latter attacked in a frenzy, but to no avail. He was unable to hurt the hero. After some time passed, Wang Teng appeared in front of his large opponent and released a punch. Force was gathered and created a gigantic fist projection that went straight for the latter's face. Berkshire was dizzy. Wang Teng seized the chance. He grabbed the rock layer on his opponent's thigh and mustered all his strength. Boom! Berkshire's gigantic body was lifted to soon be smashed against the ground. Booms resounded. Dust flew in the air. The impact of that scene exceeded their previous battle. It was terrifying. Berkshire was also lifted by the legs in their last encounter. However, Wang Teng's body was bigger the previous time, making it seem like he was bullying the former. However, he was like an ant at the moment compared to the rocky giant. Imagine an ant lifting an elephant by the legs and slamming it on the ground. The image was undoubtedly shocking. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng finally let go after some time. The rocky fighter laid on the ground. Unconscious Berkshire had lost. He had a breakdown right before he lost consciousness. The fellow was on the verge of tears. Damn it, this is too much. The people in the audience were flabbergasted. Comments flooded the live chat platform. Fuck. Damn it, he got slammed again. What did Berkshire do wrong? Why is Wang Teng treating him like this? Poor thing. Berkshire will never dare to fight against Wang Teng anymore. The second prince and the others were giving strange looks at the young hero. Berkshire was indeed unlucky. He was lifted and slammed against the ground twice. Would he have a lingering trauma? The geniuses were appalled. The rocky fighter wasn't even able to resist for a few minutes, fainting after a few knocks. He looked terrible. The rocks covering his body were shattered, and he was out like a light. Jiang Weisheng's expression changed at that moment. He felt like cursing when he saw the young hero darting straight towards him after being done with Berkshire. Why does he have to choose me out of so many people? Is he trying to take revenge? His family didn't want to interfere in the feud between the Earthling and the Parkers, so they cut all ties with the young hero. He surely was unhappy because of it. Actually, Wang Teng wasn't thinking much of it. He chose Jiang Weisheng purely because he was the closest. It only took an instant. The hero reached the ladder and punched boom. A fist projection exploded and swept out along with scorching heat and terrifying flames. Jiang Weisheng's expression changed a bit. He remembered Strachey and Berkshire's endings. He didn't dare to receive the punch. He hurried to evade. Concurrently, he swept his blade at the attacker. Lightning crackled, covering the weapon. The energy turned into a blade glow that cut through the air, forming an arc as it flew towards Wang Teng. The young hero was surprised. Jiang Weisheng was also a lightning element warrior. The fellow didn't use his lightning force at all in the past battles, making the reveal a true surprise. The current League of Talents was indeed exceptional. Lightning force was rare, and the chances of warriors to have it was low. Only some of the extremely talented fighters could possess it. However, a few users had already emerged during the competition. Ling Yangshu was one, as well as the third prince, and now even Jiang Weisheng had turned out to be a lightning user. Wang Teng didn't move to dodge. A universe-level battle sword appeared in his hand, and he too released his lightning force, which turned into a sword projection. Boom! Their attacks collided, causing a violent explosion. The powers of lightning became intertwined, lighting up the sky with a brilliant flash. The clouds were pushed back, and silver-white bolts crackled like whips, tearing the sky into multiple pieces. Again, Wang Teng shouted. He slashed continuously with the sword. His lightning-based Ultima with 10th-level power turned into several beams of sword glow. Jiang Weisheng turned grim. Lightning was his most powerful force, while his Ultima had already attained the 9th level, but he still lost to Wang Teng. The warrior felt frustrated, not expecting that a small baron from an underdeveloped planet would possess such a monstrous talent. All his forces were highly developed. Is he really a human? He had just been watching as the young hero clashed with the other warriors, so he didn't feel anything. Once he fought the hero personally, he understood how powerful the young man was. Jiang Weisheng started to gradually lose in the clash of ultimas. He kept retreating, pressured by Wang Teng's attacks. He looked pitiful. Jiang Weisheng was compelled to shout, "Can someone help me?" Chapter 1573, An Azure Rain. 1. Can someone help me? Jiang Weisheng's cry startled many people. After all, he was the first person to request assistance during the competition. The participants able to reach that stage were the cream of the crop, proud and confident. None of them would bend their backs and ask for support. However, the warrior cast his pride and asked for help. The audience's expressions were odd. Is he being serious? Why is he asking for help so openly? Where is his face? Come on, he's a talent from one of the 8 dukedom families. Just then, on board the Jiang family spacecraft, Jiang Weisheng's father, Jiang Hanfeng, and the Universe Stage Warrior were speechless. Bastard, this is embarrassing in the sky above the arena. The one facing Wang Teng didn't give it too much thought. He didn't want to readily admit defeat, so he could only act like he did anyway. They were ganging up on the hero. It wasn't a 1-versus-1 battle. He wasn't an idiot. Fighting such a perverse fellow was not something he wanted to do. They didn't plan to just rely on individual strength. They would go all out once the other was surrounded. Why worry? There used to be 16 of them, but there were only 9 left. Wang Teng had 6 clones, so they needed at least 6 on their side to keep them busy. This meant that only 3 of them could surround the young hero's main body. "I can," Gaunt shouted coldly. He was fighting a clone along with Xiahou Zun in an attempt to take care of it first. However, he had to leave the clone for the moment. Xiahou Zun didn't say anything. He tried his best to keep the clone in check. He knew it was the best method he could use for the situation at hand. Since they couldn't destroy the clones within a short period of time, they could only hold them back and allow the ones with free hands to go after the main form. "Su Jianchen, help them," Ji Haochen shouted. He pushed back the clone he was fighting and pulled the one Su Jianchen was fighting into his battle circle, allowing his peer to escape. The latter rushed towards Wang Teng's main form without any hesitation. The hero's clones didn't chase after Su Jianchen. They glanced at Ji Haochen and smiled. "Aren't you worried about you leaving the match first?" "I just need to hold y'all back," the other replied with a smile. He was nervous, but he didn't show it. "Come on!" Wang Teng's clones executed the 5-element fist and charged towards Ji Haochen. The latter's expression changed when he saw the frightening fist projections. He dashed back, aiming to evade and deflect. The young hero's fist skill was quite famous already. He used it to defeat many opponents during the competition. Not even Strachey in Berkshire had a way to resist. Ji Haochen was not one who refined his physique, so he didn't dare take the hit. Fortunately, he just wanted to hold the clones back, so he was still able to handle everything with ease. Some distance away, Ling Yangshu also broke free and dashed towards the young hero's main form with his long spear. Almost instantly, 4 figures with powerful auras gathered around the Earthling. They stood in different directions, encircling the enemy. "This isn't a smart choice." Wang Teng glanced around him and smiled with a calm face. 4 warriors aren't a threat to me." Gaunt snorted and stared at Wang Teng angrily. "Shameless." Wang Teng glanced at his poison element martial warrior. "I remember you. Your gaze made me feel uncomfortable. Your body is not bad. Definitely good for my poison experiment." Gaunt sneered. Ling Yangshu, Jiang Weisheng, and Su Jianchen couldn't help but look at the latter. No wonder Gaunt is always giving us weird stares. He has evil intentions. Are all poison element warriors this perverse? They took note of this and decided to remain cautious of the fellow in the future. They didn't want to end up as test subjects. Poison element warriors were a troublesome bunch. They had to be careful. "Interesting. Someone actually wants to use my body to test poisons." Wang Teng smiled indifferently. "Let's see if you're still smiling later," Gaunt scoffed. "Didn't you notice that your poison doesn't work on me?" the former said. "Impossible." The poisoner frowned. He did notice that his poison wasn't taking effect, but he didn't believe that Wang Teng was immune to it. His guess was that the latter had some way to protect himself of the poison. Nothing is impossible. "Even if you don't believe it, it's a fact," Wang Teng said. "That was just one of the basic poisons. I haven't used my best ones. Don't be too proud," Gaunt replied. "Come and try then." Wang Teng shook his head and hooked his finger. This fellow won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Gaunt was enraged by the Earthling's disdainful gesture. "Cut the crap. Let's attack together," Ling Yangshu said coldly. Wang Teng glanced at the latter and smiled. "Hey, isn't this my already defeated opponent? I only lost once. That doesn't mean I'm going to lose every time. Don't be too confident." Ling Yangshu snorted. The moment he finished speaking, an immense lightning force surged out of his body, condensing above his long purple spear. Lightning came crashing down. Chapter 1574, An Azure Rain. 2. Boom. Bolts of lightning flashed down and landed on the tip of the warrior's long spear. Ling Yangsu's lightning powers seemed to have gotten stronger when compared with his performance during the elimination matches. Wang Teng glanced at him in surprise. Looks like this top talent from the great Qian Academy has broken through within this short period of time. His past defeat wasn't demoralizing to him, as expected of a top talent. Wang Teng commented in his heart. Yang Weisheng, who hovered next to Ling Yangshu, couldn't help but also look to assess the latter, pupils shrinking. Both of them could harness lightning force. However, the former could sense that the fellow's grasp was higher than his. He felt a little unconvinced. He was aware of Ling Yangshu's background, who hailed from a family that was definitely inferior when compared to the dukedom families. However, the young man had managed to enter the great Qian Academy and gain the attention of the president, attaining such power under the latter's careful guidance. Boom. Jiang Weisheng refused to be outdone. He raised his blade above his head to draw lightning, and a terrifying blade projection was formed as if wanting to compete with his ally. Wang Teng stared at them with interest. Two lightning element warriors started fighting among themselves first. Such an occurrence was normal. They excelled in the same element force, so neither of them wanted to be outdone. They would have started a scuffle already, if they didn't have to face a powerful opponent. On the other side, Su Jianchen silently started gathering sword glows around his weapon. A powerful sword consciousness emerged from his body and became one with the sword he wielded. An appalling sword projection was formed. Wang Teng's pupils shrank. He sensed danger from Su Jianchen's move. The hero conceded that the latter's sword mastery and talent exceeded all the sword talents he had ever run across in his life. Not even the crown prince could compare. Gaunt's gaze became ice-cold. His sickle-shaped weapon was giving off a green glow, along with a faint dark green mist that hovered around him akin to the breath of a poisonous snake. Wang Teng's gaze paused on the dark green mist for some time. The atmosphere tensed up. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Lightning crackled. A sword consciousness soared into the sky. The dark green mist was scattered. Time seemed to have stopped. The audience was holding their breath, wide eyes as they stared at the scene in the arena. A gale blew over from afar, throwing sand into the air. Boom! The next instant, the four martial warriors released their attacks in unplanned unison to deal with their common foe. The power of lightning gathered around Ling Yangsu's long spear was shot like a sharp and glaring projection. A giant purple dragon circled the long spear, raising its head and roaring at the sky. The power of a domain could be felt hidden within the giant dragon's body. Ling Yangsu had merged his lightning domain into his spear move. One spear was one domain, an unparalleled power. Jiang Weisheng also took action at the same time. His raised blade swung down, turning the power of lightning into a giant blade projection with sparks flashing. It swung down like a true judgment of heaven. He also merged his domain into his blade attack, changing the glow's color partially as if hiding a small purple world inside. Wang Teng showed no fear when he saw the incoming attacks. Instead, he felt inspired and motivated, laughing as a result. Ha ha ha! Good move. Let's see if your lightning powers are stronger than mine. His voice echoed loudly. Lightning was reflected in his pupils as he stared forward and suddenly raised a hand. A special fluctuation was exuded by his body. Boom! Using the traits of his lightning domain, bolts plummeted down and gathered in his hand. Gasp! All the audience were gobsmacked by this. He's collecting lightning with his bare hands. Boom! Furious lightning was gathered, quickly forming an ancient and special battle spear in Wang Teng's hand. Complex and occult patterns were etched on the weapon, resembling bolts of lightning. The appearance of the spear was abrupt, unleashing the power of countless thunderbolts. It was even more terrifying than the power of lightning released by his two opponents. The explanation made this seem a lengthy process, but everything happened within a split second. The young hero's hand seemed to have traveled through time, having picked up the battle spear from an ancient battlefield. Boom. Right at that moment, Ling Yangshu and Jiang Weisheng were right in front of him. Our hero didn't waste any time. Lightning flooded his surroundings and merged into his body, making him look like the god of lightning. Boom! The next instant, he threw his energy spear, which turned into a large bolt of lightning that clashed with the spear and blade projections below. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded in the sky. All noises seemed to have been drowned by the sounds of thunder. A blinding light illuminated the darkness, painting the sky with a brilliant display of electric white and purple. No one could see anything clearly. However, the crowd was still unwilling to look away. They kept staring at the screen with rapt eyes. Fortunately, all of the viewers were martial warriors, so they could use their forces to protect their eyes. Otherwise, they would have been rendered blind. Chapter 1575, An Azure Rain. 3. Victory was decided in a single collision. Sparks faded and two figures were thrown out. Splat! They vomited blood as they were jetted away, pale-faced and eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Teng managed to counter both attacks. The young hero ignored them from then on, turning to the other side. At that very moment, Su Jianzhen's attack arrived. A blinding sword projection was shot from the latter's sword. Supreme was the word, unique in its kind. There was only that sword coming down in everyone's vision. The sharp sword consciousness seemed ready to chop Wang Teng in two. His hair and clothes fluttered violently due to the rising wind, and yet Wang Teng remained calm and composed. His sword condensed a terrifying glow. He also appeared to have become one with his sword. I am the sword. The sword is me. This feeling came to him naturally. That was the first time he displayed the unity of man and sword, but it wasn't because of unfamiliarity. The move did have the feel of a seasoned expert. He closed his eyes. All he could see was a white sword glow in his mind. Su Jianzhen's sword projection was already a few hundred meters away from the hero and would land on his head in the blink of an eye. Many people felt their hearts tighten when they saw this. They were worried for the young hero. Boom! Wang Teng finally moved, calmly wielding his sword. Two sword projections collided in the air. Wang Teng suddenly disappeared from his current position. He didn't wait for the collision to happen. He had released his attack. There was no point in staying to look. He was certain that he could win. Then another strange fluctuation emerged from his body. A completely different domain was formed. A sickle-shaped attack was shooting towards him, covered in a dark green mist. It collided with his domain. Gaunt squinted, realizing that his attack had been engulfed by Wang Teng's domain. The mist was also corroding at a fast pace. The poisoner wondered what it had touched. He felt at a loss, so he immediately retreated. But it was too late. The Earthling's domain was expanding at an incredible rate, and he was pulled in. Gaunt frowned. He glanced around him. He was surrounded by an azure color, shimmering like water. This made him feel he was at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, he sensed a faint aura of death lingering in the environment. Some terrible dangers seemed to be lurking about. "What domain is this?" the poisoner muttered, feeling chills down his spine. Suddenly, he noticed a few more figures entrapped in the domain. They were some of the other candidates? "You were also pulled in, I see," Gaunt said. "This is," Jai Haochen glanced around him, feeling disoriented. "This is my netherworld domain," said Wang Teng, floating above them. His clones appeared next to him and gradually dissipated. No one relaxed when he dispelled his clones. This caused the opposite, putting them on edge. "The netherworld domain, the second prince," repeated Wang Teng's words in a serious tone. He had an ominous feeling about it. "Netherworld domain, what an arrogant name." Zhao Zun snorted. "It's normal." The hero glanced at the latter, his face impassive. Timothy glanced around him and asked, "Wang Teng, are you trying to take care of us at once?" "You can say that." The hero chuckled. "There are 6 of us. We just need to manifest our domains. That would be enough to tear your domain to pieces," Ji Haochen said. "You can try," said their common foe, nonchalant. "You're quite confident." The second prince stared into Wang Teng's eyes and guessed, "This is your second domain, right? Why aren't you using your combined domain? Is this netherworld domain stronger?" "I got tired of that domain, so I changed to a new one," the hero replied. The second prince, "Others, is this what a human should say?" Tired of one domain, so he decides to use another. Do you think you can buy domains at the market? No one knew what to say at the moment. No words could describe their feelings. Gaunt snorted. "Why are you talking to him? Let's use our domains. I don't believe we can't destroy his domain if we work together." "All right." The second prince took a deep breath and continued, "Everyone, let's work together." The others replied, agreeing to band together and defeat the Earthling. The latter's momentum was oppressive. None of them had thoughts of defeating him separately. Boom! Suddenly, all their domains were activated. Strange fluctuations were erupting from their bodies, turning into special areas of effect. Several domains appeared inside of Wang Teng's netherworld domain. There were 6 people left inside the hero's domain, which equated to 6 different domains. Without a doubt, anyone who could reach that step had already grasped a domain. The 6 terrifying powers expanded inside the hero's domain. Powerful fluctuations were lashing out, slamming against Wang Teng's domain. However, the second prince and the others quickly noticed that something was amiss. Their expressions turned grim. No, wait. Their domains were expanding, but they were able to destroy the heroes, no matter how hard they tried. The power of his domain exceeded their expectation among the 6 fighters. The ones with the strongest domains were the second prince, Timothy, Ji Haochen, and Gaunt. All of them had reached the 3rd rank. Shaho Zun and Sawyer's domains were at the 2nd rank, but they were of the combined kind, also making them powerful. However, they were still unable to break Wang Teng's domain. Everyone was astounded. An absurd thought appeared in their minds. This netherworld domain must be above the 3rd rank. Your domains aren't bad, but they're not powerful enough. Wang Teng's calm voice echoed from above. The second prince and the others were shocked. Your domain is at the 4th rank, the second prince exclaimed in disbelief. The 4th rank Gaunt and the others were taken aback. They used to believe they were the strongest, since they could cultivate their domains to the celestial rank's 2nd or 3rd rank. However, Wang Teng managed to reach the 4th stage. How is this possible? Xiahou Zun was bewildered. No one has ever reached the 4th rank while still at the celestial stage. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know, Wang Teng replied calmly. It's barely at the 4th rank, nothing much. Xiahou Zun turned red. Someone actually implied he was an ignoramus. Furthermore, the young hero sounded utterly arrogant. 4th rank only, nothing much. Does he know what having a 4th rank domain means? He had never heard of any participant in the League of Talents that possessed a 4th rank domain. Mind you, there was a massive divide between 3rd rank and 4th rank. Such a gap prevented them from overcoming the hurdle, so they needed to advance to the cosmos stage and gain a deeper understanding of their forces first before they could achieve their breakthroughs. "Let's end this," Wang Teng said calmly. Numerous azure droplets appeared in his domain. The hero waved a hand and the droplets plummeted down. The azure domain appeared to have rain inside. The drops were of an azure color. Boom! The 4 hostage domains began to tremble as soon as the blue droplets fell down. The power within the captive domains were being silently erased, just like how the netherworld water corroded everything it touched. Chapter 1576. Invincible Talent, Unparalleled Genius, 1 up in the sky. The azure domain disappeared. The terrifying raindrops also disappeared as if they never existed. It felt like a dream. The other 6 domains had already been corroded. The warriors were looking upward, dazed. They had a hard time snapping out of their shock for some time. One of them was in an exceptionally tragic state. Gaunt. His face was covered in bruises and there were bumps all over his head. He stumbled, trying to stand up straight. His eyes had turned into a single thin slit, since they were badly swollen. The poisoner stared at Wang Teng with bitterness and fear. The emotions were seeping out from his puffy eyes. Su Jianshan stood some distance away. There was a ghastly sword wound on his chest. Fresh blood was oozing out. His pupils squinted as he looked ahead. Ling Yangshu and Zhang Waxing stood even further away. They clutched their chests tightly. Faces pale, they too were seriously injured. Silence? Dead silence. As the competition ended, the audience were shocked. They didn't know how to react. The battles happened all too quickly. Ling Yangsu and the three other warriors had tried to surround the hero, and the latter defeated them. Then he pulled the second prince and the others into his domain. Everything happened in a flash. The audience had no time to think and could only watch the fight unfold. In a blink, the match ended. Many people were still confused, feeling they hadn't watched enough. "We lost," the second prince exclaimed, feeling dejected and somewhat bitter. Ji Haochen, Timothy, Xiahou Zun, Sawyer, and Gaunt were silent. Their gazes were dim as they stared at the young hero facing them. They lost. They banded up to attack all 16 of them, but they still lost to Wang Teng. It was unacceptable, but reality was harsh. These geniuses undoubtedly saw this as a massive setback in life, potentially the hardest trauma to overcome on their martial arts path. Many years later, they would very likely be reminded of that one person who managed to suppress all of them in the League of Talents. They looked ahead with conflicted gazes. A figure hovered ramrod straight in the air. His thick black hair danced in the wind as he looked upon the world with a supreme air. They were nothing compared to him. Boom, the crowd was ignited. Instantly comments poured into the live chat platform. "Ha ha ha, we won. Wang Teng won. He won against 16 opponents. This is incredible. Wang Teng is too powerful. He's not human. His talent is incredible. Invincible talent, unparalleled genius. Wang Teng, unparalleled genius. Wang Teng, unparalleled genius. Wang Teng, unparalleled genius. Wang Teng, unparalleled genius. In the thousands of galaxies within the great Qian Empire, on countless inhabited planets, numerous creatures were gathered in front of their screens and shouting Wang Teng's name, ecstatic. They felt proud and honored to be able to witness the birth of an exceptional talent. Back on planet Earth, everyone was cheering. Many who knew the hero personally were staring at his image on screen in awe and amazement. As for Wang Teng's territories, which included the Milky Way and the Yulon Galaxy, the local martial warriors were overjoyed as well. The young hero was the owner of their galaxies. Being one of his citizens, watching his rise was a kind of glorious experience they weren't able to describe with words. In the military's battle fortress, the generals couldn't stop smiling. They were delighted by Wang Teng's performance. What a lad. General Habakkuk laughed loudly. He was happy, delighted, overjoyed. He had never been this happy. The sole reason being they had a successor. Just by looking at the young expert made them foresee the rise of a formidable warrior, strong enough to dominate the universe. Even if they died one day, there would be someone who could replace them. On the Imperial family spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan let out a long sigh and said, "I knew this fellow was exceptional, but I didn't expect him to be so monstrous. 1 against 16? I couldn't do this when I was young." The universe stage elder next to him was in shock. He shook his head and lamented. "I'm getting old. I misjudged him. You're better at reading people." The Grand Duke replied with a smile, "Wang Teng is indeed the Crown Prince's biggest enemy." The elder continued. There was finally a hint of worry in his eyes. At first he felt that the young hero wasn't the prince's match. No matter what happened, the noble would be the ultimate champion in the League of Talents. However, Wang Teng's insane performance made him think it over. It would be hard to tell who would be the winner in the end. "Having opponents makes your martial arts path more exciting," said the Grand Duke in a meaningful tone. "That way you can reach further heights." The accompanying elder shuddered in silence. On the Cavendish family's spacecraft, Borla and the others felt troubled, not knowing how to react. After all, their Timothy had lost to Wang Teng. "This fellow is a little outrageous," Diki commented. Timothy is powerful indeed, but he's still a distance away from Wang Teng. Dubois shook his head. Wang Teng managed to defeat 16 talented warriors. This is incredible, Borla lamented. Chapter 1577, Invincible Talent. Unparalleled Genius, too. Brother Wang Teng is so powerful. Olivia's eyes lit up with excitement. You. Letitia rolled her eyes. The lady was head over heels. One of their own warriors had lost, yet she only cared about the earthling. But having said that, Letitia's opinion of the young hero kept changing. Now, she thought highly of him, much more so than before. After such a fight, Wang Teng already had a 50% chance of winning first place. She had to pay attention to such a talent. On the Parkers family's spacecraft, the furious flaming universe lord and the others were silent after watching the battle. Their two fighters had lost, one admitted defeat while the other was killed. Undoubtedly, this was a huge blow to them. The League of Talents had turned into a veritable nightmare for the Parkers. They were the biggest losers, and that was all thanks to Wang Teng. On the Jiang family's spacecraft, Jiang Hanfeng and the Universe Stage Warrior were showing conflicted expressions. They never thought that the young hero would get that far. The lad who was almost crushed by the Parkers was now the dazzling star in the League of Talents. Not even the Parkers could deal with him now. No one could stop Wang Teng's rise. The Parkers' dukedom even suffered at the hands of the hero. So many of their talents had suffered, some dying in the competition. They were definitely the most miserable in that year's competition. It would be a lie to say that Jiang Hanfeng and the Universe Stage Warrior didn't regret their past actions. They chose to stay clear of the hero and cut ties with him back when he offended the Parkers in the beginning. Fostering a good relationship with him, now that the hero was on the rise, was practically impossible. Offering help in times of trouble was much better than putting the icing on a cake. The Cavendish and G families did support the boy during those times and probably had a good relationship with them. Zhang Hanfeng sighed. His comment similar to what the elder from the imperial family said. Sigh. What a blunder I've made. Forget it. Our family has a fair share of contact with talented warriors, said his Universe Stage companion with a stiff voice. Zhang Hanfeng sighed again but made no comment. On the other hand, the atmosphere over at the G family side was rather good. Although G Shia had supported the young hero because he had saved his life previously, helping him under those circumstances was considered a great favor. Therefore, the G family's relationship with the talented earthling was great. However, a dukedom like theirs wouldn't suffer much if they missed out on having a good relationship with a talented warrior. It was just like investing. One of them gained returns while the other had nothing. Some even took a loss. The mood was very different. The other families felt troubled as well. All their talents had lost to a warrior that came from a backwater planet. This was unimaginable for the proud noble people from the dukedoms on planet Yuming, Wu Xingyun, Old Han, and many others were feeling happy for Wang Teng's victory, all of them glued to the screen. Wang Teng won. Old Han let out a long breath as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. Commander Hong laughed as he complained, "This kid is a true monster." At first, they didn't think that the lad would be capable of advancing that far. After all, the fellow had barely debuted in the universe. It wasn't enough time for him to grow stronger. He couldn't even compare to the greater talents of the universe. But now he had a streak of victories, defeating countless opponents, getting closer to the finals in the League of Talents. He was just one step away from reaching first place. It felt unreal. Considering his strength, it's possible for Wang Teng to get first place. Wu Xingyun's eyes lit up. First place, Old Han exclaimed. The Crown Prince is very powerful. No one knows how strong he really is. Commander Hong became serious. Wang Teng is probably holding back as well, Wu Xingyun guessed. Commander Hong froze for a moment and nodded in agreement. Based on his character, he probably saved some cards for the very end. Everyone thought about the young hero and started laughing on the Battle Hearth mercenary team's spacecraft. Lin Chuhan heaved a soft sigh of relief. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She was worried sick when the hero decided to challenge 16 martial warriors at once, fearing he would fall. Now that he was victorious, she felt relieved and very happy for him. Wang Teng was getting closer to the first place. For some reason, she strongly believed that he could make it to the top. Above the arena, Wang Teng smiled when the second prince admitted defeat, and he turned to look at the others. Ji Haochen and Timothy waved their hands and said, "Forget it. We also admit defeat." Su Jianchen stared at Wang Teng and turned to leave the arena. "I admit defeat." The hero's sword had shocked him badly. The hero's sword technique had reached an unprecedented level, surpassing his own by far. If he knew that his unity of man and sword had been looted by the latter, what would he think? Shai Ho Zun, Sawyer, and Jiang Weisheng left without saying a word. "Wang Teng, I'm not done with you," said Gaunt with a slur. Everyone noticed the poisoner's appearance. The audience gave him weird expressions. When did Wang Teng attack Gaunt? They didn't notice. He was in a pitiful state. His face was swollen like a pig's head, much like how the previous fatty fared. "You're welcome to find me next time." Wang Teng smiled, everyone filled with frustration and misery. The poisoner groaned and left. Then a voice was produced by the light sphere. "The battle is over. Wang Teng has 16 victories and is temporarily holding first place." Wang Teng's battle against 16 warriors had finally ended. Without a doubt, he was in first place. The match would definitely become a legend. Many years later, there would still be people who would remember that someone had dared to fight 16 martial warriors at once and won. After a slight pause, the anonymous voice was heard again. "Due to the special circumstances, all warriors will have a 3-day rest before the competition continues." Silence. The second Prince Timothy and the others felt insulted. Why do we have to suffer from this injustice? Are they looking down on us? However, they looked around and saw all the casualties around them, dead or severely injured. The competition would probably fail to continue if they didn't get to rest for a few days. The calm prince and the others looked at Wang Teng helplessly. He is the one at fault. The young hero was looking all innocent, as if he were completely unrelated to the mess. They were the ones who couldn't fight me. As the competition came to a pause, the remaining experts also left the venue. Before leaving, Wang Teng collected all the attribute bubbles lying around. The bubbles had been yielded by 16 experts, producing a substantial amount. However, he wasn't in a rush to check them out. Wang Teng and the rest returned to the viewing area. The Crown Prince, who had been quietly watching the battle, looked at Wang Teng with a peculiar expression. Wang Teng's strength really surpassed his expectations time and time again. He had to admit that his opponent was powerful enough to rival the great talents he had met outside the great Qian Empire. Wang Teng noticed the latter's gaze and he looked back with a smile. "It's your turn." The Crown Prince's eyes lit up, knowing what the other meant. The fight was over, and now it was his turn to take the stage. Chapter 1578, Either Turn into a Monster or a Pervert, 1. The instant Wang Teng sat back on his seat, he heard an enraged voice. "Wang Teng!" 4 intense gazes landed on him. If looks could kill, he would have died already. The eyes belonged to Yue Chikiao, Lang Qianshui, Tu Shaoba, and Situ Waner. They had already woken up and used their force to reduce the swelling on their heads. They were back to normal. However, their anger had yet to be appeased. They, goddesses of the League of Talents, were hit in the head with a brick. It was inconceivable. The ladies noticed their condition right after waking up. The lumps on their heads were so big and conspicuous they almost went crazy. Mind you, it wasn't a private affair. The entire universe was looking when it happened. To have their heads bashed live in front of a nigh infinite audience and fainting their image was gone. Every time they recalled the situation was enough to die of embarrassment. All this was because of Wang Teng. Is this bastard a man? How can he beat a lady like this? It would have been much better to kill us. Thus they rushed over angrily and demanded an answer from Wang Teng right after they woke up. The second prince and the others looked back and forth between the 4 ladies and Wang Teng with strange expressions. Then they silently scuttled away from the imminent slaughter. Even the crown prince felt the murderous intent in the air. Keeping some distance was the best option at the moment. So he calmly got up and walked to the side. Then he waited calmly for the show to begin. Ahem! Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and asked with concern. Finally, you're all awake. Do you feel all right? Everyone was speechless. How could he say such things? Wasn't he pouring oil over the flame the moment he said this? The four ladies got angrier. Pant, pant, pant. Why are you asking if we're all right after you hit us like that? Do we feel all right? We don't feel all right at all. Don't look at me like that. You're making it look as if I abandoned you, Wang Teng said. Pfft. Ji Haochen and the others were farther away, but their attention was still on the young hero. They burst out laughing after hearing his response. Pfft, you're so shameless. Tu Xiaoba glared at Wang Teng with her wide eyes. Are you looking for a beating? The latter glanced at her from the corner of his eye. The rabbit girl was frightened by this, suddenly remembering that this devil wasn't easy to bully. He had chased her during the match and smacked her head with his brick. He spared no mercy, not even to ladies. She quickly hid behind Yue Qichao and popped her head out. You hit ladies. You'll never find a girlfriend. Ji Haochen couldn't keep it in anymore. Ha ha ha, what's so funny? The hero frowned and glared at him. The former suppressed his mirth and waved a hand. Nothing, please continue. The second prince and the others chuckled too. It was interesting to see how Tu Xiaoba and Wang Teng argued. Wang Teng glanced at Tu Xiaoba and replied calmly, I have a fiancée. Why would I need a girlfriend? Ji Haochen and the others wanted to give him a thumbs up. How savage. You gave up the entire forest for your fiancée. They couldn't do this. Ah, the rabbit girl was stunned. She muttered to herself, how can such a blunt and insensitive man like you have a fiancée? Who are you talking about? The hero's face turned black. This rabbit has a sharp tongue. Is she calling me blunt and insensitive? I'm talking about you. Tu Xiaoba stuck out her tongue. Wang Teng rubbed his hands and sniggered. I feel like eating braised rabbit head today. Ah, you're a devil. How can you even eat rabbit head? The rabbit girl turned pale in fright. I like it. Why not? He asked. You? Her ears stuck up, along with the fur covering them. Yue Qiao was gentle and refined, but she also got angry. Wang Teng, how can you bully a young lady like this? Why can't I? The hero leaned against his seat and replied calmly. I'm thick-skinned. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yu Chao choked, growing exasperated since she didn't know how to counter that. Sichuaner stepped forward and mediated in the end. All right, we got to know each other better through this battle. Stop fighting. Wang Teng didn't act with bad intentions. She hoped that things wouldn't turn too serious. The lady knew that the young fellow had restrained himself. Mind you, she saw how tragic Gaunt looked. His head was covered with bumps. They were much better off. Besides, Wang Teng didn't hurt them. He had just knocked them out, which could be considered as being polite enough. Leng Qianshui had a cold personality, and she was averse to speaking, so she just glared at the hero and sat down. I'll leave the matter to rest, given that Sister Situ has spoken on your behalf. Tu Xiaoba walked out from behind Yue Qichao and continued. But you mustn't eat rabbit heads. Wang Teng, this rabbit is naive. Does she really think I crave rabbit heads? Situwaner gave Wang Teng a meaningful glance and replied in his stead, All right, I promise he won't eat any. Chapter 1579, either turn into a monster or a pervert. 2. Tu Xiaoba snorted and sat down next to Leng Qianshui. Situwaner smiled and pulled Yue Qichao so they could sit together. The latter frowned. She was still bitter after being hit on the head by Wang Teng. After all, she screamed before she fainted, and that was a little inappropriate, and this is all because of Wang Teng. He still hit her, even though she screamed. Her cry was useless and embarrassing. That was why she was utterly resentful. However, Situwaner had spoken, and everyone had settled down. Not letting the matter drop would make her look a bit selfish. In the end, she could only sit down and nurse her frustration. However, she chose the seat furthest away and ignored the young hero. Wang Teng shrugged and heaved a sigh of relief. That was frightening. 4 ladies ganging up on me. The matter was finally diffused. Thanks, Sichuaner. You're a good lady. He was fearless while fighting, yet he didn't know how to face them once the battle ended. After all, there were no prior grudges between them. There was no need to claim revenge by taking their lives. What a headache. Ladies were the epitome of troublesome. Ji Haochen and the others were disappointed since this matter had ended so easily. A pity there wasn't a good show to watch. Wang Teng quickly noticed their expressions. So he glared at them. Neither Ji Haochen nor the others cared. They kept smiling at him, making the hero feel helpless. Wang Teng felt he should have beaten them up some more, to let them know how powerful he was. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Teng self-reflected, I must shed all thoughts of showing mercy next time. The second prince and the rest didn't intervene. They still had other matches, so they needed to quickly recover their forces and heal their injuries. The young hero had also quieted down. He closed his eyes and looked at his attributes board. The gains he received from fighting 16 warriors at once weren't bad. All his forces and ultimas had reached the perfected stage, so there was nothing much to say about them. The most significant gain was in his domains. Everyone's domains were different. He felt delighted upon seeing he covered the different elements with the ones he had. All of them rose. Unfortunately, the ones acquired weren't above the 3rd rank while his were at the 4th rank. Hence, the overall rise wasn't considerable. None of his domains broke through to the 5th rank. It seemed that he would need to fight with more powerful opponents to develop them, otherwise his attribute gains would be minimal. The system was forcing him to fight with stronger opponents. It was a cruel setting. I'm just a baby. Can't I play with my peers? The second prince and the others would probably spit on him if they knew what he was thinking. Your peers are too weak for you. Please go away. Besides that, Wang Teng's various talents also rose. All those geniuses had divine-level talent. They provided the matching attributes to him. Furthermore, one of them was the divine-level poison talent. He didn't have it prior to the fight, but was eventually provided by Gaunt. Divine-level poison talent, 5,350,000. He now had both divine-level talent related to poison and the Demon Lotus poison constitution. His grasp of poison force rose several-fold, which was a good feeling. Many insights related to the attribute entered his mind in an instant, and suddenly felt the urge to find a test subject to try things out. Cough, Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. Why am I becoming like Gaunt? Would a person become more perverse after his poison talent became stronger? No. I'm a normal person. In the end, he grabbed his chin and pondered. However, it would be interesting if I had the chance to use Gaunt for some experimenting. The fellow was also a poison warrior, so his toxin resistance was higher than most. He wouldn't die easily. Indeed, Gaunt is a good research subject. Close by, the poison expert was recovering with his eyes closed. He suddenly shuddered. A chill went down his spine, so he quickly opened his eyes. He felt as if someone was eyeing him. However, he didn't notice anything, confused. He closed his eyes again and kept on cultivating. Next was to check the gains in physique attributes. Ling Qianshui dropped many divine frost physique bubbles during their fight. Wang Teng had left nothing behind. His divine frost physique improved yet again. Divine frost physique, 3,820 thirst rank. The points for this stat increased twice. Wang Teng felt satisfied, thinking that his physique was becoming increasingly monstrous. He had noticed this when he used the ancient god's constitution. It was noticeably stronger than before. This wasn't just because of a realm increase, but a compound effect of all the physiques he had accumulated. Their overall rise caused a change in the quality of his ancient physique, allowing it to become more powerful. He was filled with anticipation. Since his special physique became stronger with every added constitution and their related increase, what would happen if he merged them one day? There were only 2 possibilities. He either became a monster or an indomitable warrior. The mere thought was exciting. Wang Teng shook his head and quickly pulled his thoughts back onto the right path. He continued to assess the changes in the attributes board. Aside from the cold-inducing physique, his dragon blood battle physique also improved. Landon suppressed his constitution to the 3rd rank. However, the attributes dropped were still 4th ranked. After all, it was only a disguise, not the complete power of his constitution. Dragon blood battle physique. 2,300, 40,000, 4th rank. Wang Teng nodded when he saw the change, feeling that his mastery of the constitution had increased. He turned to look at the unity of man and sword attribute. This had been dropped by Su Jianchen. The latter had been the only one who had mastered such an elusive state. It was a pity that he was still beaten by the young hero. Wang Teng did use the special state for a sword move, but his level wasn't as high as his provider. How did he win? Well, he used the power of his domain. His 4th rank domain was instilled into the attack. Su Jianchen had no chance to resist. Unity of man and sword, 5/8 on 8 nulls. However, he had very likely surpassed the swordsman after picking up the related attributes. This was especially so because he also gained a few more thanks to what the Crown Prince dropped. It would have been impossible to surpass Su Jianchen with only the attributes he dropped. Based on the information displayed, he could tell that there was no rank for the unity of man and sword. However, he still felt that he had yet to reach the perfected stage. He required 100,000 points to achieve this. The number was still far off. Su Jianchen was just as distant to that goal. Both of them were practically newbies who had just stepped into that realm. Next, he looked at some of the special battle techniques. Lightning Dragon Gale Spear Skill, Devour Lightning 9 Blade Skill, Raging Gale Palm. Those were the 3 main skills. The spear skill came from Ling Yangshu. It was an extremely powerful universe stage skill. The blade skill belonged to Jiang Weisheng, being a talent from the exalted Jiang family. The skill was a lightning element skill of a high level. Lightning Dragon, Gale Spear Skill, 1,200, 30,000. Well-versed Devour Lightning 9 Blade Skill, 800, 30,000. Well-versed, these 2 techniques jumped straight to the well-versed stage, which saved him a considerable amount of cultivation time. The hero was satisfied with those 2 skills, after all. He didn't have much variety for lightning element moves. The lightning battle spear he used before was powerful, but it was a single move capped at the eternal stage. It wasn't suitable for a normal battle as each execution demanded lots of energy. The 2 new skills were more suitable for ongoing attacks. The last battle technique was the Raging Gale Palm provided by the Rodriguez family. Wang Teng had already acquired it in the past, having already developed it to the well-versed stage. This time, it was raised to the specialized stage, Raging Gale Palm, 1,300, 4,000, specialized. He felt extremely satisfied as he stared at his overall gains. This feels amazing. 1 match and the gains were huge. What could top this? The second prince and the others would have rushed to cry in the toilet if they knew that this fellow gained lots of things by torturing them. Chapter 1580. The Crown Prince's Charisma. 1. 3 days passed in a flash. The competition resumed. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. They immediately logged into the virtual universe. The competition is starting. I don't want to see those matches. I just want the final battle between the Crown Prince and Wang Teng. I also want to watch them fight the final battle. I'm really looking forward to it. Stop saying that. Where are you planning on putting the other candidates? They are also geniuses. It's all Wang Teng's fault. He's so brilliant that the rest pale in comparison. Wang Teng? Blame me then. The other talents aren't bad, their matches would still be interesting. Besides, we also have the 4 goddesses. Their heads were bashed by Wang Teng and their image suffered a little, but that won't change my heart. I'll continue to support them. Your love remains unchanged. My remains true. I only love the 4 goddesses. You sound as if the 4 goddesses were just one person. The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the others had almost recovered fully after the resting period. They stood up and prepared for battle. Having been defeated by Wang Teng in the previous match was a major boost for their drive. Their loss was in the past, they had to look forward. 17 of them were competing for the top 10. It was certain that the young hero and the crown prince would definitely claim 2 slots, so there were only 8 left to go around. Actually, the situation was much better than before. There were 18 candidates before, but Wang Teng killed Strachey. This had opened the chance to get a slot in the top 10. It would have been impossible otherwise based on the latter's ability. He would have gotten it. Still, no matter the setting, the upcoming battles would certainly be intense. No one could relax. The young hero was completely still in his seat. All he needed to do now was to observe the other matches. It wasn't his moment to enter the stage just then. The crown prince stood up. The glow in his eyes was apparent. He passed by the other participants and reappeared in the sky above the arena. "Who wants to fight with me?" said the lofty prince, his voice calm and confident. He looked down on those present like a veritable son of heaven. His aura was exceptional. The second prince and the others exchanged glances, all of them stern. The pressure given by the noble in the sky was massive, unlike that of Wang Teng. In the end, the second prince took a deep breath and chose to step out and face the heir apparent. Both were part of the imperial family. The same noble blood flowed through their veins, but they weren't competitors. The great scion remained calm. On the other hand, his second brother had a conflicted expression while cupping hands in salute. The former nodded in reply. Then their fight began right after. Boom! They turned into a pair of light beams as they clashed. An intense battle erupted in the sky. Explosions resounded and weapons clanged. The surprising thing was the second prince displayed 2 forces, metal and fire. Their combined power was astonishing. Brilliant blade glows were shot with his battle sword. The 2 nobles seemed to be evenly matched for a period of time. However, the high noble gradually gained the upper hand as time went by, just with his sword skill. The former activated his domain and hurled it towards his older brother. It was a 3rd-ranked fire domain. Sword glows erupted within, surging towards his brother like a long stream. Having such an advanced domain, the second prince was only second to Wang Teng in this aspect. Unfortunately, it was useless. He still lost. The heir destroyed the incoming domain with a single sword attack, ending with his weapon pointing at the second prince's forehead. The latter seemed to be in a daze. His smile was bitter when he said, "I lost." No one was surprised by the outcome. They just thought it was a pity. The crown prince didn't rest. He kept challenging the other talents. Ji Haochen, Timothy, Xiahou Zun, Sawyer, Zhang Weisheng, and Landon took up the chance and challenged the prince one after the other. All of them lost. Su Jianchen went up. He was injured by Wang Teng before, which still hampered his ability. Thus, he chose to use his most powerful attack right away. Unity of man and sword, the great prince treated all his opponents with respect. He blinked when he saw the latter use that skill and also performed the same. Their attacks collided in the air. The 2 sword glows almost ripped the sky in 2. The light was intense, blinding them until they couldn't open their eyes. Boom. 1 sword to determine the winner. Su Jianchen still lost to the crown prince. His unity of man and sword was weaker. This, however, left him exceptionally stimulated first. He lost to the earthling, then he lost to the prince. That was his greatest defeat since his debut. Alas, both his opponents were too conspicuous, receiving all the limelight. They overshadowed the other sword geniuses. Many people felt pity for the other candidates. The Tian Luo emperor sat on his throne with a disappointed look. At first he thought that Su Jianchen was on par with the young hero and the high prince. What a naive thought. Those 2 youths were definitely talents seldom seen in a million years. Well, at least it was his first time seeing such monstrous existences in his life. Su Jianchen lost for a reason. The universe and heaven stage warriors of the Tian Luo Empire were silent. Not a voice was heard. The more confident they felt in the past, the more embarrassed they were now. Chapter 1581, the Crown Prince's charisma. 2. Wang Teng observed the Crown Prince and noticed how the latter had yet to go all out. Fighting with the other participants seemed like an easy feat for him. His unity of man and sword is definitely stronger than Su Jianshan's. Oh, right. Let's pick up attribute bubbles first. Unity of man and sword 1400. The hero smiled when he noticed what attribute was floating inside the bubbles. This is great. He sensed how the enlightenment for this stat was rapidly increasing. He might be able to surpass the lofty prince after their next fight. It felt amazing just by thinking about it. The Crown Prince had already defeated most of the contenders at the moment. Only Leng Qianshui and a few others remained. The audience started to get excited. The Crown Prince is going for a winning streak. This wasn't as dazzling as the Earthling defeating 16 opponents at once. However, it wasn't a feat an average person could achieve. The cold Leng Qianshui entered the arena. Her hand motion sent frost sweeping upward, creating ice in the sky. A bow appeared in her hand. Opting out of close combat, she decided to shoot ice arrows from a distance and block the prince's paths of attack. Then she executed her frost domain and hurled it at his opponent. The noble's body produced flames. A fire domain erupted, which collided with the latter's cold domain. A scorching blast swept through the arena. The lady's domain was inferior in comparison and started to melt. Leng Qianshui lost. 3 forces, the Crown Prince has water, metal, and fire. Many people were astounded. The crowd was flabbergasted, amazed by the prince's resourcefulness. Most importantly, the Crown Prince's fire force was powerful, more than able to deal with the aloof woman's frost domain, something unattainable with a regular domain. Interesting. Wang Teng touched his chin and stared at the Crown Prince with an odd expression. The young hero acted fast, picking up the attribute bubbles when the competition ended. Frost domain 200, fire domain 800, frost spring arrow 3500. The attributes found surprised him. First, he was shocked by the meager amount of frost domain bubbles. Next, he was stunned by the number of points for the fire domain. It was understandable for the first one, since Leng Qianshui's domain was only at the 3rd rank. It wasn't of much help now. However, the prince still managed to drop 800 points of fire domain, even though the hero's was at the 4th rank, which meant that the noble's domain was just as developed. The bubbles dropped would have been less if otherwise. After pondering over this matter, the young hero glanced at the Crown Prince again. This fellow is getting more and more interesting. Wang Teng was stunned by the final attributes merged into his body. Frost spring arrow. This is a universe stage technique, Wang Teng thought. He closed his eyes and sensed the skill carefully. Frost spring arrow, 2500, 3000, well versed. 3,500 points of said attribute allowed him to raise the stat all the way to the well-versed stage. Such a skill was a good gain, however. Wang Teng found it strange, since the technique wasn't dropped in the past. He remembered that Leng Qianshui had fired arrows at him before. Is it because I wasn't worthy of her battle technique? The young hero couldn't help but feel bitter about it. He couldn't be blamed. After all, the aloof lady had only used the skill to fight the Crown Prince. This showed that she held the prince in higher regard. If she knew what he was thinking, she would probably be speechless. What kind of person is this? Did she need to use a universe stage technique to make him happy? The fellow was too strong. She never had a chance to use it. Mind you, an arrow skill was for long-range moves. The young hero had moved too quickly, so she was never able to pinpoint his position. How were they supposed to fight? Wasn't this making things difficult for them? As for their first meeting during the elimination round, she didn't know how strong he was, so she played safe and used other attacks. The Crown Prince's fights continued with Berkshire, Tu Shaoba, and Yue Chikiao. Unfortunately, all of them lost. The last person was gaunt. The swelling on his face had yet to subside. This made everyone laugh the moment he entered the arena. It looked as if he had a pig's head. His viciousness was gone, even seeming a bit clumsy. The Crown Prince's expression looked weird. He was tortured by Wang Teng. The opponent was in a bad mood, but he didn't have the guts to speak up about the way the prince was looking at him, given the noble's identity. He simply started to attack. A poison domain began to expand, pulling the noble inside. It was obvious that the poison expert was going straight for his most powerful attacks to defeat the mighty prince. He didn't show any mercy. The former kept using his fire domain. Endless flames surged out, and Gaunt's poison domain started boiling like water. The toxic air and mist in his area of influence were completely ineffective. Gaunt's expression turned ugly. He gathered his poison force and manifested a myriad of scary poison beasts. They charged towards the prince's domain. However, it was useless. The noble floated within his region. Flames gathered around his battle sword, which turned into sword projections. Boom! The poison warrior's domain started to tremble. A gaping hole was ripped open, and his domain collapsed. He was flabbergasted. He shook as if struck by lightning, then vomited a mouthful of blood. The fellow was seriously injured. Gaunt lost. The crown prince dispersed his domain and appeared in front of everyone. The audience was quiet, awestruck by the figure's peerless charm. No one could remain calm. 3 days prior, another formidable talent appeared out of nowhere. Those two youths were extremely similar. In the end, the other 15 warriors lost. The crown prince followed Wang Teng's footsteps and defeated all the other candidates. He was now in second place. However, even if Strachey were still alive, everyone knew he wouldn't be the prince's match. There was an uproar among the audience. The noble's battles weren't as incredible as Wang Teng's. However, they were also exciting and astonishing. He fought 15 matches without rest and won them all. What a winning streak. He won all 15 fights. Who else could do this? The crowd cheered, shouting the Crown Prince's name. Crown Prince! Crown Prince! Long live the Crown Prince. Chapter 1582. You secretly learned my battle technique. The Crown Prince had 15 wins. The audience cheered for a long time and were filled with excitement. Wang Teng was impressed by the prince's performance, but not too much. This is his true strength. Wang Teng looked at the noble and smiled. The latter was worth his full attention and ability. It was a worthy opponent, someone to look forward to fighting, unlike the ordinary kind. What a monster, the second prince muttered. He then glanced at the young hero and asked, feeling any pressure now that the crown prince displayed his strength? Wang Teng replied with a smile. I fought 16 on my own, and he only fought 15. He's clearly inferior to me. He should be the one under pressure. Ji Hao Chen was listening in and was caught off guard by this bluff. Damn, you're so pretentious. The second prince felt at a loss. How can you make this comparison? The prince only fought 15 because you killed one. He would have had the chance to fight 16 otherwise. I fought 16 warriors together. Does he dare do the same? The hero asked. The second prince was speechless. All right, you're awesome. Are you always this confident? You don't seem to be afraid of anyone, Timothy said. How can I be invincible if I'm not confident? Wang Teng responded calmly. Invincible. Everyone was flabbergasted, not expecting the Earthling to have such a strong mentality. That was an invincible warrior. He would face many more powerful opponents in the future. Such a strong mentality would be impossible without the mentality to match. Everyone looked at Wang Teng with conflicting emotions. None of them thought that the hero was joking. He was calm and his eyes were serious. Those words had to come from his heart. Right at that moment, the crown prince walked over and happened to overhear his rival's claims. He was shocked by it. So he glanced at the hero. The prince had encountered many talents on par with him, or even stronger. However, none of them had dared to say they aimed to become invincible. This fellow dares to say something like this. It stirred him up. The great noble's impression of the Earthling actually improved. What he couldn't see in the beginning was gradually revealing its true appearance. This was a person unlike any other talent he had ever seen before. He returned to his seat and rated his rival highly. That was the highest regard he had ever given to anyone. There were only 5 people who were better than him. Wang Teng used his spiritual power to sweep through the skies and collect the attributes dropped by Gaunt. Poison Domain 600, Constellation Force, Poison 8,800. His poison domain had already reached the 3rd rank. The 600 bubbles he scooped didn't help in advancing his rank. However, his enlightenment did rise a little. It was better than nothing. Since the Crown Prince's fights were over, the next few days would be used for the remaining matches that would decide the last 8 spots. Days passed one by one, the second prince and the others finally entered the final showdown. The battles were fierce, no one relented, even while suffering injuries. 15 days later, everyone's rankings were finally established. From 3rd to 10th place, the second prince, Landon Timothy, Ling Yangshu, Ji Haochen, Leng Qiangshui, Su Jianchen, and Yue Chikiao. Sawyer, Xiaho, Zun, Jiang Weisheng, Berkshire, Tu Shaoba, Gaunt, and Situwaner weren't able to enter the top 10. There was also Strachey who died. You could say that all 18 warriors were there. Now only the last match had yet to be fought, the showdown between the 1st and 2nd place holders. Wang Teng still kept the top position, but he still had to defeat the Crown Prince. The 1st place wasn't truly his yet. Both the young hero and the prince rested for more than 10 days while the last battles were conducted, so their bodies had recovered to their peak condition. The last day, early in the morning, Wang Teng and the Crown Prince appeared high in the sky, hovering while keeping a distance from each other. They exchanged glances while full of fighting spirit. The audience had been waiting for that match for a long time. Everyone became ecstatic the moment they saw the two enter the arena. It's going to begin. The final showdown is about to start. This is so exciting. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. It's finally starting. Who will be the last one standing? Who is going to get 1st place? Everything will be decided on this match, above the arena. Wang Teng and the Crown Prince were looking at each other in silence. Strong winds blew from time to time, swirling between them. The prince said, "In the beginning, right when I returned to the great Qian Empire, the last thing I expected was to find someone strong enough to face me. I came across many talented warriors when I traveled outside the empire. There were many experts comparable to me, which made me realize how vast the outside world was. This helped me to gradually rein in my pride so I could reflect in looking at myself." Wang Teng looked at him with surprise. The prince had barely spoken before that moment. He seemed like a different person, now that they were about to fight. Could it be that he's actually a chatterbox? The second prince and the others were just as surprised, but soon understood that the prince was treating the hero as a worthy opponent. That was probably the reason why he was speaking as much. The prince continued, "I understood my shortcomings and set a clear path for myself in order to defeat countless opponents and be where I am today." "So, you said you're going to become invincible. Have you examined yourself?" The former gazed at the hero. Wang Teng realized something. The Crown Prince happened to hear what he said before and probably thought he was out of his depth, which was why he was so chatty. The hero shook his head and laughed. "I will tell you after we fight. You're different and unique, even among all the talents I've met," said the prince. "However, you haven't seen the vast expanse outside the empire. You shouldn't say things like that. Is that so?" Wang Teng glanced at the Crown Prince calmly. "Let's begin. I'll be able to see a bigger world after I defeat you. You're very confident." The noble's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. "Then let's fight." Although his voice wasn't loud, it resounded in the skies, becoming the signal for the start of the battle. Boom, the next moment. Both fighters disappeared at the same time, turning into a pair of beams rushing up high into the sky, just like two massive dragons, to collide with a bang right after. The Crown Prince held a sword and immediately used his unity of man and sword to rush toward his opponent. There was no need to test the water in a battle of such caliber. They had to use powerful attacks in order to defeat the other. Wang Teng felt the powerful incoming sword consciousness, so he condensed force in his sword as well. He then seemed to also become one with his sword as he slashed to counter the move. Boom, 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 sword projections clashed in the sky, ultimately shattering. The sharp attacks swept across the ground, leaving a trail of sword marks and laying waste. Some were thin as blades of grass, while others were as thick as arms. Some were even as deep as true abysses. Sand clouds began to rise, dimming and blocking the sky. The prince noticed that Wang Teng's sword techniques were comparable to his. He immediately pointed at his opponent, Tyrant's finger. It was a digit filled with a horrifying ultima which pierced through the air like a giant's finger. It then descended towards the hero. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed, but he didn't flinch. There was a trace of malice in his eyes as he snickered. He too extended a finger and pointed forward. Boom. A second ghastly finger was manifested in the sky, also filled with a terrifying ultima. The prince's pupils shrank as if witnessing something unbelievable. Fuck, how come their battle techniques look so similar? The audience logged onto the live chat platform were bewildered. The second prince and the others were feeling the same. They stared at the two massive fingers in the sky, seemingly trying to find out the differences. Boom. The fingers clashed and caused a loud explosion. Both attacks shattered into bits and exploded. The young hero and the prince flew backwards and appeared roughly a kilometer away. The noble could not believe it. He felt restless as he looked at his opponent. You actually learned my technique in secret. The hero's skill resembled his tyrant's finger. It was almost the same, be it appearance, ultima, or the overwhelming presence. But how is this possible? He took great pains to find that legacy. How did he learn it too? There was only one possibility he could think of. Wang Teng had learned his technique in secret. However, the idea was equally impossible and hard to believe. He had merely used the move a few times during his previous matches. How could that guy learn it? Are there really such perverse talents in the world? Countless questions floated into the Crown Prince's mind. Waves of emotions were crashing inside his calm heart. Guess Wang Teng smiled. He just wanted to tease the prince, since the latter had dared to reprimand him like a teacher, using a righteous tone. The hero wanted to know how the other would react after realizing he had secretly stolen his battle technique. From the looks of it, the effects were decent. The Crown Prince's expression was within his expectations. As for whether he would expose his secrets, that was irrelevant. The ploy would only prove he was extremely talented. The noble wasn't expecting such a reply. He felt frustrated. Again, Wang Teng said to his opponent. The prince took a deep breath to calm down. His eyes flickered with a dangerous glint. It didn't matter if the hero had stolen his technique or not. The provocation was real. Now he was angry. Boom. Their battle continued, becoming even more intense. Explosions resounded in the sky. The earth quaked and space seemed ready to burst open. Let's see if you've learned this sword skill. The prince's eyes became intense. His sword sliced through the air like a comet, leaving a trail of shimmering sparks. The 12 tyrant swords. First sword. The noble had also instilled the move with the unity of man and sword, as well as his domain. The overall power was overwhelming. Wang Teng smiled when he saw the other getting angry. He glanced at his attributes board. The 12 tyrant swords, first sword, 7,500, 10,000 foundation. He was 2,500 points away from the well-versed stage, so he decidedly bridged the gap with blank attributes. The attributes skyrocketed in an instant, jumping to well-versed all the way to the specialized stage. 30,000 points were needed for this increase. The 12 tyrant swords, first sword, 150,000, specialized in an instant. Various enlightenment concepts flowed into his mind. His eyes glistened like the edge of a sharp blade as he wielded his sword. Unity of man and sword. Metal domain. Boom! The oppressive golden sword projection was shot, crashing into the Crown Prince's attack. The latter narrowed his eyelids into thin slits, the faint glowing mist masking a frozen expression. Chapter 1583. Wang Teng's Huang Heaven Blade. 1. Boom. 2. Powerful golden projections collided in the air. The explosion was earth-shattering. Space started to rip apart, creating pitch-black dimensional rifts. The clash of frightening attacks were powerful enough to tear space open. Tiny and sharp sword glows were fired in all directions, creating an appalling scene. A few kilometers surrounding the clash was akin to a death zone. The audience was dumbfounded. Cold sweat dripped down their backs while their hairs stood on end. This is terrifying. Their sword skills are so powerful. Are these the attacks of celestial warriors? Why do I feel that not even cosmos fighters would match them? I probably live in a different world. Don't you think that their attacks are similar? Similar? They're exactly the same. Oh my God, why do I have a feeling that Wang Teng learned the Crown Prince's skills? That finger technique is the same, too. Really, how can Wang Teng learn the skill in such a short time? I don't believe it. Is there really a genius like that? I admit that he's a genius. But if he can steal and learn other people's techniques, he's not just a genius. Could it be a coincidence? Maybe they just know the same technique. That would be a huge coincidence. Anyone with a pair of eyes could tell that the two combatants were using the same skill. The prince had used it first, the young hero had just tried it. So, either the latter had copied the prince or the two of them had gotten the same legacy. Most of the audience considered the first option as absurd, but its likelihood was still higher than the second option. It wasn't an ordinary technique. Normal moves were readily available, making it possible for both to learn the same skill. However, the High Noble's technique wasn't ordinary, it was a legacy left by a formidable warrior. It would be impossible for the two to receive the same inheritance. Formidable warriors would never take in two disciples for no reason. On the imperial family spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan was startled. He observed the techniques carefully and found no differences, concluding it was one and the same. He was speechless for a moment. I somehow feel that I still underestimated Wang Teng, the Grand Duke muttered to himself. He couldn't see through the Crown Prince's legacy, so it had to be an eternal stage skill or above. Such techniques were difficult to learn. It was unlikely for regular warriors to learn it even when having the proper cultivation method, let alone learning it on the spot. The universe stage elder opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Stealing other people's skills wasn't ethical, but the young hero actually did so in the open, brazenly. No unscrupulous methods were used, so nobody could find fault in him. He did it with his own capability. They had no right to condemn him. The elder from the imperial family was of course on the prince's side, so this made him feel exasperated. Aside from the imperial family people, the other dukedom families were too bewildered by the situation. Their best guess was that the young earthling had actually copied the skill from the High Noble. What kind of genius is this? How shameless! The generals stared at one another, their faces showing weird expressions. They didn't expect Wang Teng to act in such a way. He's insane. General Habakkuk sighed. He felt conflicted. He's remarkable indeed if he really stole the Crown Prince's skill. General Fu Xinglan shook his head and sighed, in the sky above the arena. Wang Teng and the Crown Prince's sword glows were finally extinguished. The overpowered impact swept forth. Both parties flew back several kilometers. Upon careful observation, the noble was pushed back by 3 kilometers, while the young hero only moved by 2. There was still a slight difference in strength. Wang Teng was partially stronger. The noble stood in the distance with sword in hand, pointing diagonally towards the ground. He gazed intently at the hero, his emotions a jumble. It was clear to him that the earthling had used the first move of the 12 tyrant swords. It couldn't be anything else. He remembered their short dialogue when he dared Wang Teng to learn the move if he had the ability, and he did. That was a painful slap in the face. The hero clutched his sword and took a calm step forward. Not bad. The corners of the prince's eyes twitched as he replied in a calm tone. He too walked forward. Each step turned their bodies into lingering shadows as they dashed for a second clash. Boom! The intense battle continued. The two parties collided like two small suns, resulting in powerful energy waves sweeping in all directions. I have a second move. Please receive it, said the prince. His sword blossomed with a blinding golden light, illuminating the entire sky. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. I've never used the second sword before. Let's see how you steal it, the noble taunted. Chapter 1584, Wang Teng's Huang Heaven Blade, 2. Go ahead, use it once and I'll learn your skill, Wang Teng said. No matter how patient he was, the Crown Prince felt like cursing when he heard that. However, he didn't believe it was possible to grasp a technique with just a glance. Moreover, the second sword move was much more difficult to pull off than the first. He was only able to use it after cultivating for a long time. Wang Teng couldn't just learn it after seeing it a single time. A special domain emerged from the Crown Prince's body in a flash which spanned for several kilometers. Everything turned into a world of swords. Domains could be integrated with the prince's first sword, enabling his tyrant 12 swords with their power. The second sword required the complete use of said domain power. The 12 swords of tyrant had command over the domain. Those who aimed to draw their true potential had to master a domain. It was a prerequisite. It was a battle technique that could only be used in tandem with domains. Only divine-level techniques could be as powerful and have such stringent requirements. The prince released his metal domain, which morphed into a world of swords, converging and raining down like golden light streaks. There was a powerful aura burst, boom. Space was distorted in the vicinity, making small cracks appear. There were fissures on the ground as well as if slashed apart. Wang Teng could also feel a sharp intent rushing straight at him when he was several kilometers away. He felt a tingling all over, akin to fine swords cutting his skin. However, his body was tough, and he quickly used the ancient god's constitution. This would prevent injuries from any external force. Even his hair became tough, shining brightly. Not even the strands could be cut. The lofty noble's sword was terrifying, but the real deal had yet to be used. The young hero would be safe for the moment. The latter squinted as the move was indeed much more powerful than the first sword. The Crown Prince had been reserving his energy in the previous battles, not going all out. All the people on the live chat platform were horrified by what they saw. Their discussions were heating up. What a frightening technique. Even space was distorted. It looks like a dimensional rift. Oh my God. The Crown Prince is only using this technique now. He couldn't bother to do it, or did he think there was no need? Looks like Wang Teng is the only one who can force the prince to use his real strength. This is scary. A celestial warrior's technique is actually distorting space. It's incredible. I'm afraid Wang Teng can't learn this attack like before. After all, this is the first time being used in the competition. No matter how powerful Wang Teng is, he can't do it. But then again, Wang Teng has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Remember the lightning tornado he used in the elimination battle? Yes, that move should be enough to deal with this. The second prince and the others were slack-jawed when they saw the noble display his sword technique. A fourth-rank domain, another fourth-rank domain. Ji Haochen exclaimed, "Both have fourth-rank domains. That sword is terrifying. If it were me, I don't think I could block it." Timothy had a serious look on his face. A sword technique infused with a fourth-rank domain. I can't imagine the level that it can reach, added the second prince. Su Jianchen was staring intently at the Crown Prince's sword, seemingly obsessed by the sight of a beauty. A second sword? There's a second sword, he muttered to himself. I could only make him use the first sword. What a huge blow it was to him. Not only did his sword techniques lose to Wang Teng, he lost to the Crown Prince as well. The young hero was able to force the prince to bring out the second sword. The former could only get the noble to use the first move. That was the difference between them. A strong resentment emerged from the bottom of Su Jianchen's heart at the moment. He couldn't suppress it. On the imperial family's spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan stared at the screen and exclaimed, "I wonder where he obtained the sword technique. It looks superior to the eternal level." Above the eternal level. The accompanying expert was taken aback. Could it be? Having such attainments, his future has unlimited potential, said the Duke, avoiding a direct answer. Good, good, the Universe Stage Elder was elated. He nodded and said, "It is the imperial family's blessing to have such a talent." The Grand Duke looked into the distance, keeping his own counsel. The more outstanding he was, the tougher the road would be. The future would depend on the prince himself. In the military's battle fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the others had stern expressions. "That sword is very powerful." General Habakkuk's eyes wavered. "Such a battle technique is at the eternal level, giving a conservative estimate. I never thought the prince would have such a skill." Fu Xinglan was a bit surprised. "I agree, young people nowadays are really scary to actually master such battle techniques," said Habakkuk. Even General Tang Wuwei spoke up, expressing his admiration for the crown prince. "Very powerful." In the sky above the arena, the sword light gathered by the crown prince flared up, and a golden light filled the sky. All his domain power was invested in the skill, converging to produce a majestic aura. Second sword. The crown prince's eyes were blazing as he made his move. The golden sword projection burst forth. That was the second sword from the tyrant's 12 swords. The sword advanced, freezing the surrounding space. There was no escaping it. Wang Teng squinted, not daring to be complacent. A saber appeared in his hand, replacing his sword. A saber instead of a sword. Many people were stunned. What is Wang Teng trying to do? Why did he suddenly switch to a saber? Are his saber techniques superior? Questions popped up in everyone's heads as they looked at the hero with confused eyes. The prince heir frowned, not knowing what the latter was planning on doing. Switching his weapon in the middle of a fight. Is this a joke to him? Wang Teng didn't care about their opinions. He raised his weapon, and a horrifying saber consciousness flickered in his eyes. Boom! The Earth domain was released. Although Wang Teng had previously fused his Earth and Fire domains to create the flaming magnetic meteor domain, he still had their separate enlightenments, and had no problems using his Earth domain on its own. The latter was released, and the sky turned yellow. A horrifying yellow glow was condensed on his saber, which pierced through heaven and earth, making it seem as if it were the sole thing in existence. The crown prince's pupils shrank in disbelief. Wang Xinghua's eyes were like saucers, as if having just seen a ghost. He was in utter shock and disbelief. His face couldn't look more conflicted. Many people thought of his technique. Boom! A horrifying explosion could be heard. The prince's second sword move was already a few hundred meters away from the hero, ready to cut him down. The hero's eyes flashed as he looked up. He had already made an attack with his saber. The world turned dark in an instant. All light was dimmed, leaving only the saber, imbued with a heavenly presence. That was the true heaven saber. Boom! The resulting projection pierced through space and clashed with the prince's golden sword glow. Ghastly explosions resounded, while the entire sky was split into two colors, gold and yellow. Both attacks seemed to be in a stalemate for a moment before cracking sounds were heard. The crown prince's expression changed somewhat. Fissures started to run across the golden sword projection, which soon broke apart into countless shards. The yellow saber glow kept slashing down towards the prince. Chapter 1585, The Crown Prince Defeated. 1. Boom! The crown prince's expression finally changed when he saw the glowing yellow saber slashing towards him. He immediately moved to retreat, but it was too late. The yellow saber projection streaked across the sky like a shooting star, ultimately landing on the noble and engulfing him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It only took a few seconds for the golden sword aura to collapse and Wang Teng's saber attack to entrap the prince. Many people were in a daze. Sometime later, the audience reacted with a collective gasp to match their astonishment. Oh my God. The crown prince lost? Everyone was overcome with disbelief. Wang Teng managed to destroy the crown prince's formidable attack. What a powerful saber! The second prince and the other candidates were just as dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. Both of Wang Teng's sword and saber skills were extremely powerful. How does he cultivate? Wang Xinghua was ecstatic, staring at the hero with fiery eyes. That was the Huang soil blade. It is definitely my family's saber skill. So this is how powerful the Huang soil blade can be. The realization bypassed any worries about how the young hero managed to learn his family's unique saber skill. He was mesmerized by the attack's intensity. A short while back he had used the same move but was defeated by the Crown Prince's first sword. And yet Wang Teng's replica managed to defeat the noble's second sword. This meant that it wasn't an issue of having an inferior skill, it was the user who wasn't powerful enough. It had nothing to do with the move, it was the person. If the competition wasn't still ongoing, he would have probably rushed to ask the hero for some guidance. On the Imperial family spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan was stunned. He had said once that the Crown Prince's sword skill was exceptional, implying that the latter had a chance to beat Wang Teng. However, the hero attained victory with one saber. What a slap to his face. The Crown Prince's sword was destroyed? The Universe Stage Elder found it unbelievable. Oh my. Youths nowadays are unpredictable. The Grand Duke shook his head. Wait, that saber skill looked like the Huang family's skill used by Huang Xinghua, said the elder after some thought. I think so too. This youngster probably learned that skill too and managed to surpass the Huang boy in mastery all in a short time. Seriously, Grand Duke Chongshan felt troubled by the notion. He shook his head again, finally using a word to describe what he felt. Scary. Gasp. The accompanying elder was surprised. He didn't know what to say. Above the arena, Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and looked at a point in front of him. Just then, a figure shot out from the ball of light. It was the Crown Prince. A dazzling aura had blossomed from his body like a protective shield. Besides looking a little wretched, he seemed fine. The Crown Prince is still standing. The audience heaved sighs of relief when they saw the noble was safe and sound. "Where did you learn Huang Xinghua's saber skill?" said the prince, panting a bit. His hair was a mess. Even so, his gaze was firmly stuck on his opponent. "Make a guess," Wang Teng said. The noble wanted to vomit blood out of frustration. This again, guess. Guess what? He couldn't help but curse in his mind, even with his lofty demeanor. Wang Teng is evil. He never replied to his questions properly, and kept asking him to guess. Would I ask if I knew the answer? The prince took a deep breath and said, "Your abilities surprise me. How many sword moves have you mastered?" the hero asked curiously. "Looks like you're familiar with my sword skill," said the former in a meaningful tone. "Ha ha ha ha, it's just a random question." Wang Teng chuckled and changed the topic. He wouldn't reveal this to the prince, as it was tantamount to exposing himself. "I've learned 3 moves." The Crown Prince didn't haggle over the issue. He looked at the hero sternly. "3 moves," Wang Teng smiled. "That means you have one more chance." Some distance away, Su Jianchen was astounded. The Crown Prince has one more sword move. The second sword was already powerful. What would his third sword be like? "I haven't fully grasped the third move. I can use it, but I have no control over it," said the prince in a leisurely manner. "That is, you might die if I perform it." "Die?" Wang Teng laughed, as if finding the statement funny. "Why are you laughing?" The Crown Prince frowned. "You don't have to worry about killing me. Quick, execute your skill," Wang Teng said. "You're too arrogant." A hint of anger flashed past the prince's eyes. The hero's words made him feel he was being looked down upon. No one had ever dared to belittle him like that. "Whether I'm being arrogant or not depends on my ability," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Use your third sword. There won't be another chance if you don't. All right." The Crown Prince snorted and stared at his opponent. "I'll fulfill your wish. All my opponents have been defeated by this move. I've never failed. Look carefully then." 2 strange sword auras were shot out of his eyes, which soared to the skies. Chapter 1586. The Crown Prince defeated. 2. A powerful burst of energy erupted, surging out of his body like a tsunami. Golden force was gathered, forming a thick beam of light. The Crown Prince was only at the 9th level of the celestial stage, but his metal force was exceptionally powerful, exceeding what normal celestials could muster. A sea of metal force flowed out. It was astonishing. The second prince and the other candidates were struck dumb, amazed by the pillar of light. Their eyes reflected wonder. Now they finally realized the difference between them and the heir apparent. All of them were talented, and their accumulation of force in their bodies exceeded that of ordinary warriors. The most basic ninth-level celestial forces couldn't support the execution of heaven or universe stage techniques, let alone those of eternal stage. Wang Teng was also surprised. The Crown Prince is indeed exceptional. He must have cultivated a top-tier scripture so he could possess such immense mental force. The move gave him the impression that it was related to an eternal or even a divine-level scripture. Since the prince had a divine skill like the tyrant's 12 swords, it was possible he too had a divine-level scripture. Furthermore, the scripture was very likely associated with the metal element. That was the reason why the difference between his metal force and the other two forces was massive. The golden beam formed a pillar connecting both sky and the earth. An invisible strength was spread. The ground shook, throwing dust into the air. The hero was a few kilometers away. Even so, he felt the terrifying pressure. It seemed that the prince's third sword was indeed powerful. Wang Teng turned serious. He wasn't in a hurry to act. He kept observing the noble's third move. Right then, the hero felt that the prince's body was producing a strange fluctuation. It was origin power. The crown prince had grasped the power of origin. The young hero was shocked. It wasn't strange for him to master such power, since he was basically a bug in the system. But the prince actually grasped the origin of wood with his own means. Wang Teng knew it was only a bit of origin power, yet he still had it. Having this power and not having it was tantamount to being in two different worlds. Since the crown prince had overcome the barrier and attained it, he was standing on the same level as the hero. No wonder the prince said that no one had ever escaped his third sword. It was almost impossible for a celestial warrior to grasp an origin power. Alas, the noble ran into Wang Teng. Just as the hero had noticed how the prince had this power, other formidable warriors could also notice it. They were astounded. On the Parker's family's spacecraft, the furious flaming universe lord stared at the noble, truly bewildered. Indeed, the crown prince is an unparalleled talent. To actually grasp the power of origin at this stage, Wang Teng is going to lose. Ha ha ha, he's definitely going to lose. Valteru and Sinclamen were surprised and elated. The crown prince has origin power. How could Wang Teng counter this? In the military battle fortress, the three generals were startled. It's hard to believe that the crown prince can use origin power. Wang Teng is in danger, General Habakkuk said grimly on the Cavendish family's spacecraft. Dubois and Borla also noticed. They exchanged glances, clearly stunned. I didn't expect the crown prince to grasp the power of origin, Borla said in disbelief. I'm afraid Wang Teng is going to lose? Dubois shook his head. Why? Why would Brother Wang lose? Olivia's face turned pale. She couldn't believe it. Borla sighed and explained, origin power is normally harnessed by universe stage warriors. The crown prince is basically invincible right now, since he can use origin power already. He had high hopes for the Earthling, but the opponent had a superior power. No matter how strong the hero's techniques were, he was bound to lose. Everyone was heavy-hearted. On the Imperial family's spacecraft, a strange glimmer appeared in Grand Duke Chongshan's eyes. He muttered, he grasped an origin power? Looks like Wang Teng is going to lose. Everyone concluded on the spot that the hero was going to lose. He had no chances of winning. Their strengths were at entirely different levels. Boom. The crown prince was bathing in the golden pillar of light high above the arena. A terrifying golden sword projection was formed on top of his head, giving off terrifying fluctuations. Wang Teng stared at the sword aura and smiled. He raised his saber again and performed the Huang Heaven Blade again. The crown prince smiled when he saw the latter's reaction. The same move, there's nothing else? It looked as if the Earthling had reached his limits. The crowd seemed bewildered by the hero's actions using the same move. No one understood why did so. Does he have no other skills? Many people shook their heads, feeling pity for the hero. Looks like the crown prince is going to be the winner. Only Huang Xinghua was getting excited. He remembered the absurd saying passed down by his ancestors that their Huang soil blade was special, unrestrained by levels. Its power would depend on the strength of the user. There was no upper limit. He believed it was just nonsense. But Wang Teng's use of the skill made his beliefs waver. A bold idea grew in the depths of his heart. There was a possibility that the Huang soil blade could resist the Crown Prince's third sword if Wang Teng was the one executing the move. With that in mind, Huang Xinghua stared at the hero intently, looking closely at the saber he was holding and wishing to see the ideal scene unfold. Up in the sky, the Crown Prince had already finished preparing his attack with origin power. Occult patterns shimmered on the sword projection's surface. The move contained a heavenly aura. The third sword. The golden glow in the Crown Prince's eyes shot right to the sky. He then made a slashing motion. It took an instant for the light pillar to contract and merge into the golden sword projection. The sword light then moved to slash at Wang Teng. The sword seemed powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. It cut through space, forming pitch-black dimensional rifts wherever it passed. The sky above Wang Teng had completely turned yellow. The yellow saber glow lit up the clouds, also forming occult patterns. Ha! Grand Duke Chongshan was astounded by such development. The other formidable warriors noticed the change in the saber glow and were also taken aback. Go. The hero released his move. The yellow saber projection collided with the prince's third sword. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. The noble's face was pale. Executing the third sword exhausted much of his force, but he was still smiling. He was certain that his opponent's move would be the one to shatter. How could that saber fight with his third sword? In the end, Wang Teng would still lose. However, his smile froze soon after. He stared ahead in disbelief. An unexpected situation occurred. The Crown Prince's third sword, which was instilled with origin power, began to crack. Then, with a bang, it collapsed and turned into numerous droplets of light. The yellow saber glow landed on the bewildered prince. The latter vomited a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He was only able to stabilize himself after traversing a few kilometers. You lost! Wang Teng clutched his battle saber and stared calmly at the noble. How is this possible? How could I lose? The Crown Prince was unable to accept it. His holy gaze turned muddy, his emotions out of control. Chapter 1587. The Crown Prince became a devil. One dead silence. The entire place went dead silent. The Crown Prince lost. The audience no longer knew how to describe their emotions. The Crown Prince was seriously injured and vomiting blood, looking utterly miserable and dull-eyed. He seemed to have suffered a massive blow. The noble was entirely different from the one they knew. He had made an entrance on a golden-winged crimson celestial tiger, astounding them all with his great talent and holy aura. No one could compare to him back then. Now his aura was apparently gone. The holy glow surrounding him dissipated, falling from heaven to earth. The stark contrast caused a huge impact among the crowd. At the same time, another figure stepped into the limelight. The fellow's brilliance had overshadowed the prince's, eventually becoming the most popular and eye-catching candidate in the competition. The audience looked away from the fallen prince to the figure wielding a saber. Completely awestruck, even through the screen, they could feel how powerful and oppressive the Crown Prince's third sword was. Still, Wang Teng managed to obliterate the attack, be it the second sword or the third. He destroyed them with a single saber strike. The same skill, is he that confident and bold? Also, how powerful was his blade attack just now? The audience couldn't imagine it overpowering, stunning. No other words could describe their feelings. Many people also noticed that the hero's saber attack was similar to Huang Xinghua's. It was practically the same. This made them believe that the hero had also learned that skill on the go. Huang Xinghua wasn't able to resist the prince's first sword, but Wang Teng did, drawing a greater potential of the move. Was this what they meant by the younger generation surpasses the older generation, leaving no paths for the latter? Some people turned to look at Huang Xinghua. They sympathized with him. However, they quickly noticed that the latter's expression was off. Why does he look so mesmerized? Gasp. Has he fallen for Wang Teng's charisma? This strange thought popped up in many people's minds. At the same time, the powerhouses from the various factions were shocked. All of them thought that the Earthling would lose, but the result was the opposite. Wang Teng was the winner. Everyone guessed wrong. Sigh. On the imperial family spacecraft, Grand Duke Chongshan shook his head, thinking it was a pity. The Crown Prince was their strongest talent, but he lost. However, he was still amazed by the young hero's talent and abilities. He had never seen such a peerless talent in his life. The Crown Prince lost. The Universe Stage Elder was taken aback, unable to process and accept the outcome. Wang Teng also grasped the power of origin and is stronger, said the Grand Duke. Are you saying that the boy infused his attack with origin power? The Elder was astonished. He could not believe it. That's right. He hid his origin power, well, only using it at the last moment. He did so quickly. So nobody noticed, said the noble. This is incredible. The Elder was flabbergasted. Only Universe Stage Warriors and above can do this under normal circumstances. Is he really a celestial warrior? The Duke's supporter was a Universe Stage Warrior, so he knew how hard it was to harness origin power. Hence, he found it unbelievable that Wang Teng, a celestial warrior, was capable of such a feat, and with a high proficiency. That is why he's a true genius, exclaimed Grand Duke Chongshan once again. His gaze reflected his inner turmoil. Having reached his level of cultivation, he had been through and seen many things, so nothing could affect his emotions. Making such a face would be impossible under normal conditions. However, Wang Teng's performance unsettled his calm mind. Wang Teng won. In the military battle fortress, the three generals were stunned. Their junior's final attack exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the lofty officials were shocked. I believe Wang Teng used the Earth origin in his last move, said General Fu Xinglan, blinking as he recalled the saber move. General Habakkuk lamented, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. The power of origin was only integrated at the very last second. Wang Teng was hiding himself well. His origin power is more powerful than the Crown Prince's, said General Tang Wuwei after some contemplation. General Fu Xinglan was confused. He frowned and chimed in. Wang Teng's origin power is indeed stronger than the one attained by the Crown Prince. That is why he shattered the prince's third sword move. However, I don't understand, is the Huang family's saber skill this powerful? Could it be that the skill is special? We don't know the secret behind it. But Wang Teng managed to figure it out, said General Habakkuk, touching his chin. That's possible. The Huang's eternal stage warrior made a name for himself using that saber skill. This proves how extraordinary it is, General Fu Xinglan agreed. Impressive, General Habakkuk exclaimed. Chapter 1588. The Crown Prince became a devil too. General Habakkuk was praising Wang Teng, not the Huang family's saber skill or their eternal stage ancestor. The generals were impressed with the young hero. He learned the skill on the spot, and even surpassed the original user. Wasn't that monstrous? On the Parker's family spacecraft, the furious flaming universe lord had a frozen expression. He wasn't feeling good. The young menace was obviously going to lose, but he turned the tides and defeated the Crown Prince with a single move. Compared with the Imperial Elder's reaction, he found the outcome harder to swallow. Sinclaman and Valteru looked at each other, both recognizing the astonishment and amazement on the other. They were indeed taken aback. The bald leader gritted his teeth and said after some time, This fellow, he grasped an origin power. No one knew how unsettled his mind was. How talented is this youth to be able to grasp the power of origin at the celestial stage? He didn't dare to think further origin power. Valteru and Sinclaman were dazed and confused. Only a universe stage warrior could grasp that primary source. They were at the heaven stage, and they had yet to grasp this power. However, Wang Teng had already done it. How could they not be startled? We need to get rid of him. We must get rid of him, the furious, flaming universe lord muttered to himself. The killing intent in his eyes was apparent. Wang Teng's talent scared him, sigh. On the Cavendish family's spacecraft, Borla, Di Chi, Olivia, and the others heaved long sighs of relief. They were stunned by the outcome, but they felt relieved that the young fellow had managed to make a comeback. This is great. Brother Wang Teng is indeed the strongest. Olivia's eyes were glowing as she looked at the saber-wielding figure on screen. He defeated the Crown Prince with one move. This was amazing. What's with that last saber attack? Didn't you say that the Crown Prince was harnessing origin power? Why was he still defeated by Wang Teng? Letitia asked. She was flabbergasted. I think he also used origin power, Dubois replied. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, he revealed this in his last move, Borla recalled and nodded in agreement. I never thought he would also have a grasp on origin power. Both him and the prince are terrifying, Letitia exclaimed. Di Chi and the others were speechless after processing what was said in the conversation. Wang Teng is a monster. His cultivation speed is unimaginable. Back when he met the hero on Defense Planet No. 4, the latter was still being chased around by Cosmos stage warriors and was weaker than him. Now he was running much further ahead. The sudden difference left him with conflicting emotions on planet Yuming. Wu Xingyun, Old Han, and the others stared at the screen while holding their breaths. Wang Teng won, Old Han said in a hoarse voice. I think so. The Crown Prince lost. Wu Xingyun's eyes were shimmering. He tried his best to suppress his excitement. Wang Teng won. Han Zu and the others were overjoyed. It had been a top-tier match, and they didn't understand what was happening most of the time, but they knew the result. That was the most important thing. Their incomplete understanding about the fight wasn't important. Wang Teng won. He was Earth's representative and was claiming supreme glory to the planet. On the Battle Hearth mercenary team spacecraft, Lin Chuhan was also excited. She might have a cold personality, but she too was on the verge of cheering. Isa and the others stared at the youth with astonishment and respect. Such a proud heavenly warrior was simply beyond their reach. They seemed to be living in a different world than where the hero defeated the Crown Prince. The gap was insurmountable in the sky above the arena. Wang Teng stared at the Crown Prince in surprise. Is this too much of a blow to him? Seriously. He was only defeated once, though, right? Looks like his mentality is a bit weak. Didn't he say that he gradually reigned in his pride and began to self-reflect in the past? Didn't he mention that he fought with many other talented warriors to reach his current status? Looks like he was lying. Do you still think I'm too arrogant? Wang Teng asked calmly. The prince quickly raised his head and looked at the victor. His eyes were bloodshot. The noble had mentioned that he was too arrogant, but the hero defeated him, making him suffer such a massive setback. What right did he have to speak to him in such a way? Actually, I haven't used my full strength yet, but you've already lost. Wang Teng shook his head and turned to walk away. He won the match. Gasp. The audience was shocked when they heard the young hero speak. He defeated the Crown Prince without using his full strength? Really? Grand Duke Changshan and the generals were equally stunned. Such a statement was completely unexpected. He didn't use his full strength. Seriously? The second prince and the others didn't believe him either. Right then, an angry roar resounded in the arena. Impossible, Wang Teng replied after a moment passed. I used another person's battle technique. Do you think I've used my full strength, then? He continued his exit from the arena. The Crown Prince's pupils shrank. He looked as if struck by lightning. The truth was too hard to swallow. He lowered his head and hovered in the sky in silence, like a zombie. No one could see his expression. Everyone felt compelled to sigh. How unfortunate. The favorite noble's pride was pummeled and trampled upon by the earthling, to actually lose while his opponent had yet to go all out. How could someone as prideful as the Crown Prince accept that? A furious roar came out of the prince's throat. Wang Teng! Boom! Then, An immense and powerful fluctuation surged from his body, sweeping through the arena and turning into an invincible pressure which pervaded the entire sky. What is this? Wang Teng sensed the change behind him and quickly turned around. His pupils shrank. The prince looked up with an abrupt motion. His pupils were now pitch black, black hair dancing crazily in the wind. A dense black light began to emerge from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, shooting right into the sky. Roar. The scream seemed to belong to a wild beast. An endless black mist flowed out of his body in a flash, shrouding the sky in darkness. At the same time, some of the mist was tossing and turning, circling the noble's body like black pythons. Devil chants resounded, entering everyone's ears, destroying their consciousness and making them lose their minds. He was like the son of the devil god. Has he been tainted? Wang Teng frowned. He released his spiritual power to resist the demonic chants. No, this isn't right. This isn't a normal dark force contamination. He activated his real eye to properly assess what was happening in the Crown Prince's body, all to realize that the situation was different. According to other cases he saw in the past, the tainted warrior's body and soul would be devoured by the dark force. They were indistinguishable. However, the prince's situation was different. Both his force and soul were separate from that burst of pure dark force. The ominous energy only suppressed the noble's consciousness, pushing it to one corner of his mind. Of course, the power was also trying to invade the latter's consciousness, but it was blocked. There seemed to be something protecting the Crown Prince's mind. What happened? Many people widened their eyes in horror. They could not believe their eyes. He became a devil. Grand Duke Chongshan's expression had a drastic change. Unable to keep a composed front, the three generals were aghast. Their status and temperament would normally allow them to keep their cool, but the sight was insane. The most powerful talent of the imperial family was implicated, so they had to view the matter with utmost importance. Chapter 1589, The Might of the Devilized Crown Prince. 1. Black mist tumbled across the sky. The Crown Prince's transformation attracted everyone's attention. There was a huge uproar. Is he tainted? Impossible. How can the Crown Prince be contaminated? Can someone tell me what's happening? He's tainted. Look, signs are right there. This is serious. The Crown Prince of the imperial family is contaminated. There will be mayhem. How could this happen? The Crown Prince is tainted. Unbelievable. Grand Duke Chongshan, the three generals, and the invigilators from the 7 stellar academies chose a place to gather. Grand Duke, what is going on? Asked Gong Han, the 1st Stellar Academy invigilator. Would you believe me if I said I don't know? Replied the Grand Duke with a bitter smile. He felt helpless. The others exchanged glances. They knew that the High Noble wouldn't hide this if he knew. Being something related to dark apparitions, the great Qian Empire would never keep it a secret. After all, it could mean the destruction of the realm. Dark apparitions had already seeped into the imperial family. The most important thing is to solve this problem first, General Fu Xinglan said. Old Wang from the 5th Stellar Academy glanced at the Grand Duke and said, "The Crown Prince of the great Qian Empire is contaminated. The consequences the empire will be greatly affected if we don't deal with this matter carefully." Old Wang is right. How shall we deal with the matter? Sikong II agreed and turned to look at the noble. Grand Duke Chongshan sighed. I'll go and fetch the prince. His intention was clear. He would personally restrain the prince to prevent the situation from escalating. No. Nancy from the 2nd Stellar Academy shook her head. Once she had everyone's attention, she explained, "This is the League of Talents. Almost every faction in the universe is watching. They might think that the whole imperial family is implicated if you take action personally. The public opinion is powerful. We can't control how rumors would spread." Nancy's meaning was obvious. The focus was on the Crown Prince of the great Qian Empire. A clear answer had to be provided to the audience instead of leaving and keeping everyone in suspense. The best way was to control the Crown Prince. The Grand Duke frowned. He knew it was true, but the matter would ultimately affect the image and reputation of the whole imperial family. He didn't want the Crown Prince to be suppressed in front of that many people. It would be a great humiliation for the ruling family. However, he too felt anxious, more than anyone. The prince had devilized. There was no time for hesitation. Grand Duke Chongshan controlled his emotions and asked, "What does everyone think?" Gong Han pondered for a moment and offered, "Why don't we let the competition run its course just like we did with Valmont?" Valmont is weaker than the Crown Prince in his current state. Wang Teng might not. General Fu Xinglan frowned. He was a little worried. "Why don't we ask for Wang Teng's opinion?" Sikong II blinked and smiled. "Right," Old Wang agreed right away. "That's good. Let me ask him through voice transmission." General Fu Xinglan immediately spoke to Wang Teng, asking if he wanted to continue. He also briefed the hero about the matters at play, so he would treat it carefully. In the sky above the arena, Wang Teng was observing his opponent when he suddenly received the voice transmission. This stunned him for a moment. Then he glanced at the Crown Prince before giving a slight nod towards the sky. "Looks like he agrees." Sikong II looked at the youth on the screen with interest. Quite the confident fellow. Nancy also smiled. "All right, let him try." General Fu Xinglan shook his head, sighing in his heart. Actually, he wanted the young hero to disagree. The Crown Prince was at the core of the matter. One wrong move would have serious implications. He couldn't say so directly, so he gave the hero a word of caution, although ambiguous. He wondered if the lad had caught the underlying message. However, he wouldn't stop the match since Wang Teng had the confidence. The Grand Duke acquiesced in silence. Letting Wang Teng take care of the Crown Prince was the best solution at hand. The boy was a talent on par with the affected noble. Things wouldn't blow out of proportion if the latter lost to the Earthling. The outcome would be much better than letting the 7 stellar academies contain the Crown Prince. Wang Teng made note of what General Fu Xinglan said and smiled. He was appreciative and grateful for the advice. However, it looked like the invigilators from the 7 stellar academies were hoping he could deal with the problem, so he agreed. After all, he had the ability to solve this. He didn't mind getting involved. The Crown Prince had been completely devilized by then. There were no emotions in his pitch-black eyes, cold and eerie, intently looking at his opponent. Wang Teng smiled. He raised a hand and hooked his forefinger at the Crown Prince. The people in the audience were nervous and fearful at first. However, his actions left them speechless. The Crown Prince has already turned into a devil, and he still dares to provoke him. How bold is this guy? Chapter 1590. The Might of the Devilized Crown Prince. 2. General Fu Xinglan and the invigilators were caught between laughter and tears. Wang Teng's approach was always unpredictable. However, it did the job well. The devilized Crown Prince didn't rush to make a move. However, he broke the silence with an eerie and cold voice. "I have to thank you." The chance to suppress his consciousness wouldn't have appeared if you hadn't crushed his mentality with his defeat. The meaning implied in those words was somewhat intriguing. Grand Duke Chongshan, General Fu Xinglan, and all 7 invigilators were frowning. "His devilized state seems a bit unusual," Nancy said. "It seems like there's a separate consciousness inside the prince's body." General Fu Xinglan commented, "Is it a consciousness created after being corrupted by dark force, or is it something that invaded his body?" The Grand Duke's expression reflected a subtle change. "I can't tell at the moment. Let's watch for now." Gong Han frowned. Wang Teng heard the devilized noble and found that his guess was right on the money. The prince's dark state was a little special. He wasn't the one controlling the body. Some other entity had wrested control off of him then. "How are you planning to thank me?" the hero asked all of a sudden to the other. The devilized Crown Prince. Grease. Something doesn't feel right. He's making it seem as if I ought to thank him. The hero shook his head and sighed, disappointed. "If you don't want to, that's fine. But why are you playing around with my feelings?" Veins started to bulge on the devilized noble. He sneered and said, "To thank you, I shall allow you to become my slave so you can serve me. How about this gift?" Wang Teng rubbed his chin and answered with contempt, "Sounds good, but I only like to serve females. I'm not into males." The audience suddenly felt that the atmosphere had turned weird. The whole situation seemed like a collective slap in the face. Why is he still joking around in this kind of situation? The devilized prince's eyes twitched. "You didn't cherish the opportunity, so you shall die." A harsh, killing intent burst from his eyes as he pointed a finger at the hero. Black mist rolled over, forming spikes that were shot towards the latter. Boom! A terrifying cold malice was swept forth as if trying to engulf and corrupt the earthling spirit. Wang Teng focused his gaze, and his 9 treasures pagoda was manifested, emitting golden light to dispel the malevolent spiritual attack. At the same time, he leaped and dazzling white light burst from his hands as fist projections were blasting towards the possessed noble fist of light. All the spikes collapsed due to the fist attacks, which turned into white pillars of light, blasting holes in the dense black mist. Light Force, the devilized crown prince was surprised. Wang Teng is a light element warrior. The crowd was stunned and pleased. The hero had beaten Valmont, but his attacks were hidden by the latter's black mist domain. No one was able to see them. However, they did see a certain glow shattering the dark domain, which led to people speculating that the Earthling was also a light force user. From the looks of it, their guesses were right. The young hero was indeed an extremely rare warrior of the light element. The audience was in high spirits. Light warriors were nemeses of dark force users. The hero had already proven to be stronger than the crown prince. The dark possession had indeed made the latter more powerful, yet Wang Teng could harness light force. There was still a chance to defeat the noble. Wang Teng hovered in the air, shrouded in light. He was like a small sun hanging in the sky. He then charged towards the devilized prince. Boom! The hero attacked once more with his fist of light, a dazzling move that illuminated the entire sky. So what if you have light force?" The devilized crown prince scoffed and turned into a streak of black light to charge towards the hero. He countered with a fist attack of his own, and the floating black mist transformed into a fist. Boom, 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 black and white fists clashed in the air, dividing the sky in 2 halves of contrasting colors. Surprisingly enough, the prince's fist appeared to be on par with the hero's. Both warriors continued to attack, their fist clashing non-stop. Darkness and light countered each other. The attacks from each side canceled the other. A terrifying wake of force was sweeping through the surroundings. The possessed prince's dark force was beyond ghastly, far beyond the usual output of a celestial warrior. The rush of fists was endless, eventually exploding. If not for the hero's vast reserve of energy and a sturdy body, it would have been impossible to resist the dark prince's attacks. The crowd was astonished by their strengths. Wang Teng's fist of light wasn't any weaker than his 5-element fist. The move was extremely powerful, imbued with purifying light, ready to cleanse all darkness. Meanwhile, the devilized crown prince's fist was imbued with darkness, evil, and chaos. It was actually on par with the hero's fist of light. The prince had only been able to dodge prior to his transformation, not even daring to resist. The contrast was massive. Boom. Both warriors flew back for several kilometers before they launched more punches. Wang Teng stared at the devilized noble. The latter's strength was beyond his expectations. Most importantly, the opponent was using dark element techniques. Did the crown prince master those it should be impossible? Wang Teng rejected the hypothesis. Since a different consciousness was controlling the prince's body, it possessed a different set of techniques. This meant that the hero's prior intel about the noble was no longer useful. A brilliant light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he condensed a horrifying yellow-colored saber projection and slashed down Huang Heaven Blade. Boom! A roar echoed in the sky as the saber attack rushed towards the devilized noble. Many people had eyes as wide as saucers while they witnessed the fight above the arena. Just then, a golden sword burst forth in the air. Clang! The golden sword clashed with the yellow saber, producing metallic sounds. The sword and saber intents were swept forth, cutting through the sky. Wang Teng focused his gaze and noticed that the golden sword wasn't pure, it had some black specks. The Crown Prince's third sword contained the power of darkness. Horrified, he stepped aside without hesitation and retreated. Crack! There was a crisp, cracking sound. Wang Teng's yellow saber projection shattered. Both moves were the same used before the prince transformed, but the tables turned. The expressions of many were changing as they watched in horror. Wang Teng's horrifying saber move could no longer withstand the devilized prince's sword attack. The noble was much stronger than before. Everyone was concerned for the hero. The sword glow shattered the saber move and continued on its way towards Wang Teng without losing any momentum. The latter had already foreseen this and taken evasive actions. The sword was too fast. It was already about to reach his face. Gasp. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the battle in the sky. It was life and death in an instant. The expressions of General Fu Xinglan and the others changed. The former took a hasty step, almost about to step in and interfere. "Don't be hasty." Gong Han's eyes flashed as he held onto the general's shoulder. Look at Wang Teng's expression. The former snapped out of his shock. The lad was calm. The look on his face was stern, but he wasn't panicking. He didn't seem to be worrying about anything. On planet Yuming, Wu Xingyun, Old Han, and the others were horrified as they looked at Wang Teng's crisis. Lin Chuhan clenched her fists tightly. Her pupils shrank as she saw what was happening. She almost cried out in shock. Boom! The terrifying golden sword continued its downward path. A pitch-black aura burst out, engulfing the hero within. Chapter 1591, The Final Battle. 1. Boom! Deafening explosions reverberated across the sky, shaking the very foundation of the ground below. Wang Teng was swallowed by the terrifying sword glow. All the people in the audience were pale-faced. That wasn't the result they were expecting. The Earthling had already defeated the Crown Prince. Now, the transformed noble had beaten the hero. No one could accept such an ending. The second prince and the others witnessing the match from a distance, frozen in terror and disbelief, their expressions changed. Wang Teng was defeated. Ha 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 ha. The devilized Crown Prince burst out laughing, feeling delighted. You call him a peerless talent? He's so weak to think you're the Crown Prince of the great Tian Empire? Come on, I still had to come out and act in the end? The crowd's expressions turned ugly when they heard his arrogant speech. They were shocked and furious. The transformed prince was a completely different person, no longer calm and transcendent. He was now arrogant and cruel. Many people were frightened. Is this how scary it is to get tainted by dark force? Their personalities would have a drastic change, losing themselves entirely. Many citizens living in peaceful countries or provinces didn't know how scary dark apparitions were. That was the reason why the current situation left them numb. Damn it! How did things become like this? The Crown Prince became too powerful after being devilized. Not even Wang Teng is a match. The prince is completely different now. I don't recognize him anymore. This is terrifying. I feel uncomfortable just looking at the prince. It seems that an entity took over his body. That's right. Being contaminated is scary. You can change completely. It's hard to imagine what our lives would be like without the military resisting dark apparitions on the front lines. Many people started to imagine horrifying scenarios and shuddered in fright. Their eyes remained glued to the screen as they discussed. They were deeply worried. The possessed noble was laughing like a maniac. His black hair danced wildly against the wind, making him look exceptionally crazy and evil. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded behind the prince. Are you done laughing? What? The face of the devilized prince changed in a flash, and quickly turned to look. However, all he could see was a blinding wave of light, enveloping the sky in a halo of brilliance. It seemed to wash away all shadows and darkness. Dazzling sky, boom. Ah! The possessed noble screamed in agony, Before he had the time to react, his entire body was submerged in the sea of light. Countless specks of light attacked him from all directions. They were like tiny needles piercing through his body. The dark mist around him dissipated in a flash, just like it happened when ice met fire. Wang Teng is okay. The audience was elated. They didn't know how the young hero managed to evade the attack or how he appeared behind the prince. But his unscathed appearance invigorated the crowd, lighting up their flames of hope once more. Wang Teng turned into a light form and merged into the sea of light. No one was able to see him clearly as he charged towards the devilized noble. Boom. He cupped his fists and raised them above his head. A glaring, scorching white sphere burst forth like a cannon. That was the eternal stage technique, the light cannon fist. The possessed prince was struck dead center and was thrown back like a torn sandbag. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The young hero seized the opportunity and chased after the prince. Once again he appeared above the ladder and cupped his fists again. Then he ruthlessly slammed the noble's abdomen. Splurt. The prince spewed another mouthful of blood. His body curled up like a cooked shrimp as he plummeted down. Roar! The devilized crown prince was shocked and infuriated. He howled like a wild beast. Wang Teng rushed to hover in front of the crazed noble and shouted, "Why are you shouting?" Then he released a flurry of fists projections towards his opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Frightening explosions took place. All of the hero's attacks landed on the possessed noble. Light force was released non-stop. No matter how hard the prince struggled, he couldn't escape. He was at Wang Teng's mercy. Everyone was dumbstruck. The whole thing happened in the blink of an eye, not leaving enough time to react. Wang Teng bashed the noble until he couldn't retaliate. The prince howled in anger, but he couldn't break free from the onslaught. His body kept getting hit. He looked extremely miserable. The fear in everyone's hearts began to fade as they witnessed such a reversal. They were astonished, looking at the hero as if he were a monster. Boom! Suddenly another loud explosion resounded. The devilized crown prince plummeted from the high point in the sky and smashed into the ground. Bang! The noble's fall created a massive and deep crater. Dust was thrown into the air. Wang Teng changed back into human form and looked down at the fallen noble. He pouted and mumbled, "Why were you shouting? Did you think I was weak just because I didn't show my power?" All the people in the audience were speechless and flabbergasted. Chapter 1592, The Final Battle 2. Good heavens. Is he really human? Are you sure he's not a tyrannosaur in human clothing? Still, they felt relieved that their champion was fine. Many people thought he had been killed by the devilized crown prince, but he was actually fine. I wonder if the prince was defeated. The same doubt appeared in everyone's minds. They looked towards the crater, wanting to confirm the fallen noble's situation. However, they couldn't see anything because the soil and dust covered their vision. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Roar. A sphere of black energy broke through the dust and debris, rising straight to the sky like a black sun. What's that? The audience were aghast. Wang Teng squinted to look at the black sphere floating in midair. The crown prince was right in the center. All of a sudden, the orb expanded, and the hero could no longer see anything inside. The object became extremely dense. The mist within was churning violently, gradually compressing and becoming solid. Lub-dub. Lub-dub, the beating of a heart was coming from the black sphere. Concurrently, its surface began to generate fleshly protrusions. It was a ghastly sight. Is this the devil transformation? Wang Teng turned serious as he pondered. Then he shook his head. But it doesn't look like it. The crown prince's situation is quite special. The gigantic black ball of flesh and light kept expanding, becoming extremely bloated. Not only were there fleshy lumps, some tentacles emerged and waved in the air. A pair of narrow and long wings were spread. With black mists swirling around, the entity covered the sky, casting shadows on the arena and turning the entire place dark. What is that? The audience almost forgot to breathe when they saw this. Their faces were pasty white, though having seen the scariest thing in the world. There was also a disturbing emotion caused by low murmurs next to their ears when they saw the giant being on the screen. Even if they weren't physically there was still a sense of dizziness. Their minds were overwhelmed with chaos on the verge of going mad. "This is bad," General Fu Xinglan and the others reflected concern on their faces. "This is devil transformation," Grand Duke Changshan said with a frown. "We need to act. We must seal off the area to prevent other warriors from being affected," added Gong Han grimly. "Let's go, Nancy." Sichu II and the others were quick to nod, showing no hesitation. The bunch of eternal stage warriors disappeared, reappearing above the arena in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng looked up at the sky and was shocked. "Why are Grand Duke Chongshan and the generals here? The invigilators from the 7 stellar academies are here too." The generals then waved their hands, and an invisible force surged from their bodies. The power was spread, forming an invisible shield, isolating the sky above the arena from the rest of the world. The people in the live chat platform regained their composure. They felt confused for a second, but then realized what was happening. Everyone was appalled. What happened just now? I felt that I lost myself. It was a strange feeling. I thought I was going crazy. Scary. I think we were almost trapped in the dark ball's influence. Gasp, how terrifying. We can go crazy just by looking at the screen. What is that devil transformation? I've heard someone talking about it before. This is the devil transformation. What's that? It's when a dark apparition releases its entire dark force and transforms into a ghastly being. Some say this is their real form, making their evil powers intense. One look, and you can be affected. That's terrifying. Scary. Wait, if it's that powerful, how did we manage to recover? Look up. I think the powerhouses took action and sealed off the area. That's why the influence was cut off. This is good. The mighty warriors made a move. The prince will surely be captured soon. The crowd resumed their discussions. Some of them recognized the prince's dark state and started analyzing the situation. Most of the audience became fearful after hearing the explanation and realizing the strange influence over them. They had a new understanding of how scary dark apparitions were. Many people lived in peaceful regions, so they rarely saw any of those nefarious beings. Naturally, they didn't know about this, but now they started to understand the terror of those existences in the sky above the arena. A voice suddenly entered Wang Teng's ear. "Wang Teng, we have sealed off the area. Take care of him quickly." The hero blinked and nodded. He turned and glanced at the devilized crown prince. The latter had finally finished transforming. The sphere turned into a gigantic black ball of flesh with meaty lumps and tentacles, supported by a pair of long and narrow wings. The prince's body didn't disappear. It was right on top of the ball of flesh halfway submerged. The upper half retained the original appearance. His hair was all scattered, so no one could see his face clearly. Chapter 1593. The Final Battle. 3. The giant fleshly ball seemed to notice Wang Teng's gaze. The meaty lumps opened all of a sudden, revealing numerous crimson eyes. All the pupils were locked onto the hero. Getting stared at by countless red eyeballs wasn't a nice experience. A normal warrior would be trembling in fear in such hair-raising conditions. Fortunately, Wang Teng had experienced this many times. He was already used to it. He calmly stared back at the creature. When you look into the abyss is also watching you. But it was still unclear who the abyss was in this case. The scarier looking wasn't necessarily the worst one. The hero was impassive, unlike those in the audience. None of them dared to look at the transformed prince due to fear. The arena was completely sealed, and they weren't affected mentally anymore, but not a single one of them was brave enough to look at the ominous being roar. Just then, the monster opened a massive mouth. A piercing scream rent the air, carrying with it a sense of terror and despair. Then the tentacles darted toward the hero, forming a giant net to entrap him. Light bolt. Wang Teng turned into a beam of light, shuttling back and forth to evade the black appendages. He used his fist of light on occasion to chop a few. However, there were too many tentacles flying around. Some of them managed to land a hit, leaving some wounds on his body. Fresh blood was spilled. The eyes of the hero turned sharp. He began a furious counterattack. Fist and blade projections erupted simultaneously. Boom! Many of the black tentacles were cut and destroyed. Roar. The spherical behemoth was infuriated, realizing it was still unable to kill the hero. It roared continuously. Then a powerful suction force came out from its mouth in an attempt to engulf the earthling. The creature's mouth was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. It was akin to a bottomless pit. Wang Teng's expression changed a bit, noticing how his body was uncontrollably being dragged towards the giant mouth. To think that he couldn't resist the suction force even while using his light form. He also felt a domain power within the gargantuan maw. The mouth was in fact the creature's domain. We're dead. Many people's hearts dropped. They stared at the live broadcast, feeling on edge. Wang Teng was being constantly pulled towards the open jaws. He couldn't resist the suction force, which also forced him to slowly revert to his human form. He wasn't stupid. Resigning himself to be absorbed by the creature's domain was something he wouldn't allow. Being right in the face of danger, his mind spun furiously, trying his best to think of a solution. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. His eyes shimmered as he muttered, "Since it's a suction force, I can use another suction force to deal with it. Space tornado." Boom! It took but a mere instant. An invisible spatial power surged from his body. The hero released the full power of his understanding of space. A terrifying field was formed around his body, cutting space to pieces and forming dimensional rifts in the sky. Invisible space currents started to blow, forming a tornado at a visible speed. Such a scene produced a great upheaval. Boom! Amid a grand explosion, the space tornado was formed. The sky around the hero was completely cut into pieces. Only emptiness remained. It was a death zone. The space tornado connected both sky and the earth. It was much bigger than the black ball of flesh. Gasp. The crowd gasped in shock. All of them were looking intently in awe. The scene would probably remain in their minds for the rest of their lives. What's that? It's similar to the lightning tornado, but it's a little different. I think that's the power of space. Look, the space around him is being torn. There's only void left, the power of space. That's definitely the power of space. Does Wang Teng also use space moves? While everyone discussed, a terrifying suction force was already being produced by the spatial vortex. Two immense suction powers were battling for dominance in the sky. Boom! Eruptions occurred. Both parties were equally matched. The ghastly sphere's power gave out. Unable to absorb, the hero bellows of anger were shot from its mouth. Roar! Let's see who's the strongest. Wang Teng laughed and kept driving his spatial powers. He also began to infuse his attack with origin power. "Fire," he shouted in his heart. The flame origin was merged into the move. The emerald, glazed flame was also integrated. Green flames were spinning inside the tornado. There were also patterns made with crimson flames in the fire. Wind origin was included. Green patterns appeared, empowering the vortex with the wind element. The rotation speed became insane, metal. Another origin was added. The metal origin were golden patterns that created sharp blade projections in the attack. The space tornado not only possessed the cutting power of space, but also the ultimate sharpness of metal. 3 origin powers were added. The vortex spun even more furiously, in turn producing a mightier suction force that gradually suppressed its opponent. Roar! The roaring of the fleshy creature turned from anger to fear. Scarlet light burst from its crimson eyes as it drove its domain power to the maximum. Chapter 1594, The Final Battle. For, alas, all the spherical monster did was in vain. The suction force it could muster was nothing when facing the space tornado enhanced with 3 origin powers. The creature was unavoidably inching closer to Wang Teng's vortex. It kept screaming and shouting, wanting to retreat but unable to do so. The standstill lasted for only a few seconds. The monster couldn't hold on any longer, slamming right into the hero's attack. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground, sending shock waves rippling through the air. The tornado's terrifying chopping power was fully unleashed, evolving the black ball of flesh. Numerous cuts were inflicted on the creature. However, there was no blood, only mist and black light hissed out of the wounds. Roar. The spherical monster struggled to free itself, howling in anger as it did so. There was an explosive burst. A strong domain power erupted from its gigantic mouth. A dazzling black light was shot out of the vortex, heading right into the sky. Wang Teng also sensed a hint of darkness origin within the domain. The other party was fighting for its life. However, the hero was using 3 different origin powers. They quickly released their strength and overpowered the black light. Boom, 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 explosions continued to resound. The screams of the black fleshy ball gradually died down. The audience stared at the scene in a daze. No one spoke. The second prince, Ji Haochen, Timothy, and the other geniuses stared at the space tornado with mouths agape. They were holding their breaths unknowingly. Leng Shengshui, Tu Shaoba, Situ Wanner, and Yue Qichao were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. That was especially so for the rabbit lady and Yue Qichao. The expressions on their pretty faces froze for a bit, feeling they had just returned from the gates of hell to think that they were still alive after scolding Wang Teng. They were extremely lucky. Su Jianshan's expression kept changing. The sword in his hand felt lighter, so Wang Teng's most powerful attack wasn't the saber nor the sword. Gaunt kept trembling. The muscles on his face twitched violently when he remembered he had actually wanted to use the hero as a test subject for his experiments. His heart turned cold. He promised himself he would never dare to do this anymore. Landon's pupils shrank. Suddenly feeling fortunate, he was quick to admit defeat and stop his fight against Wang Teng. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Strachey. The generals knew that the young Earthling had a terrifying space tornado move, but that was their first time seeing it. They were pleasantly surprised. The invigilators from the 7 stellar academies were awestruck, eyes shimmering. How could a celestial warrior execute such a frightening attack? Furthermore, they could clearly feel it was a space technique. Wang Teng also had space talent. The academics' gazes turned firm. Each of them wanted to claim him as their own. No one could snatch him away. Grand Duke Chongshan was taken aback by the hero's powerful technique, but more of his attention was on the crown prince. Would the noble survive after such an ominous attack? Boom. After who knows how long, the space tornado began to subside. The surrounding space remained empty. Everyone stared into the void. Is the crown prince still alive? Many hoped that the hero could defeat the affected noble, but they didn't wish for the talented and dazzling prince to die just like that. Their emotions were contradictory. Slowly, a figure appeared before them. It was the crown prince himself. He was covered in wounds and fresh blood on the verge of death. The black manifestation was gone. It had been chopped to pieces by the space tornado. Sigh. Everyone heaved long sighs of relief at the sight. Then they unwittingly looked at the young figure hovering in the sky. He seemed to be glowing. A symphony of cheers and applause rang out, drowning out all other sounds. Wang Teng. Chapter 1595. Star Rankings. Wang Teng, Wang Teng, Wang Teng. The cheers were deafening. Be it in the virtual universe or outside the battle planet, many people who watched the fight were clamoring the hero's name at the moment. The voices were piling up, covering each other. Everyone was too excited and shocked. Not only did the Earthling defeat the Crown Prince in normal conditions, even his devilized form was not his match. The audience saw firsthand how horrifying the possessed noble was. The black mist covering the sky, the huge and bloated body, those devilish red eyes and the black abyssal mouth. Everything about him was terrifying. Even so, Wang Teng defeated someone like that. The defeat was absolute. The hero's last move contained the power of space, forming a tornado that swept everything away. That kind of power was beyond amazing. He defeated the devilized crown prince in a shocking manner, shattering the fear in everyone's hearts. What is a talent? Someone who is victorious no matter the opponent or the situation. That's what you call a talent. Wang Teng was invincible in many people's hearts. There were quite a few surprises in the League of Talents, but it kept propelling the young hero's reputation into new heights. His reputation reached the peak when he defeated the devilized crown prince. Countless people engraved Wang Teng's name at that very moment. The hero's face was pale as he hovered in the sky. The space tornado had almost depleted his energy. Besides, he suffered many injuries during his battle against the possessed noble. It had been a long time since he suffered such severe injuries. He didn't expect the devilized noble would force him to such a point. It was clear how strong he was. He glanced at the dying crown prince with mixed feelings. The fellow was definitely a powerful opponent. It was a pity that his body was invaded by a dark apparition. He didn't know what he would have to deal with next. Wang Teng activated his real eye and glanced at the fallen noble. The darkness inside him had already disappeared. All that remained was a dark consciousness rooted deep in his psyche, which gradually turned invisible as if it didn't exist. Such a dark being was special. The hero was able to see it at the moment since it had just revealed itself and had yet to hide once more. He hadn't even seen it before. During the competition, even with his real eye, not even the military discovered anything. He didn't know how the dark consciousness managed to do it. Just then, General Fu Xinglan and the others approached the hero. "General," Wang Teng saluted. General Fu Xinglan nodded and glanced at the young victor. His eyes were full of appreciation. "You did well." "Thank you for the compliment, General," the hero said humbly. Grand Duke Chongshan lifted the unconscious prince and said, "Let's take him back." General Fu Xinglan and the others nodded and disappeared, as if they were never there. The audience was silent and emotional. To think the crown prince himself would do such a thing? No one knew what would happen to him. Would he be seen as the talented warrior again? And thus, the League of Talents came to an end. Everyone's ranking appeared on the light sphere above the arena. Wang Teng clinched the top spot. The hero had earned it. No one was surprised and no one questioned it. He got first place. The second was claimed by the crown prince, but there was an addition next to the name to be determined. The following places had already been set: Landon, the second prince, Timothy, Ling Yangshu, Ji Haochen, Leng Qianshui, Su Jianchen, and Yue Chiqiao. Top 10 rankings were revealed. Everyone started talking about the results. Their enthusiasm was still high, and just when everyone thought the League of Talents had finally ended, beams of light were shot by the warships from the 7 stellar academies which gathered and produced a scroll. The latter opened up high above like a cosmic river. Countless stars dotted the parchment. There were even mountains, streams, and beasts. It was mystical. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what it was. "What's that?" "I don't know." "It came out from the Academy's warships. Does it have something to do with the competition?" "Did anyone see any of the old monsters in the previous competition? Now's the chance to take a look." "Wait, I'm breaking out of my coffin. Wait for me to climb out of it." What the hell? The League of Talents is too exciting. I'll bury myself and then come out and watch the next one. Silence. Everyone was talking about the scroll, but only a scant few had an idea of its nature. In the military's battle fortress, General Fu Xinglan, Grand Duke Chongshan, and the others were discussing the Crown Prince's situation. They were stunned by the appearance of such an item. It's that thing. There was a hint of shock in their eyes as they seemed to recognize the scroll. At the same time, many powerful figures all around the great Qian Empire were equally startled. They too recognized it. However, only eternal stage warriors or ancient geezers who had lived long enough knew about this. It was no wonder that the people logged onto the live chat were completely clueless. Those old relics wouldn't use the platform to talk about it. The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the others were also looking up. taken aback by the item's sudden appearance. "What is that?" Everyone was in an uproar while everyone was confused. A golden ray of light was cast down from the scroll, aiming for Wang Teng. The latter was a little flustered, but he chose not to evade, letting the golden light fall on him. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Boom. Just then, the scroll produced a resounding boom, and a name was gradually etched on its surface, as if someone were writing on it. Wang Teng. It was Wang Teng's name. His figure was also manifested as the name appeared. Scenes were flashing past like a movie. It was a record of his deeds in the League of Talents, his performance in the 5 Forbidden Zones during the elimination battle, his exciting fights in the battle arena, and the scene when he finally defeated the devilized Crown Prince. Many other names appeared on the scroll as this took place. Their corresponding figures also appeared. All of those images had one thing in common. They were all young, with different temperaments. Some were calm, others arrogant. There were some who were kind or even cold. Their features were distinct, memorable upon first glance. The hero's name appeared right next to theirs. Everyone was staring at the giant scroll in shock and disbelief. They finally knew what the artifact was for. A majestic voice was heard resounding throughout the sky. Wang Teng left his name on the star rankings for future generations to look up to. The names and figures on the scroll disappeared and turned into starlight. The parchment closed up and disappeared along with the voice. The star rankings? Everyone was dumbfounded. The words were echoing in their minds. Although many didn't know what the name stood for, they understood the other half of the message. Future generations will look up to him. The audience realized what it meant. Someone suddenly shouted. Did everyone see it? There was a familiar name on the star rankings. Meng Tianyu. Meng Tianyu was there. Wasn't that the peerless talent that walked out of the great Qian Empire more than 50,000 years ago? It must be. That figure was just how Meng Tianyu looked when she was young. I got to see her once, there's no mistaking it. I actually got to see what Meng Tianyu looked like when she was young. Spectacular, so beautiful. The recognition of a renowned figure of yore had an immediate reaction, both of shock and awe. It was a peerless talent from 50,000 years before. She left her name on the star rankings and was still referenced in discussions in recent times, causing waves of nostalgia. I didn't think I would get to see her young appearance again before I leave this world. I can rest in peace now, said a powerful warrior in the starry sky, paired with a sigh. The voice filled with sorrow and emotion echoing in the distant space before it faded away. Other powerhouses in places light years away joined in with sighs of their own, eyes gleaming as they looked at the star rankings. The appearance of the star rankings shocked many people. Some of the ancient masters awakened from deep slumber and saw what was happening on the battle planet for future generations to look up to. This is it. The star rankings are inscribed with the names of great talents. I don't recognize a lot of them aside from Meng Tianyu. Are they geniuses from other planetary sectors? It must be so, including some of the ancient talents. Wang Teng's name and figure were inscribed. Is he going to be held in the same regard as them? I've witnessed the rise of a peerless talent. The discussions continued non-stop for a long time. On the Parker's family spacecraft, the furious flaming universe lord and his people were overcome with disbelief. The star rankings. General Fu Xinglan, Grand Duke Chongshan, and the others had mixed feelings. They felt dizzy after hearing the news. The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the rest of the geniuses snapped out of their stupor. They looked at Wang Teng with troubled expressions, a trace of envy escaping from their eyes. They didn't think it was possible to leave their names on the star rankings after a certain performance standard. No one had told them about it, and not one knew anything about the criteria. Still, it was evident that the young hero had the qualifications to be there. Ranking first in 5 forbidden zones during the elimination battle, defeating 16 talented martial warriors in a single battle, and even defeating a devilized crown prince. These feats weren't achievable for the ordinary. All of this made the hero eligible for the star rankings. The second prince and the others could only sigh, knowing they weren't on par. There was only envy and admiration left in their hearts. Chapter 1596, Another Possibility. The appearance of the star rankings came as a surprise to everyone. It was briefly displayed, leaving shortly after the audience was left in shock, remaining dazed for a long time. This was a legendary listing. The names recorded were just as legendary. Its sudden manifestation was cause for excitement. However, their attention was soon trained back onto Wang Teng. After all, an expert included in the list was standing right in front of them. He was a real living legend. Everyone started sizing up the young hero like a rare breed. No one expected him to leave his name on the star rankings. It was an impressive feat. Wang Teng shook his head. Honestly, he too was surprised. However, he didn't think too much of it, given that his name was merely recorded and disappeared soon after. Rather than focusing on vague and intangible things, it was better to look at whatever was in front of him, like the attribute bubbles. He glanced around him and found many bubbles floating in the air. His eyes were instantly lit up. He swept his spiritual power to collect them. Constellation Force Metal, 1280 Sect 850 Constellation Force. Fire 8700, Divine Level Metal Talent 3200, Divine Level Sword Talent 4000, Celestial Realm Spirit 7800, Heaven Realm Enlightenment 11-1200, the 12 Tyrant Swords, First Sword 6500, the 12 Tyrant Swords, Second Sword 5000, the 12 Tyrant Swords, Third Sword 2808's Finger, Tyrant's Finger 6000, Metal Domain 28200, Metal Origin 800, Constellation Force Dark 5000, Divine Level Dark Talent 5200, Dark Devil Fist 4200, Dark Ultima 32000, Dark Devour Domain 1000, Darkness Origin 20,000, Devil Transformation 65,000. My God, there's too many of them. The hero was stunned after collecting everything as expected of the Crown Prince. Even the attributes dropped exceeded those of the other participants. Wang Teng ignored the force attributes and went straight to the talent stats. He received 3 different divine level talents from the fallen prince. Divine level metal talent, 7,300 50,000, divine level dark talent, 17,000 50,000 to 50,000, divine level dark talent, 17,000 50,000. In the blink of an eye, his accumulated talents rose exponentially. They were now many times stronger than before. The appearance of divine-level dark talent surprised him. The Crown Prince was a regular human. Even if he was contaminated by dark force, it was odd for him to drop dark talent. Furthermore, the attribute was of divine level. The only option was that the other consciousness lodged within his mind was a dark apparition. The hero frowned as he considered this. However, he didn't dwell upon it since the noble had already been taken away by the Grand Duke. Aside from talent attributes, the Crown Prince had also dropped many spirit and enlightenment bubbles. His talent was mighty. It was understandable his drops would be bountiful. Enlightenment 13-3, 500 Su 15, Realms 1000, Heaven Realm. Wang Teng was shocked upon seeing his enlightenment value. Mind you, last time he checked, he only had over 60,000 points. Now it was at 133,500. The rise was startling. This was also reasonable. He had indeed picked up many enlightenment bubbles over the past few days of competition. Every candidate had dropped some of it. It wasn't strange to accumulate that much. Next were the 12 Tyrant Swords, First Sword, Second Sword, Third Sword. All 3 swords were present. His conjecture was right on the money. Once the Crown Prince executed them, he was able to learn them. The hero pondered in silence over the issue. The Crown Prince was pitiful enough. There was no need to kick him while he was down. Wang Teng still had some conscience. He truly looked forward to getting all 12 Tyrant Swords. Come on. It was a divine-level battle technique. Many images appeared in his mind right after absorbing the 3 attributes. They turned into part of his memory and enlightenment, merging with him. The 12 Tyrant Swords, First Sword, 6,505, 4,000 specialized. The 12 Tyrant Swords, second sword, 5,000, 10,000, foundation. The 12 Tyrant Swords, third sword, 28383,000, foundation. Foundation, aside from the first sword, the other two were both at the foundation stage. Wang Teng sighed. The Crown Prince was currently in trouble. Where can I find more attributes? It seemed like he would have to practice the last two moves on his own. Never mind, I'll practice when I have time. I'm a genius. Let's not squander my talent, Wang Teng pondered. However, every sword move was tougher than the previous one. He would need much more time to grasp them. Most importantly, he barely had the first 3 swords. The skill name obviously implied the existence of 12 swords, while he had barely gotten 3 of them. The remaining 9 were nowhere to be found, such a sad and unfortunate situation. Next was the Tyrant's Finger. He received 6,000 attribute points. He had already developed the skill up to the well-versed stage. The recent addition took the latter to the specialized stage. Tyrant's Finger, Universe stage, 1100, 8,000, specialized. Wang Teng looked at his finger and thought, not bad. I can use this move to poke a warrior to death if they are below the Cosmos 5th level. Aside from the regular battle techniques, he also received a dark battle technique called Dark Devil Fist. Dark Devil Fist, 1200, 5,000, well-versed. 4,200 points raised the attribute to rise all the way to the well-versed, which allowed him to execute attacks with a considerable amount of power. Furthermore, it was a Titan-level devil technique. The hero recalled his fight with the devilized Crown Prince. The fist skill the latter executed was the Dark Devil Fist. Based on the outcome, the prince was being affected by a peculiar dark apparition. The fellow wouldn't have yielded a Titan-level skill otherwise. Why do you have to call it Dark Devil Fist? Weren't you trying to give me a massage with it? Wang Teng complained inwardly. In Chinese, Dark Devil is pronounced just like massage. Then there was the domain. The Crown Prince possessed the metal domain and dropped 2,200 points of it. The small amount wasn't because the noble's grasp on said power was low. It was because Wang Teng's domain was also at the 4th rank. There was an overlap, so the amount was decent. Metal domain, 345 4,000, 4th rank. Actually, the hero was more intent on merging the domain to make other special metal-based domains, such as the Golden Luminescence Sword domain or the Golden Lightning Sword domain. Both were more powerful in comparison. Of course, time was needed for the conversion. It wasn't an instant process. There was also another dark domain, the Dark Devour domain. Wang Teng closed his eyes and sensed the latter. He was startled, his expression looking grim. The Dark Devour domain was indeed powerful. As the name implied, it had an engulfing ability. Wang Teng blinked and wondered, isn't this similar to the ability of the devouring nihility beast? There were indeed some similarities. However, it wasn't a pure devouring ability. It was a combination of dark force and devouring force nihility, was a proper universe behemoth. It had nothing to do with dark star beasts. Its devouring trait was pure and refined. No wonder I sensed danger from that big mouth. Wang Teng was enlightened. Back when the prince was devilized, the frightening suction force produced by the giant mouth had almost engulfed the hero. He would have allowed himself to be swallowed to destroy the enemy from within under normal circumstances. However, the dark mouth gave him a heart-shuddering alert, so he chose to be more prudent. Thinking back, he felt fortunate to have taken that decision. He had the nihility beast, so he was well acquainted with its powers, more so than anyone. He also had world-devouring power because of this, but who knew what accidents he could cause with it? There was no need to take unnecessary risks. Dark Devouring Domain. 0-2,000 2nd rank. The hero looked at his stats, noticing that the Dark Devouring Domain had just reached the 2nd rank. He felt satisfied, as the attributes would be of great help to better grasp the devouring domains. Since dark apparitions could understand it, why couldn't he? It was an opportunity. Wang Teng contemplated for some time before checking the last 3 attributes. One was the metal origin, which only had 800 points. However, it was already impressive for the Crown Prince to grasp an origin power. This proved how formidable he was. Metla Origin 1050 of 1000,000, first rank. Thank you for your 800 points. The hero thanked the prince in silence. No matter what, the latter was a good person. Next was the Darkness Origin. It only had 1,000 points, slightly more than the Metal Origin. Darkness Origin 8,110,000, first rank. The heroic Earthling glanced at his attributes board and noticed that the Darkness Origin was his most powerful origin power at the moment, nearly hitting the second rank. Alas, he had no use for it, and could only shelve it. Wang Teng suddenly wondered if he was similar to the Crown Prince. After all, he had an ample stock of dark force. He also considered another possibility: the prince possessing dark force caused him to develop a separate dark persona. Gasp! Wang Teng shuddered. The thought was a little frightening. One had to consider the young noble's end. His mentality wasn't weak, and yet he was influenced by the dark. It was too scary. The hero opted to shelve the subject for the moment. The last attribute was the devil transformation. There were 6,500 points of the latter, which was quite a considerable amount. He had never received that much of this attribute before. The most he had acquired in the past was 2,000 points. This time, he gathered 6,500 points. Looks like the prince's devil transformation is extraordinary. Devil transformation 5,200, 5,000, 50,000. Perfected. What it used to be at the big achievement stage. How did it rise to the perfected stage? Wang Teng was shocked. What a high mastery. How scary would he be if he used the transformation? Wang Teng felt uncomfortable at the thought of using it. His path was getting darker and darker. Damn it, do I still have a chance to turn back? Chapter 1597, The End of the Competition, Bringing People Together, 1. The mysteries revolving around the Crown Prince made Wang Teng feel suspicious of his own situation. The system was powerful and mysterious, however, it had never spoken. He didn't know what kind of presence it was. The hero glimpsed a sliver of universal truth as his ability increased. For instance, origin power came from the rules of heaven and earth. It was the most fundamental force in the universe. However, the system is able to plunder this power. It's an existence above all powers. In that case, what kind of presence is it? Why did it appear? Why did it choose me? Wang Teng had those questions in the past, but he wasn't powerful enough to get any answers back then. The situation had not changed thus far. He decided not to think about it. He turned and met up with the other candidates after collecting the attribute bubbles. The competition ended. It was time for them to leave the battle planet. The place became silent once more, waiting for the arrival of the next League of Talents. The second prince and the others stared at the champion with conflicting emotions. They thought they were the same at first, talents on comparable terms, so the difference in abilities was supposed to be not too great. However, they were wrong. That fellow wasn't human. No one knew what to say for a moment. "Why are y'all looking at me like that?" said Wang Teng, breaking the silence with a smile. "Don't you recognize me anymore?" Ji Haochun walked over and pinched Wang Teng's cheeks. "Let me check if you're a monster, dressed like a human." Wang Teng laughed and shouted, "Go away." A fair hand reached out and pinched the skin on his arm. "Ouch!" the hero gasped. He turned to look at Tu Shaba with a pained expression. "You are quite bold." He didn't expect the young lady to take the chance and attack him. He wasn't on guard, and she had no evil intentions, making her attempt successful. He. I just wanted to try. The rabbit girl released her grip, her innocent smile showing some guilt. Wang Teng was speechless. What a naughty little rabbit. She hasn't learned her lesson. She probably needs to remember the previous beating. He glanced at Tu Shaoba's head and wondered if he should hit it. "Don't even think about hitting me." The rabbit girl jumped back. Yu Qichao was also afraid of the hero, but she stood her ground and pulled Tu Shouba behind her. She stared at him fearlessly. "Ha ha ha ha!" The second prince and the others finally burst out laughing, amused by Tu Jaba's antics. The young hero was helpless. Everyone became fearless once the competition ended. Well, none of them bore grudges with him, so he didn't have any reasons to get violent. You're scary. Did you use space power in your last attack? Asked the second prince after he controlled his laughter. There's nothing to hide since you already know. Wang Teng nodded. So you do possess space talent? Yue Chikiao said. Why don't you guess? Wang Teng smiled. Guess? Why do you always like to make people guess? Yue Chikiao rolled her eyes, feeling at a loss. The candidates chatted away as they returned to Ring 1. Wang Teng realized that someone had gone missing, he said softly. Has Landon left already? The second prince replied he probably went to meet the rest of the Parkers' team members. He gave the hero a meaningful gaze. He was quick to turn tail and run. Wang Teng sighed. What a pity. The crowd's expressions were strange. This fellow is still thinking about the Parkers. Hey, where's the third prince? The hero glanced around, feeling disappointed. Everyone, this fellow is so narrow-minded. He wasn't willing to let the third prince go, even after giving the latter a rough beating during the competition. Is he planning to tease me? Wang Teng shook his head and patted Gaunt's shoulder. You are more courageous than them. Am I a vengeful person? The competition ended already. Why would I bother to target them again? Sigh, I'm so sad. Gaunt shuddered. The muscles on his face, which had recovered and weren't swollen anymore, twitched uncontrollably. He remained silent, but he was already complaining and cursing in his heart. You really are a vengeful person. He was nervous, but he snorted and shifted to the side. Don't come near me. We're not close. Come on. We bonded after exchanging blows. Don't be so heartless. Wang Teng rushed forward and laid his arm over the poison expert's shoulder. They looked like buddies. Everyone started praying for the latter. They wondered if he would run into any accidents after meeting the new champion. May God bless him. This big devil is really scary, whispered the rabbit girl, still hidden behind Yue Chiao. Stop taunting him. I can't stop him, whispered the valiant lady in front. Sister Yu, why don't you marry the big devil? We'll be a family then. Tu Shaoba's words astounded all those present. The former stumbled, feeling betrayed by her best friend. She stared at the innocent and naive rabbit girl in disbelief. Then she blushed upon seeing all eyes on her, their faces showing weird expressions. The young woman tugged Tu Shaoba's long ear angrily. Tu Shaoba, I'm the one standing up for you all the time. Now you want to sell me out. Chapter 1598, The End of the Competition, Bringing People Together. 2. Ouch! Tu Shaoba wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She shouted after being pinched. Sister Yu, forgive me. I won't forgive you this time. Yue Chikiao gritted her teeth and glared at the rabbit girl. This is infuriating. Is her heart black? The skittish girl hurried to explain, Sister Yu, I'll never do this again. I only said it because he's handsome, talented, and powerful. I'm not doing this for my own sake. The former gave some careful thought to the idea. The fellow was indeed handsome, talented, and powerful. He's just a little evil. Wait, what am I thinking? She snapped out of her reverie, almost falling for her friend's trick. She glared at the latter and said, Do you think I'd believe you? Situ Warner walked over and thumped Tu Shaoba's forehead, then said with a smile, Little rabbit, where do you get all these bad ideas from? Wang Teng has a fiancé. Why are you matchmaking randomly? Can't you marry as many people as you want, as long as all parties agree? The rabbit girl asked. Everyone. What kind of frightening words are those? Yu Chikiao was speechless. Is Tu Shaoba asking me to share a man with another woman? Wait. What did Situwaner say just now? Wang Teng has a fiancé, so it's best if we don't play matchmaker randomly. Is my reputation not as important as Wang Teng's? Whether he has a fiancé or not is completely unrelated to me. We have no ties whatsoever. Please don't make fun of me anymore, she replied calmly, having recovered her composure. You're right. Stop joking around. Situwaner blinked and smiled gently at Tu Shaoba. The latter looked back and forth between the other two women. Both looked gentle and elegant, yet she could smell gunpowder and smoke between them for some reason. It was scary. The atmosphere wasn't right. The little rabbit shivered in fear. Her pupils were quickly moving left and right as her mind worked furiously. Then she gave them an innocent expression and replied, "You're right. I'm the one at fault." The other two replied with a smile after hearing the response. Ling Qianshui watched them from the side, her eyes showing a strange glimmer. The rabbit girl stuck out her tongue and slowly inched towards her two sisters again, showering them with praises to appease them. Wang Teng didn't know he had almost been the trigger for a girl fight. He was still talking to Gaunt. The hero decided to have a good chat with the poison expert since he rarely met warriors with that specialty. Furthermore, the fellow was a genius. Gaunt didn't want to talk to him, but then he felt shocked by the topics mentioned by the young hero, covering several poisons. Why does he understand poisons so well? "I'm an alchemist and a poison master," Wang Teng smiled. There were many similarities between alchemists and poison masters. After all, medicine could save but could also kill people. Gaunt felt enlightened. He didn't think that the champion would also have expertise in poisons since he already controlled enough forces. Adding poison to the list made him practically a monster. Moreso, he shared the same passion and understanding as when it came to toxins. He quickly felt that he had found a friend with a common interest. Of course, he wouldn't let down his guard towards the hero just like that. He still remembered how the guy had left him battered and bruised. However, he couldn't help himself whenever he talked about poisons. It was the typical fellow who claimed to be against something while his actions betrayed him. The second prince and the others walked over, surprised to see how the two were happily carrying a conversation. They realized what topic they were talking about. No wonder Gaunt couldn't control himself. "Wang Teng, you're a Grand Master alchemist, aren't you?" said the young prince. The hero nodded in response. "What? You're a Grand Master alchemist?" Gaunt was stunned. He couldn't believe the fellow had actually reached the qualification at such a young age. Ling Qianshui, Su Jianshen, and Yue Qiqiao were also shocked. They stared at the hero absent-mindedly. Wang Teng smiled and replied calmly, "Don't look at me like that. I'm just a Grand Master." "Just a Grand Master?" Everyone rolled their eyes. "Come on, a Grand Master is not a small thing. What do you mean by only bragging much?" The poison expert couldn't look down on Wang Teng anymore. At first he had just felt that the hero had a decent understanding of poisons, which made him someone worth talking to. He didn't expect him to be a Grandmaster. Compared to a Grandmaster, his poison mastery was nothing. He suddenly understood why the Earthling was unaffected by his poison during the battle. Damn it, he's my nemesis. The poisoner's attitude had a complete changeover. He decided it was better to forget about revenge for the pummeling during the competition. The guy wasn't someone he could provoke. Besides, he felt greatly enlightened by their conversation and knew how to appreciate kindness. Since Wang Teng had taken the initiative to talk to him, he wouldn't be the fool and push him away. Having that thought in mind, he gave the second prince a grateful glance. The prince was a smooth and smart person. A single sentence had allowed him to understand the crux of the situation and prevented him from a future gaffe that would end up in suffering. The hero was also aware of the prince's intent and took the chance to reveal his Grandmaster status. The atmosphere became even more harmonious. There weren't any deep-seated grudges between them, so everyone became more willing to befriend the champion. Even Yue Qiqiao and Su Jianshen said a few words, aiming to become part of Wang Teng's friend circle. The second prince smiled in secret. All of them were geniuses from the great Xian Empire. He hoped that they would remain on amicable terms, helping one another once they entered the 7 stellar academies. It was a fact that there would be talents from other planetary sectors. Being at odds amongst them would only benefit outsiders. Actually, if not for the Crown Prince's crisis, he could have been the one bringing them together. Given the noble's talent and status, none of the other candidates would say no. Alas, accidents did happen in life. The second prince could only sigh in his heart. Fortunately, there was Wang Teng. The hero was also part of the military. His status and identity were both extraordinary. To top it off, he had great abilities and a terrifying talent. That was enough to convince the crowd and make them respect him. Maybe even more than the crown prince himself. He could become a great connector. He just needed to make things happen. Whether Wang Teng could turn from a connector into their leader would depend on himself. Just then, a light screen descended from the sky, landing on Ring 1. 7 figures appeared. The hero blinked. They were the 7 invigilators from the 7 stellar academies. The second prince quickly looked over. All the finalists had their guesses. "We are the invigilators from the 7 stellar academies," said a voice coming from the light screen. The geniuses were stunned, and soon their eyes lit up. The League of Talents has successfully come to an end. Congratulations on entering the top 1,000 ranking. All of you emerged from a series of tough battles, showing us the brilliance and might that talented martial warriors should possess. One of you even entered the star rankings. The 7 invigilators looked at the person mentioned, Wang Teng. The others also turned to look at him. That's right, it's Wang Teng. Entering the star rankings is the ultimate recognition. However, Wang Teng has earned it. We have all witnessed his performance. But entering the star rankings also means that more challenges will follow. We hope that you can remain firm in your path and rise to great heights, just like the other talents listed on the rankings. Everyone was dumbstruck. None of them thought that the invigilators would sing such high praises for the hero rise to great heights. How far will Wang Teng be able to go? This is astonishing. Another voice continued, "At the same time, I also believe that many of you will become renowned powerhouses of the universe in the distant future. This is just the start of your journey. A long path lies ahead. The 7 stellar academies have now opened the doors to you. Whether you become an exalted figure throughout the universe, fade into obscurity, or fail halfway, it depends solely upon yourselves. Keep on climbing. Your martial arts path has just begun. We wish all of you success in your journey. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.